Your Excellency, Minister of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy, Mr. Christos Stylianidis, esteemed sponsors and supporters, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Slide2Open Shipping Finance 2024 conference, and thank you for joining us both physically and virtually from over 130 countries. When Slide2Open addresses the theme Turning Motion into Action, our focal point this year, we're specifically referring to more than just highlighting and analyzing global shipping events today. Our aim is to propel the momentum into action, developing projects, working groups, white papers, new standards, and various activities organized throughout the year, some of which are showcased during the conference. Our aim is not to organize just one more conference, but to have impact. And you are part of this impact, along with our close to 30,000, yes indeed, 30,000 unique online attendees from over 130 countries and our hundreds of physical conference participants who will attend today at various hours of the day. How do we achieve this impact? Firstly, this year we've established an advisory board comprising industry leaders chaired by Mr. Leonidas, Dimitriadis-Evgenidis, IMO ambassador and president of the Eugenides Foundation. The board has crafted today's agenda, ensuring key issues are discussed by industry experts. Our chairman is supported by an additional 9-strong board who span key fields of our industry, ranging from intercargo to the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, to IEEE, to the National Technical University of Athens, and a host of other instrumental functions in shipping and beyond. Secondly, our conference initiatives stem from research, debates, and discussions, including collaboration with IEEE, the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, the world's largest scientific association of engineers, and also the world's largest standards association, having established, for instance, standards we all enjoy, such as the Internet and Wi-Fi. This collaboration, combined with contributions from our advisory board, speakers, panelists, and sponsors, brings innovation and expertise and tremendous value added to the shipping industry. And this is another example of the impact that Slide2Open strives to make in our community. Thirdly, the cross-fertilization within the Slide2Open community, with tens of thousands of attendees from over 130 countries, amplifies the global impact we collectively have. Thank you for your support, and we hope you feel appreciated. Special thanks to our sponsors, who made this event possible. Now, I'd like to express my gratitude to our partners and team members, including Konstantinos Rapakoulias, Nancy Voyagee, and Irini Fafuti, who have worked tirelessly to bring this event to life. Without further ado, let's welcome Mr. Leonidas Dimitriadis-Evgenidis, Chair of the Slide2Open Shipping Finance Advisory Board, to the stage. Leonidas, the floor is yours.
Your Excellency, our Minister of Merchant Marine and Insular Policy, ministers, distinguished guests, Despina. I think Despina said it all, and there's nothing worse than when you have interesting things to say than to spare your time. I was very honored and proud to be between good friends, the advisory committee, and here I can see in this table, Dimitri Fafalios, George Pateras, John Golias, Mr. Poussanidis, Mr. Karahalios. The reason why we joined this effort is that this is not sort to say something which is linked to so-called public relations or networking or whatever else, because I'm a little bit apathetic to this plethora of gatherings and unions. But we're a gathering of people who try to contribute with our little power and brain, all of us collectively, in order to establish ways and means to facilitate for future things to come. Because a war or a battle is lost or won even before it starts. So, yes, there is science. There are people who misused the word science. There is science. But more than science, there's the togetherness. And as you mentioned, dear Minister, it is a question, if we tackle the environment, of sort to say, of a holistic approach of all the different sectors of our planet. And yes, shipping plays a leading role. And as also it was mentioned, IMO, it was mentioned from our union, is the right way to tackle the issues, and most important is the MEPC, which is the striving instrument. And then, as Mr. Fafalios has mentioned, and this is one of the topics, is the human factor, because nothing cannot be done unless you have the human factor and all what is called soft skills, because it's a very misunderstood word. It's just like a medicine, like an aspirin or everything. Soft skill is nothing more than a mindset. It's the ability to adapt, evolve, upscale, and follow. So all these kind of things, this gathering of people, and we are thankful for Despina for bringing us together, give us, sort to say, the joyful time in order to try to be less communicative and as useful as possible. So I would like to thank all the members of the advisory committee. We met many times. We have a very pleasant way to exchange views and to come to a synthesis, and through controversies and arguments to try to put a small stone in the fundaments of the issues we have to tackle. So good success, because the most important thing for this Slide2Open is not how many we are today here, but the way that it is in the internet and it can be followed. And many of the previous Slide2Open conferences, for me, they were a part of my research and my thoughts, and that's the reason we decided to join. So good success.
Leonidas, please stay. Let's call the chair of the conference and moderator, Mr. Angelos Roupas Pantaleon. Hello.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Despina, thank you for continuing to invite me to participate and contribute in any way I can. I think my impact as a chairperson can be seen from the fact that I now have Despina in bright colors, just as I always wear bright ties. So that's the extent of the initial impact. But on a more serious note, we are discussing here motion and action. And I think our focus is action. How? Because there's momentum in shipping. As we always say, there's never a dull moment in shipping. And frankly, in the world around us, we could do with some dullness with all that is happening around us. But we do have the motion, and we're looking for some action on how to take good action, evolve in a proper way, and not shoot ourselves in the feet. So thank you very much for joining. You'll be seeing a bit of me today. We hope you have a nice exchange of ideas, and thank you once again for being with us.
I would now like to call Minister of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy, Mr. Christos Stylianidis, to take the floor.
Good morning, everybody. Dear IMO Ambassador in Greece, and President of the Evgenidis Foundation, Mr. Leonidas-Evgenidis, dear Chairman of Intercargo, Mr. Fafalios, dear friend Despina, thank you so much. Distinguished members of the Greek and the international maritime community. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start by thanking the organizers, especially, of course, Mrs. Despina Travlou, for your kind invitation. It was really very honor to me to be here with this very distinguished audience. And it is a great pleasure for me to address this year's Slide2Open Shipping Finance Conference and its distinguished audience. Today is truly an excellent opportunity to discuss the future of shipping, what lies ahead, motion to action. And of course, focus on two key topics which will shape its future, in my strong opinion, sustainability and finance. Two current challenges which will impact greatly the future outlook of the shipping industry. Allow me to start from decarbonization. The shipping's transition to the carbon-free era presents the sector's greatest challenge today. It is a radical change ahead, no doubt. Nevertheless, we at the Hellenic Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy, representing the world's largest ship-owning nations, and personally me, as the Minister, believe that this challenge is also not only challenge, but a huge opportunity. An opportunity to move forward fast and ensure the sustainable growth of the shipping sector. More importantly, it is an opportunity for Greek and the overall European shipping to maintain or even increase its global competitiveness. This is a particularly crucial point, especially when we consider the current turbulent times, especially in geopolitics, and that Europe, frankly speaking, is losing its overall competitiveness. As you are all well aware, the political commitments toward decarbonization in shipping is firm. The IMO strategy on the reduction of GHG emission from ships is in place. It provides the framework and it paves the way for the transition in shipping. From my experience in the recent IMO General Assembly, where I would like to underline this, Greece got re-elected in category A with the majority of votes, I can say that there is a lot of green momentum now at the IMO. Decarbonization is very high on the agenda. What we need to do now is to clear the path in terms of implementation, motion to action. And Greece will play a leading role in that front. We will be at the forefront throughout the whole process in the IMO or in Brussels towards the development of mid and long-term measures which will lead us to carbon neutral shipping. We want radicalism, but we also want realism. This is the statement, this is the wording, and our Prime Minister used this wording in Sharm el-Sheikh in the previous COP26. And we advocate for applicable and pragmatic solution at a uniform level. Dear friends, the main challenge ahead is to ensure the worldwide availability of safe and affordable low and zero carbon fuels. Without the fulfillment of this condition, our goal of decarbonizing shipping is not only uncertain, but let us be clear, it will be impossible. We need to intensify our efforts, and to do so, the number one priority should be collaboration. And in particular, as my dear friend Mr. Evgenidis said, cross-sectoral collaboration. The issue of fuels and new technologies in shipping is a multidimensional issue. We need to link the energy sector with the maritime value chain. Energy producers and suppliers, port operators, logistic companies, charterers, engine manufacturers, and of course, ship owners need to collaborate. They are in the same boat. And of course, we have to discuss transparently, and of course, at the same time, we need science. In my table, I met many people from scientific community, and this is very important because we have these people now with us together in order to see transparently how we can go together. Because also we talk about togetherness, another word which really symbolizes. It is an emblematic word in this current situation. We need to collaborate with the scientific community, research institutes, and centers to develop realistic solutions. It is certainly not an easy task, I know well from my experience as a former commissioner, but we have to see all together, but we as politicians, this is our role, need to provide incentives, facilitate and promote such discussions at all levels. Second point about finance. This brings me to the second issue I would to highlight. No doubt the investments needed to decarbonize shipping are costly. We are not naive. Reducing vessel source pollution and enhancing the energy efficiency both require substantial capital. In this respect, I believe a mix, a blend of public and private financing needs to be examined more thoroughly. The idea of public-private partnership, PPP, suits well in this framework. PPPs can leverage the finance needed and at the same time can also facilitate knowledge exchange and technology transfer, accelerate the deployment of innovative solutions. They can provide the framework where finance is generated and collaboration is promoted. This is the direction we need to follow. This is my strong opinion. And we as politicians need to promote such, I strongly believe, win-win solutions. And this is more or less my role as a former commissioner to promote and to provide this idea within the European institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the times are challenging and shipping faces an extremely competitive international environment. The upcoming challenges need to be seen as opportunities. And as Minister, I assure you that Greece will support this process by putting forward realistic solutions and applicable measures based on, I have to repeat it, on cross-sectoral collaboration. Thanks once again for the kind invitation, and I wish every success to the conference, and sure the results of which will provide us with useful insights for our maritime future. Thank you so much. I would like to say less words because I strongly believe motion to action. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister. We're on board with you.
Allow me to leave because I have to go to the Ministerial Council.
Yes,
Sorry
it's
for
a pity,
this.
it's a pity. Perhaps you could see the replay, Madam, because the panel afterwards interests you.
Geopolitical storms.
And straight from the Straits. Straight talk.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And now it's time for our first panel, Geopolitical Storms and Straight Talk. Straight Talk, Geopolitical Complexities and Environmental, what's straight? S-T-R-A-I-T. Geopolitical Complexities and Environmental Risks Facing Maritime Canals. And then we have COP28. We must decode the commitments and the impact on the shipping practices. So, over the past few months, we have witnessed significant global events, ongoing conflict in Israel, also in Ukraine, with a focus on the strategic importance of Odessa port, safety concerns in the Suez Canal, and transit limitations in the Panama Canal, key global shipping routes like the Red Sea, Suez Canal, Bosporus Strait, and Taiwan Strait have become critical choke points. The port of Piraeus is under stress due to conflicts affecting shipping routes. And then COP28 agreements on fossil fuels face skepticism despite apparent progress. Greece emphasizes electrification, with Poros becoming the third autonomous island. Inflation, though reduced, remains a concern for global food and goods distribution. So I would like, without further ado, I would like to call the speakers of this panel, the panelists, our esteemed panelists, to take the floor. And we have with us Mr. Leonidas Dimitriadis-Evgenidis, who all you know is the IMO ambassador in Greece and the president of Eugenides Foundation. I would call Mr. Dimitris Fafalios, president and director of Fafalios Shipping SA, chairman of Intercargo, and secretary of the board of directors of the Union of Greek Shipowners, to take the floor. Professor Dr. Engineer Konstantinos Karachalios, former managing director of IEEE SA, and a very renowned nuclear engineer. He studies on the safety of nuclear reactors. And last but not least, Dr. George Pateras, Deputy Chairman of Conships Management Limited and President of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping. Gentlemen. So, shipping is so much the #1 item of the global agenda these days. And I would like to ask, first of all, I think my first question, is for Mr. Where's my first question? Here is my first question. Yes, it's for Mr. Dimitris Fafalios. 90% of the global trade relies on shipping. And in recent years, ships have undergone various performance improvement measures. Despite the significant costs associated with adopting new technologies, do you think it proves to be worthwhile, yielding positive outcomes, or does it ultimately lead to higher costs for everyone with no environmental benefits?
Thank you, Despina. Thank you for the kind invitation, and wishing every success to Slide2Open, an amazing platform. We have to go back a little bit historically to understand that since shipping has unfortunately been obliged to work with fossil fuels, since the very beginning of time, shipping has been trying to decarbonize and trying to become as efficient as possible from day one. And this has been achieved by market measures, market meaning the freight markets, and also it's been driven by the available technology that has been accessible and practical to shipping. So we have to remember that these efficiencies, which are absolutely incredible, and we mustn't forget that we transport almost 90% of the world's goods, and yet our carbon footprint is probably less than 3% of world CO2. So we have to understand that in our industry, we are constantly trying to improve, trying to decarbonize, trying to become more efficient. This is our modus operandi. In our industry, we have two major models. We have the liner model and we have the tramp model. And in the last 5 or 10 years, we have come under the spotlight to improve our decarbonization process, which is completely correct. But we have to understand, and I think it's been mentioned by Dr. Evgenidis and the Minister, we have to understand that we are part of a very large collaborative group of people. And this is why, number one, we cannot decarbonize alone, and number two, we have to create regulations which do not force one of the shipping's model to fight with the other. So we have to create the right regulations for the right model, because the models themselves, whether it's a liner model or whether it's a tram models, the models themselves bring enormous efficiencies and enormous benefits to society worldwide. So although it's very expensive to improve our efficiency, because we have probably reached a technological plateau, as we often have in the past, we have to keep trying. Thank you.
Shipping facilities, Dr. Pateras, trade and maritime transport, but shipping facilitates trade and maritime transport, but needs smooth waters, both literally and metaphorically. Yet it faces significant challenges. Energy transition and decarbonization require energy transition and decarbonization require substantial investments, prolonged wars, alter key parameters, and unpredictable factors disrupt sea routes. Does this lead to increased transportation costs impacting the end consumer? Is there a solution? Is a different approach needed for open sea shipping compared to coastal navigation? Many questions.
Yeah. Do you have a few hours? I'd like to reiterate something that Dimitri said, which is very important. Don't forget that our big diesel engines that we use in ships were designed to burn what was left at the end of the distillation production line. They didn't know how to get rid of the rubbish, so we designed our engines to burn the rubbish. And we have to heat it up so that it will even flow. So we must all, as very rightly, we must all collaborate to find a solution, as we do with all these problems that we're facing today. You can't just turn around to the owner and say, make yourself green, without the engine manufacturer and the fuel producer joining the bandwagon. Only engine manufacturers only very, very recently decided that they have to play their role as well in designing newer engines. But we are currently at a very critical time in our decision-making for the environment. We cannot afford to get it wrong again, because every single time we've got it wrong. When we got rid of the horses in New York in 1902 to bring in the car, we thought this was brilliant, and then the car created pollution. When we put lead in 1926 into fuel to make the engines more efficient, Thomas Ridley Jr., great scientist, he also invented Freon 22. Another disaster. And then in 1964, we discovered that lead creates brain damage to children. So instead of removing the lead and putting manganese, we made a major decision. We said lead-free cars, the biggest man-made footprint ever in retooling every single car manufacturer to make the unleaded car. So we're at a very critical junction now. We have to get it right. We took the sulfur out of the fuel, which was to prevent acid rain in ports, but we lost the umbrella effect of aerosolized sulfur oxide over the oceans. And if you speak to oceanographers, which I've often been to to presentations by oceanographers, the temperatures have spiked in the last 2 years by 1.5 degrees, which is probably causing all the extreme weather we're facing. Was it the removal of the sulfur? Why in California are they deciding to spray the clouds with sulfuric acid? To increase the reflective effect of the clouds and reduce the temperature. So we've got to make the right decision. You said earlier we have choke points. Yes, the 3 major choke points we have are the Panama Canal, the Suez Canal, and the Singapore Straits. Taiwan we can avoid because we can go on the outside if we have to, so it's not such a serious problem. Strategically, and as the representative of Greek shipping at NATO, those are the 3 points we look at always. Currently, we're facing big problems with the Panama Canal because it's not raining, and they keep bouncing up and down between 12 and 20 ships passing through. This is a disaster, despite the fact that the new locks do not consume that much water when opening and closing. They were designed by Koreans, and they recirculate the water, but the actual lake, the Guatam Lake, is low, and that is not so badly affected by the new locks. But if the level doesn't go up, you can't get the transitions. We've got the problem in the Suez Canal today because we have a conflict. Thankfully, the Straits of Singapore, they resolved the piracy issues when they looked inwards and discovered what the problems were. But we must also remember, we cannot stop delivering cargoes to Israel because it's politically looks or sounds better. Because Israel is the supply chain for other Palestinian-controlled areas within Israel. For example, the West Bank, Bethlehem, Golan Heights, they're Palestinian-controlled. The cargoes, the food, everything goes through Israel, through the 3 main ports of Israel along the coast of Israel. So if we blacklist Israel, we're actually doing more damage than we realize. And this is the problem with all geopolitical issues. We've got to see the knock-on effect, the consequential damage that we're causing by a reaction to something that we don't like. So, as the minister said, as everybody has said, cooperation. If we don't all sit down together and cooperate and work together to decide what we're going to do, we're on cross-sectoral collaboration. I shall use that in my next presentation. I found that very correct.
Yeah.
But don't forget, there are 400 parts per million of CO2 in the atmosphere, which plant life need to live. 12 parts per million of which are man-made. 3% of that is made by shipping. So by spending billions, or rather trillions of dollars on worldwide shipping, which we need because it is the safest in terms of lives lost, it is the cheapest in terms of dollars per ton, it is the most environmentally friendly in terms of grams per kilometer of transportation, we have to protect that. 90% of goods go by sea, not because it's only cheap. It's environmentally correct, and it's safe. So we must protect that as best we can, and the only way to do that is to collaborate. You mentioned about coastal shipping. The European Union is doing everything they can to get everything off the road and into the sea, because they recognize the importance of shipping and how environmentally friendly shipping is. We must be careful that we don't create a regulation, such as EU ETS, which is just a tax. And whenever we've taxed something, we've never actually got it right. Taxing is not the way to solve a problem, because everybody will find a way. Who was it very famously said, I'm not tax avoiding, I'm a tax evading. I think our next president of the United States probably said that. So what we've got to be very careful of, we want to avoid a modal shift. We cannot afford cargoes to be stopped off outside Europe and then trucked into Europe or brought in by train because the tax cost is so much less than paying the EU ETS. And in closing, I'll give you an example of what I'm trying to say. War risk rates for Novorossiysk in Russia went up tremendously. They went up to the point that it was almost $500 per container to take them in to Novorossiysk. Of course, the war risk cost is based on the value of a vessel, but the value of the vessels coming into Novorossiysk, it worked out on average about $500 per container. So what did they do? They had to find an alternative. Rather than pay this huge increased cost, they sent all their cargoes to Poti in Georgia, and they trucked them across to Novorossiysk at about $120 a container. Look how much more the environment is impacted by all these containers going by truck rather than going by sea. And we're going to encounter exactly the same problems as we're facing today with EU ETS. Yes, cargoes today, going back to your question, sorry, I diverged. Going back to your question, yes, cargoes that are going to go around the Cape are going to take 10 days longer, and they're going to be a substantial cost, maybe $1.5 million, I think is the estimate. But don't forget, they're not paying the 8 or 9 or a $1 million, 8 or 900,000 for Suez Canal transit costs for these large container ships. So it's not financial, it is totally for safety that this is being done. So yes, it's going to cost us, but the eventual cost per kilo of sugar or the kilo of whatever you buy is so small that we don't actually see it in our pocket. But it's something that makes the news. Thank you very much.
Thank you, too. And since we tackled on the subject of EU ETS, I will ask Leonidas, Mr. Evgenidis, again on the EU ETS front. We hear intense discussions and moves with regards to creating transshipment hubs outside Europe in order to curb regulations. This is what George said as well. What are your views regarding such initiatives?
Very exciting question. About 2 months ago, we had our organization agency meeting in Sifnos, beautiful island, and we realized that in a particular segment, car carriers, and we have the luck to represent car carriers companies, now Turkish organization, our Egyptian organization, we saw that there was a big swift of transshipment and cargoes moving through Egypt and Turkey, and we realized that the whole of Piraeus port is stuffed out of containers, out of cars, because the warehouses of the importers for certain molds that are full up, it has become like a storage. There is no space for transshipment, so Piraeus have lost all transshipment because of that reason and because of ETS. Because what was happening was that if you go to Turkey or if you go to somewhere else, you avoid the long haul and you only take the on-carriage. Whereas if you come to Piraeus, you take all the long haul, and this is the way that Europe has very good ideas, but as Union of Greek Shipowners Association claims, and always say here, unless you have a global solution, George make very nice illustrations, at the end, you affect the competitiveness of Europe, and also you pollute more the environment. And now there is a special application how to resolve the issue. You have 60% either bid containers, and now they also include the cars, because Algeciras also lost, and England is taking over a lot of transshipment, of how to regain competitiveness, and last and not least, how, in a way, to affect less the environment in order to have a holistic situation. Because, Despina, with all what we're witnessing, we have new expression. We have the so-called shadow fleets. We have the so-called shore-friendly. Shore-friendly is a nice, sick expression, means that if you have conflicts in an era, certain liner companies go and certain others don't go.
Can you repeat the previous one as well, because I didn't quite get it?
There is a new nice expression, shore-friendly, which means to say that there are container companies who go to, I would say, less, something like shadow fleet, which is expanding more and more. But it's a very peculiar situation, because you have increasing this number of these exceptions, and then you don't only have peculiar owners who don't like to work ships on the traditional Western way, they find other facilities, but if you have India and China stepping in and more, we come back to what is called restrictions and trade war, and this is against the consumer, against everybody, against the environment. So, as we said, everything is a matter of holistic approach, and therefore, let's hope that European Union, because it's very difficult, you know, there's an anecdote. Once Reagan was with Isaac Samir, and Reagan said, "Oh, Isaac, how difficult it is to be the president of 200 million people." And Samir said, "Ronnie, this is nothing. This is what it is to be the president of 8 million presidents." So Europe, it's very slow in taking decisions. And sometimes when you take political decisions, a political compromise is not necessarily the most efficient one. So we need to open our mind, heart, and brain, and as everybody's advocating, we have to be more proactive.
Yes, yes, definitely. which leads us, proactiveness, to the issue of technology. And I will ask Dr. Engineer Konstantinos Karachalios, the swift and extensive adoption of a new technological solution necessitates standards, regulations, guidelines, and comprehensive scientific support. Last year, you assured us, in this panel, the similar one we had last year, that organizations like IEEE are attentive and emerging trends and are ready to provide support. Can they respond to these developments quickly and effectively, especially IEEE Europe?
Thank you, Despina. And it is a pleasure and an honor, of course, to be with these people together. It's not the first time I meet them, and every time I'm impressed by the level of technical and scientific acumen in addition to their business acumen. So this is a unique combination. And the maritime sector, it is a unique ecosystem of business and technical expertise and science also. I've never seen something like this anywhere else, I must say. I'm deeply impressed. So humbled what we can offer technically if you have technical experts like this on your side or as your partners. Still, I think, yes, we can contribute. This is also the reason we are here, and we will stay. Let's start with your motto of this conference, from motion to action. I think this is not a bad image, because motion can lead to no action if it is just stochastic. So you need an organizing principle to make motion to lead to action. And what is this? And there are two things that the minister said, and also Mr. Fafalios. One is action towards a more livable planet. This is an action. And then our motion should move in this direction. And of course, the motion of this business community is profit. This is what makes things move. And this has always been there. And I trust you do the best, also under critical situation, also in crisis. This sector has shown it can create profits, perhaps in particular in crisis, which is a paradox for many other sectors, but not in yours. And also, you, Mr. Fafalios, you mentioned the human element. It is the people. This is another direction and focus. So these are the 3 P. It is profit, people, and planet. And this is a holistic approach. And in spite of every short-term pain or opportunity, we should not forget this, because we all care about the future, and that it is a livable planet and that our children can really thrive. It is not just we take it all today and tomorrow, who cares? And here we have 2 types of challenges to get there. One is the technology that is needed to overcome limitations that we have today. And the second is, even if technologies are there, we have to agree how to use them and not to have a race to the bottom. And this is the standards. And the standards is not just technical. It is a very interesting process to create consensus, also consensus among competitors. And I'm very much aware that also within the cycles of here, there are different ideas of how to solve, let's say, the problem of alternative fuels and so on. And this is very legitimate to have different approaches. But if we cannot agree among this community on certain standards, then others would benefit from this discord. And another point is not just this maritime community, it is also the shipbuilders. They don't have the same interests. They may have the interest to provide ships at the lowest possible standards. And they can tell you, if you don't like it, we give it to your competitor. So, and how can you deal with this? I mean, you can. You can if you agree that we need, among yourself, the community, we need certain standards from out of the shipbuilding factory. And if not, you can keep your ship. And of course, it may be a little dream to think that you can agree on this, but you can try to set some standards that the others would respect. So standard setting, it is not just technical. It is also
a consensus.
Deeply, let's say, it is a collective action. And what we can offer to this community, we can offer two different things. First of all, the ecosystem, the knowledge ecosystem of this organization, which is really a very big one. We're the biggest depository of technical knowledge in the world. You can trust this that I tell you. And how we can cooperate, because here there is a different, let's say, collective of technical knowledge, one of the best in the world, yours own. But if we combine both, then perhaps something new may emerge. That you have a differentiation vis-à-vis your vendors who sell their technical knowledge as the only one, which is not always the case. What they offer may not work under your conditions. And this happens again and again. So this is this. And secondly, we can help in organizing this consensus building process together with you, such that you come to, let's say, to some agreements that are very beneficiary among yourselves and also between yourselves and your partners like the shipbuilders and others. And otherwise, if you do nothing, then the standards will be set by the regulators who may not always understand the fine intricacies. So it is better to be proactive than reactive here, and to come yourself with some suggestions. And believe me, the regulators, they love it when such collectives come up with their own ideas and the standardization proposals. So this is what I could say here, going beyond the actual problems and so on. And I very much agree that the Strait of Malaga, the Singaporean Strait, is a very interesting place to observe because, I mean, there are states there that are multi-ethnic, multi-religious and so on, and stability is not a given there. So, and we have really, whatever we can do to, and it is not a coincidence, I will travel very soon to Indonesia to talk with the people there precisely about this, how we can use technology to stabilize this multi-ethnicity and so on. So this is a complex game, and there are not immediate answers, but there are processes we can use to get to a better place than we are today.
And transfactional collaboration as well, to solve a problem. So, I would address, when we're talking about consensus and cooperation, I go to Mr. Fafalios because you were there. Dimitri, you were there. You participated in COP28. Do you think that COP28 is a turning point for shipping? Or is it more a political and media hype? Is the world ready for a fundamental shift?
Despina, thank you. I was indeed very honored to be at COP28. I have to say that if I was to pick an event in 2023, which was the most important event, I think it would be the IMO MEPC 80 meeting, where a much clearer decarbonization timetable was set between now and 2050 with specific midpoints or specific intermediate standards and levels of CO2 intensity. However, COP28 was very positive for shipping because at COP28, shipping was fully acknowledged now as no longer a laggard in the decarbonization process, but very much at the forefront. And what shipping, I think, taught the world economies is that because it is looking at globalized solutions, again through IMO, this is actually puts it ahead of many other sectors. So COP28, I think many people not in the shipping sector were actually surprised at the progress that was being made within shipping. So from that point of view, COP28 really put shipping on the worldwide map, not only amongst transport ministries and maritime ministries, but also it accented shipping's progress to the energy ministries, and I think, in fact, it was a very, very positive event. But if you ask me which is the biggest event, it would have to be MEPC 80. Thank you.
Thank you, too. I would now address a question to Mr. Pateras, a double question. Regarding the significant challenges in crucial canals, do we require more coordinated international efforts to secure global trade? As we strive to mitigate inflation on one front and face substantial increases in transportation costs on the other, what is the net outcome of our efforts? Moreover, with seafarers unexpectedly finding themselves in war zones, where both human capital and assets are at risk, what role does war risk insurance, which I know you are familiar with, play in addressing these concerns?
Thank you. Very interesting questions, and not so easy to... see, everybody has answered. Up until now, we've had everybody... your theme, motion to action, everybody has been pussyfooting around, what are we going to do, what are we going to do? Randomly, as you very nicely say. It's all been random motion, Brownian motion for us that are scientists. And now the time has come for us to make specific action. Now is the time that we have to actually turn around and grab the bull by the horns and address the situation. Let's stop going off on a tangent that we've been doing for years now. I just wrote a few down, we were told that the melting North Pole is going to make the islands sink. Well, the North Pole is floating, and Archimedes told us that the water level won't go up. But we spent years talking about how islands are going to go underwater. We talk for years about autonomous ship. Well, it doesn't make it decarbon or carbon-free. I suppose the crew that are breathing are not going to produce CO2. We developed light scantling ships in the 70s, a disaster. We go off on a tangent. We've got to concentrate on the one problem. And I wanted to quote our chairman, Mrs. Travlou, from COP28, which said very nicely that shipping has almost doubled its activities in the last 20 years, but CO2 output has fallen from 2.9% to 2.2%. That's an average of everybody's CO2 production. And don't forget, the world has been reducing CO2 production. The car manufacturers have produced much greener cars. So for us to have doubled our production and reduced our CO2 production is quite significant. But yes, we have a lot of geopolitical problems. We have a lot of issues. You very rightly said, why don't we find other forms of transport? Well, we do. We have the canals. We have the sea, the inland waterways, that we could easily use that rather than putting cargo on trucks. But we need to decarbonize that. That is a bigger headache to decarbonize than it is to decarbonize a ship. I was at a European Commission conference on decarbonizing seaways. Here in Greece, we actually have canals and seaways, but nobody promotes them, nobody looks at them, nobody has spent any money to upgrade them in the last 60 years. Well, we could move cargoes from Greece all the way to Bulgaria up our canals and rivers, but we take them by truck because it's convenient. And we do a lot of the things that we do in our lives because it's convenient. But we must spend, everybody will have to pay if we want the green transition to work. The cost will fall on all of us. If we just try and ignore it and pass the buck to somebody else, we're not going to get the green transition that we want. Going on to the other issue of war risk zones, yes, there are several, actually there are 16 current conflicts in the world. We hear only the ones that CNN finds the most newsworthy. that attracts the most people. We've all forgotten the conflict in Ukraine and Russia. Very few of us look at that. We only look now, we don't even look at the conflict in Gaza. All we're looking at today is the conflict in the Red Sea. That's newsworthy, that's exciting, that's bullets flying, that's missiles, that's all the new technology, and that's what excites us. But we mustn't forget all the other open conflicts where there is no declaration of peace, which is going on a daily basis. So war risk is there to cover shipping and aviation and all other forms of transport. And the war risk is there to protect the ship and the ship owner and the crew. And you all probably in this industry know how it all works. Additional premium area is declared, and we pay an additional amount of funds or premiums for a vessel to transit a high premium area. But the crew always have the option, according to all collective bargaining agreements, to refuse to go. And the crew can turn around and say, no, I did not sign up to go to a conflict area. And we have so many around where the crews are beginning to accept it. And I think this is awful that our crews are beginning to accept, oh, I'll go into a war risk area. Because if we don't, from home, say war is bad, it will just carry on. Because, you know, I've got to get a double bonus. I'll get a double wage when I go through a war risk area. So why not make a little bit more money? We're safe. It's not going to be that dangerous. What are the chances? The chances are low. And this is very unfortunate. And I think it's correct that major shipping lines have decided not to go through the Suez Canal, because that sends a message that we will not put up with arbitrary terrorism and we will go outside. Unfortunately, there are certain nations like China who've decided that they will go straight through, they don't care. But, you know, they will pay their own penalties for their decisions. Thank you.
Yes.
A bit philosophical at the end. But,
Talking about crews and the human element, I would like to address a question to Leonidas, to Mr. Evgenidis. Given your connection to education, I'd like to inquire. On one hand, there is the challenge of developing new green technology. However, in terms of training individuals in the shipping industry to adapt to this new reality, is there a corresponding commitment to invest in the human factor, making them more versatile to such requirements?
I'm still taken from what has been discussed before and thrilled, and I will come, of course, to the question, because exactly shipping, we like it or we don't like it, worldwide GDP is going to be doubled in a few years. So no matter what, you need goods to be transported. No matter what.
At an affordable price.
Exactly. The question, we talk all about inflation, and many times traditional economists, when we're talking about inflation, we're thinking about excessive demand and taking monetary restrictive measures and so on and so forth. Here we have elements of stagflation, because you have a squeeze out of the inflation of the real disposable income of the consumers, whereas you have, take for instance all the regional fights. When you make all these turns on the container ships, how much is increasing? The ship owner will get the same hire one way or the other. So we're neutral on that. We don't care, because if we have it a time charter for 20,000, 20,000 we'll get. But instead of the voyage be done in X days, it will be done in double days. So at the end of the day, the consumer will get in less affordable price the commodities. So, as we said, this is a holistic issue. As far as the human factor is concerned, I don't know what I would say is happening all around the world, but as far as Greece is concerned, and I'm very pleased because in our foundation, Eugenides Foundation, together with the Union of Greek Shipowner Association, with the Chamber of Shipping and the industry, and all the parties involved, we try to, sort to say, move forward, because as I said before, a fight or a war is won or lost before even it starts. We have a huge problem because last time STCW was revised in Manila. That makes 12 years time. And when it's revised, it took into account what's happening before the 12 years. So there's a huge gap between what is stipulated as required and what is happening. So we give a tremendous fight to fight this inertia. We have revised and we go far above the situation, for instance, fuel, because fuel is a very important issue. So we rewrite all the question of fuel literature in order to be useful with the situation of blended fuels of today. I mean, with reduced sulfur, which makes our ships like having chemistry, a new speciality over more than electricians or engineers. You have to become a specialist in chemistry in order not to have your vessel stuck if you blend the wrong low sulfur fuel. So we do that. We are collaborating for transition to the new era. We have a strategical alliance with the ministry, and we are moving to the digitalization, automation, green and blue economy is on the helm, and we try to introduce all these new measures in order to bring the people to get the required hard knowledge, because there is a great misunderstanding on the academic level, because many people want to dream to become professors. If you are a seafarer, to become a professor of university, or dreaming a very nice career, which is fully legitimate. But what is the most important thing is that we have to train and educate these people with hard knowledge, but also soft skills, in order to be versatile, adaptive, ready to be upskilled, because it's not only to train for the future, to educate the future, but to train the existing workforce. Right now, we have a huge, I would say, unemployment out of professions which we need, a tremendous shortage of specialized professions lacking of skills, be it tourism, be it industry, be it shipping. Shipping, we have no seafarers. Okay. Take cabotage, we cannot find people, zero. It is also very important to bring the proper message and the proper people to attract more people to the maritime profession, because we are a maritime nation. Without qualified seafarers, properly educated, we cannot survive. And also our dream, let's be clear, what we dream as far as education of Greek seafarers is concerned, it's not only to make seafarers good for Greek shipping, which is on the helm in the world shipping, but also the world maritime seafarers, someone who is not afraid to compete with everybody on professional grounds. Academia can follow. Thank you.
Thank you. I will address a question to Mr. Karchalios. How can a global industry like shipping, grappling with the fundamental challenges it faces today and undergoing a process of reinvention, because that's what we are going through right now, we have to reinvent our ships, we have to reinvent our fuel, everything, new routes, everything. How can this industry that has to reinvent itself derive benefits from protocols and standards throughout its transitional phase, and not only?
So I would like to take a slightly broader view, which will include an answer to your question, dear Despina. And starting with what Leonidas alluded to, it is the, let's say, the interplay of two major transformations that are taking place and need to take place. One is the energy transition, which is very much the talk of the day, and the other is the digital transformation, which may support the energy transition, but it has also other aspects that go far beyond energy questions. And if we look, because the digital transformation is also very much about education, and but not only in a positive way, unfortunately. And if we're talking about a term I don't like, but let's use it, the human capital. And the question is how we can use these technologies really to increase, to enhance our human capacities. And this is partially happening and partially is against us. And it may be that, let's say, the virtual world around us is not only, let's say, cultivating our fantasy, but also reducing it in the same time, and also reducing our appetite to act in real life. And yeah, I believe we have had this discussion, Leonidas, that, and this is part of your mission, your foundation, of how we can make a human-centric digital transformation that respects the mental health of our children, of ourselves. So, and this is beyond, of course, the maritime sector, but you are part of this. You cannot escape this. And I can say that our organization is fighting at both fronts with all means we have. Both at the front of the energy transition, how we can cooperate with sectors like yours to make the best of what is there, and also for even to improve the technical capacities, because at IEEE, our universe, it is really cutting-edge research and development and so on. And what we are doing in the organization I have been leading is how to translate this into really technical protocols that are really also cutting edge. This is the one thing. And the other, we are fighting at the front of the digital transformation and how to make it human-centric for the benefit of everybody. But this is a different question that I will leave for another time.
Can I jump?
Of course. Yes.
Well, let me say something very practical. Ideally, because you talk about standards, and I dare say, and if you disagree, you contradict me immediately. This is a friendly brainstorming. The ideal situation would be manufacturers to make engines, the proper designed ships, and then to have the standards on which they provide us worldwide all what is required as fuel or energy, whatever, and we don't need to bother because they comply by the providers to the exact specifications, no argument, with proper quality control, and we are left to do the job in the proper way with safety and security, and not to be blamed for the bullshit of the others. Sorry for the expression, but you know, I have to be outspoken because certain times you can write books of what unfair situation we have witnessed. So if you have the standards, but if they are properly done, then life would be easier and people could be educated to address the proper that they are there to make. We cannot be blamed for the mistake of the others, but only for our own mistakes. Sorry, I was a little...
No, absolutely right. If I could just...
Yes.
Look at the car industry. The fuel was decided by politicians to be lead-free. They produced a fuel standard across the world. Car manufacturers were told tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, you have to produce it. And all that was left for the user of the car is to drive safely and make sure it didn't have an accident. Why is it in our industry the target, the person to be blamed, the bad boy, is the ship owner for producing CO2? Well, engine manufacturer, come along, come and show us that you can produce an engine that can burn a fuel. But nobody has decided on the fuel. We have methanol. America likes LNG. Europe likes hydrogen. The Far East likes methanol. So we need 3 ships or 3 engines to be able to go across the world. It's not going to work. We have to have a universal fuel for our industry. The car industry, the aviation industry, they have their own problems. They've produced in the aviation industry, very expensive, low carbon emitting fuel. They've reduced it by 30%, their CO2 emissions from their fuel. We haven't got there yet because we are still arguing which fuel is right. And then we get the ship owners going to China and saying, oh, I'm going to build 30 ships with LNG. No, I'm going to build 30 ships with ammonia. Another one's going to build 30 ships that are going to burn methanol. Who's going to produce the methanol? We produce 110,000 tons of gray 110 million tons of gray methanol annually or globally every year. It's gray methanol. It's not green methanol. To make green methanol, you either have to take CO2 from our engines to produce green methanol, or you have to take biomass to get green methanol. But there isn't enough biomass in the world. Well, the biggest producer of biomass, excess biomass, is China. So we're going to give China another part of our responsibility or our solution, and they're just going to get richer while we are trying to, and we're still arguing about who's going to go and use which toilet. Thank you.
This is going to be the topic of a panel we're going to have later on in the agenda with the title, Have We Jumped the Gun Too Soon? And this is what we're going exactly to talk about, port readiness, the regulatory framework, and the fact that we don't cooperate and decide collectively what will be best for each, at least, category of shipping, if not for all shipping categories.
Yeah, I just want to go back to Professor Karachalios's very salient remarks. Today, in shipping, we rely on standards. We rely on standards for everything, from the quality of the fuel, to the way that the ship is constructed, to the way that the machinery is constructed and installed. And now we are blessed with a lot of extra technology which can assist the people on board who are really the unsung heroes. So we have new communication technology. We have new technology where we can help them from afar, because remember, these people are far away from their families, and also they're actually sailing in a very difficult environment. And the technology is developing on all fronts, but the technology cannot develop unfettered. There must be this question of safety. Safety is paramount. We cannot decarbonize without safety. We cannot put people on a ship on a 45-day voyage without their safety primarily in mind. So we do look to standards. We look to standards to be developed, and we also look to standards to evolve. And often we have the case where the standards cannot evolve as fast as the technology. I think that this is an opportunity where we can help standards to keep pace and also maybe stay ahead of technology. Despina, and thank you very much to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, too. I would like to ask our audience for questions. Do we have any questions for us?
One of the privileges I get as a chairman is that I can interrupt and intervene at times. I would like to get back to a comment that Mr. Patera said. I think one of the reasons why shipping has a different treatment than the automobile industry is that there's a lot of a different momentum in the automobile industry. As a public, we read all the time articles, we hear argumentation. Ship owners, it would seem to me, are more bashful in this respect. I think almost hiding, feeling guilty about nothing really. But I don't see this public discourse from the part of the ship-owning community. This 3% that you so rightly point out doesn't get out in the public. The automobile industry takes a different treatment in that. So that's a little bit of a comment from my side. But again, from your side as an audience, we'd like you to be contrarian today. Raise your hand, say something. Mr. Pateras, I think you wanted to add something.
I just wanted to say that as with the car industries in the 60s, when they realized that lead was damaging to the development of children's brains, they were the target of every single congressional subcommittee, and they were targets until they found a solution. We have been targets. Shipping has always been a target. We're an easy target.
But are you informing the public sufficiently enough to make sure you're not the target?
Continuously negatively. Nobody is really interested to hear, it's not newsworthy to hear that we have doubled our throughput of cargo and yet reduced our CO2 footprint. We've been saying it for years.
Make it newsworthy.
This time was the first time it was heard when Melina Travlou, our president, said it at COP28. And everybody went, oh, wow, really? But we've been saying it. We've all been saying it. Our community has been saying it for years. But nobody, the press likes to hear the bad parts. Nobody wants to stress what we've actually done. We've outperformed every industry when it comes to CO2 reduction, environmentally friendly. Our ships have always been designed to be environmentally friendly. You're all probably too young to have ever traveled on a Liberty ship. Unfortunately, I did. The Liberty ships had 2 boilers, old-style boilers. They were 10,000-ton ships. They were consuming 30 tons of the worst possible fuel, bunker C, at the time, which was worse than 380 centistoke for people who are conversant with fuels in our ships. And yet they had a crewman called the Monkey Boy, who sat in the middle between the two boilers and had a periscope and could see the funnel and the smoke coming out. And depending on the color of the smoke, he would open or close the air into the boiler to reduce the black smoke or reduce the white smoke, because we were concerned about the environment during the war. This is what the shipping industry has always done. We have always been environmentally friendly and always aware, and we've been fined and taxed continuously. That doesn't work. But we have always been concerned about the fuel and the environment from very, very on, and about our crews. This was the motive. And today, a Kamsarmax was launched in Oshima shipyard, 84,000-ton vessel that goes 12 knots on 12 tons. And the Liberty was 10,000-tonner, went 10 knots, well, didn't actually ever go 10 knots, or said it did, 10 knots on 30 tons. So look at the improvement in, what, 70 years? Look at the massive improvement that we've done in 70. You can't even quantify that massive improvement.
Thank you so much for this. Anyone from the audience care to join us in this discourse? Yes, please. Mr. Hadjigeorgiou, please. There's a mic coming your end.
I fully agree with what Dr. Pateras was saying regarding fuels. This should be at the forefront of any realistic discussion. But I believe that we as shipping should accept this reality and move forward on that basis. What can we do? My idea and proposal is that we should be building electric ships, and we should be transforming whatever source of energy the community is deciding to give us into electricity that will power the ships that we're building, and then at the end of the day we can change whatever fuel will be transforming into electricity in an efficient and transformable manner. I think this is the way forward. Otherwise, we're wasting too many resources and energy for no reason at all. Thank you.
Thank you too. Someone else can... please.
Yes, electric cars, electric ships are probably the way forward. And the power source, we have to decide or find the greenest power source. Until we develop superconductivity at room temperature, we're never going to have the batteries to produce a long distance, a long haul. It will always be short haul until we go nuclear. And we will eventually go nuclear, as it will be the safest, the greenest, and the only way forward. I just hope I live long enough to see it.
We will have a panelist today who will discuss nuclear energy.
I'm not talking about batteries. I'm talking about, let's say, for example, today, we could have a ship with diesel generators burning fuel that will convert into electricity and will drive an azipod that...
It's less efficient than going directly the diesel to a direct drive, because you've got the conversion to electricity and then back into motion.
Yes, but in 5 years' time, you could have these diesel generators replaced with fuel cells.
This is the principle of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping's project for the development, for the renewal of the ferryboat fleet.
Yeah. So
and it is to have a power management system and just change the power source.
Transformability. We need to build ships that are easily transformable within the framework of, let's say, 5 to 10 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you too. Sorry, Mr. Foyle. I think we had one member.
Two questions.
Two more questions, and then we move on.
And very, very brief answers, please, and questions,
Yes.
because...
But I think this discourse is important, even if we need your patience for some delays here and there. This discourse is important.
Hello, and thank you for your presentation. I think this question is more addressed to Dr. Pateras. So, since we've got everything wrong every time you try to do it better for the environment, wouldn't it be better to stop changing shipping to be more eco-friendly and have all the international community pressuring the industries of each individual country to become greener and safer? Thank you.
Yes. Cross-sectoral collaboration. It's exactly that. Don't do what is not politically correct or politically pleasant. That's my point, is that we must stop being politically pleasant, and we must not do what the journalists want us to do because they make the politicians feel good. We've got to be able to do cross-sectorial collaboration and ask the scientists the real science, and ask the industry. You're absolutely right. The industry knows very well what we have to do to become greener. Thank you.
Thank you. And
We have one more question.
one more question.
Hi, my name is Stelios Bouras. I'm with Naftiliaki magazine. I'd like to ask a question to Mr. Pateras and to Mr. Fafalios in regards to the safety of crew members. You both touched upon it, and I'd like to ask, yeah, safety is a big issue, and it's crucial to the industry. And Mr. Pateras mentioned the fact that it's unfortunate that many of them are opting to enter conflict zones. But at the same time, the shipping companies are offering bonuses to those who make that decision. So it seems to me like, on the one hand, we're saying one thing, but at the same time, we're offering something else. I mean, how is it that this can be coordinated in a more fair way to the crew members, given that there are many conflicts, 16 conflicts, I think, that you mentioned, Mr. Pateras, in the world, and it's a huge issue, but there seems to be contradicting ways of handling this.
Yes, thank you for that question. But yes, the crew members decide to go through, but they're not just abandoned to go through by themselves. Obviously, there are armed guards put on board, there's protection, there are measures that are taken by the ship owner, the measures to protect the vessel. They're not just abandoned and say, go through to get your extra bonus. There's a lot of work involved and a lot of strategy involved in allowing a vessel to go through a conflict area. And that's very important. There's international standards that Dimitri was saying. There are very serious and severe industrial standards to allow a vessel to go through a conflict area. So I don't think they're just going through just to get the bonus. There is a lot of work being done. And obviously, you've got to stand up. I think it's very important to stand up to violence, and you've got to turn around and say stop. And the only way to do it is to show that you're going to fight it. I don't know, but without, obviously, going to war. Dimitri, I don't know.
No, I don't have much to add, but when a ship owner decides to go through a difficult area, there are a lot of decisions which have to be made, and the concept and the aspect of crew safety is very, very much at the top of that decision making tree. There are certain people on board, believe it or not, who are much more. They thrive on risk, and sometimes when a ship owner actually decides not to go through a conflict area, they actually make they make their their preference known, and often it's been known that people have signed off, and then they've gone on to another ship which is going through a conflict area. So we always have to have seafarer safety at the forefront, and this is often lost on the regulators, because the regulators are often just looking at a particular objective, which is decarbonization. And if, for instance, the vessel is asked to store and to consume, for instance, ammonia, which is a very toxic gas, in the regulator's eyes, it's more important to decarbonize than it is to put the crew in a safer position. So this is what, in the industry, we have to fight every day, is to get this balance of safety and decarbonization and efficiency and effectiveness. This is what we fight every single day. Thank you. Thank you too. Thank you very much.
It's a complex world, it's a complex industry, it's an international industry, and it gets very complicated sometimes and very challenging. And with that, we are closing our very interesting panel, and I want to thank you all. I think it was very informative. I would like to call our chair, the conference chair, Mr. Angelos Ropas Pantaleon, to continue the conference with a very interesting spotlight session, spotlight on an industry maker, with Mr. Hoy.
Mr. Garibaldi, may I welcome you?
Ναι.
Good morning once again. I take great pleasure in introducing to you Mr. Roy Garibaldi, Executive Director and Board Member of SDM, tasked with promoting the international business environment of Madeira in Portugal. So thank you very much for joining us. I think your opinions and ideas are important in two ways. First of all, they're important for your country, but they are equally important for Europe because you have managed to take a segment, an area of Europe, promote it successfully, and for Europe, these are lessons on how to promote hubs, business ideas, like, for example, the international flag of Portugal out of Madeira. So this is what we'd like to focus and hear your insights on. How have you created that? What are your recommendations and advice for other hubs in Europe to be as successful and promote business ideas that are critical if Europe is again to take the front stage on many shipping issues?
Well, good morning, first of all, to everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation to be a speaker here today. And Angelos, thank you very much for all the questions you have raised. I am coming as presented by Angelos from Madeira Island, from Portugal. And as a matter of fact, we have one of the fastest growing ship registries in the European Union at the moment. I believe that we have been the fastest growing shipping register in the EU in the last 10 years. And this ship register is part of what we call an international business center. The International Business Center of Madeira basically is an economic tool consisting of a tax regime, a preferential tax regime, which has been agreed and approved by the European Union since the very beginning, which has been designed in order to attract foreign investment, foreign capital into the island of Madeira, in order to diversify its economy, in order to diversify its structure of goods and services. As perhaps some of you may know from having visited Madeira in the past, it is a lovely place, a lovely island. However, it cannot depend and it cannot live alone on tourism. Tourism is, of course, the main economic activity of the island, but is not sufficient to generate investment, income, and jobs for the local population. And therefore, this was the main idea behind the creation of this so-called International Business Center, which, as I've pointed out, basically consists of a preferential tax regime covering various activities, going from industrial activities to IT companies, services companies, and of course, shipping companies and ship registration as well. As you pointed out indirectly in your questions, the idea came from the good examples of other European islands and other small European economies which had the same structural problems, the same economic handicaps that Madeira had at the time. And of course, we took a look at those good examples. We adjusted them to our own reality, and we came up with this regime, which in fact has benefited a lot the island of Madeira. Just to give you a couple of figures, according to last year's official statistics, more than 13% of all the revenues for the island of Madeira came from companies established in the International Business Center of Madeira.
Within a span of how many years?
The regime was created in '87, back in '87, and we have been operating since the early 90s. Again, it is now responsible for more than 13% of the total tax revenue. If we take a look only at corporate tax, and by the way, corporate tax for international companies in the International Business Center of Madeira is of only 5%. However, these companies are responsible for 48% of all the corporate tax collected in Madeira. So these international companies are responsible for nearly half of all the corporate tax paid.
So figures speak for themselves, but if you had to be a consultant somewhere and give a 1, 2, 3 of what it takes to put this idea into motion and continue that motion. Today we talk a bit about motion and action in the conference. So you actually took action, it's motion and action, but what is it that you think, what 2 or 3 elements do you think have helped in making all this promotion succeed?
Well, first of all, you need to have, of course, a clear objective and a clear idea of what you want to achieve, first of all. But that idea, of course, can only be put in motion, as you've said, if you have the proper people, of course, behind it, the know-how, and, very importantly, provided that both, in this case, in our case, the regional government and the national government are behind the project and support the project from a political and legislative point of view. There is no future, let's say, in a very good project and a very good idea if it does not have sufficient political support.
And I assume continuity in the strategies pursued over the years, I suspect.
That's correct, and that's, I would say, something that we have been lucky in during our existence, is the fact that independently from the parties that had governed Portugal and Madeira in the last decades, there has been overall political support for the project of the International Business Center of Madeira and the project of the International Ship Registry, more specifically, coming from the 2 main parties that have dominated Portuguese politics in the last decades. There is an understanding by the main parties in power in Portugal that this is an important issue, not only for Madeira, but for the country as a whole. As a matter of fact, the success of MAR, of the Madeira Registry, or the Madeira Ship Registry, has been extremely important for Portugal, for positioning Portugal now again among the high-ranking maritime nations in the world, at the IMO and other international organizations. So a good project, a good idea with the right people are good elements, but without the political support, you're not able to achieve anything. So you need to have the political drive and the political will behind it in order to be able to implement good projects.
Maybe it's interesting to hear your views a bit on how private enterprise and public discourse can coincide and move into action. So there are politicians, there are politics, there are needs of the people, but there's private enterprise that also needs to benefit from this. And this collaboration, it would seem, also on the part of MAR and the International Ship Registry, seems to work. What lessons can we derive from this, and what lessons can Europe derive from this success and this collaboration?
Well, indeed, there has been an intense and positive collaborations with governments along these years, and I think basically the secret, if you want to call it that, there's no secret, but if you want to call it that, has been the fact that the Portuguese government authorities have taken a look at private initiatives as something as partners.
As partners.
As partners. So there has been really a partnership between private entities, between private companies, between private investors, and both the regional and the national governments. So this partnership, I would say, this looking at investors, looking at businesses as partners and not as an opposition force or something like that, has been a very positive aspect that I hope that Portugal will be able to maintain in the future from a political point of view.
So then we talk about creativity, continuity, and partnership of public and private sector to make results happen. And this is a success story behind Madeira and its international business environment there, correct? Would that sum it up in your view?
I would say so. I would say that sums it up. And I would probably add something else, which would be perseverance.
Perseverance. It doesn't all happen in an instant.
Absolutely, it doesn't happen. I mean, this package that now we're able to offer to shipping companies and international companies in general took a long time to set up, took a long time to be negotiated and approved. I can see from here my good friend Albrecht from Euromar, and he knows very well as I do, that over the last 10 years, of course, it took us a lot of discussions and negotiations with the national government to implement legal changes, legal improvements in the package that MAR is able to offer. So indeed, perseverance is also something that you must have in order to achieve your goals.
Excellent. Well, thank you for sharing these thoughts with us. Any member of the audience has any questions, any insights that you would appreciate having? Mr. Garibaldi will be around in any case for the balance of the day, but is there any member of the audience that has a particular interest point they'd like to raise? Great. Well,
it was all clear then.
Very clear indeed. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning and hello to everyone. My name is Carla. As Angelos just said, I am the director for Euromar for Greece, and together with Angelos Hopas, who you all know very well, we are the agents for the flag of Portugal permanently, based here in Greece. Before I move along, I would like to say a sincere thank you to the organization, to Slide2Open, to Despina and to her team for inviting us for this opportunity to be a sponsor at this event and to be speaking to you at this event for the first time. Thank you very much. Who are we? And what is it exactly that we do? What is it that we represent? What are we exactly agents for? Euromar is a private company that's established since 2013. And at this time, towards the end of the year, an agreement was established with SDM, which CEO you saw represented just a while ago, Mr. Rui Garibaldi. And this partnership has proved very fruitful over the years, and other parallel corporations have evolved over the years. We work very closely as well with the technical commissions of the registry. We work together with the local and national governments as well, and also with the DGRM, which is the Maritime Administration of Portugal. So this is going a little bit actually to what the previous panel just mentioned, which is the public-private partnerships and the importance of those partnerships. So that's something that we're very grateful, and we've been seeing results that the Portuguese government, so the government of my country, has realized, and we've been holding hands ever since. Here you can see a few numbers about MAR, which hopefully are very interesting. This is the total number of vessels that we have registered at MAR by the end of 2023, the end of last year. We focus very much on quality tonnage, so quality-minded owners with quality vessels has always been the main focus for steady but sustainable growth of the registry. Of course, the average age of the vessels has some input on that as well. And as you can see, even though the total number of vessels registered is quite small, there's actually quite a serious and significant growth since 2013 to date, as at the moment we are over 30 million deadweight ton, whilst continuing to be one of the youngest fleets in the EU. You can also have a general view of the type of vessels and percentages that are registered, so you can understand that there is experience with all sectors. This slide is very interesting. You can see the growth there and how steady it has been in comparison to the rest of Europe. This steady growth comes as a result, obviously, of quality service-minded teams behind the flag, both from the private and the public sector as well. Flexibility and also availability. It's not possible to reach such growth in such a short period. After the changes that Mr. Garibaldi just mentioned, there were to the laws and significant changes not that long ago, and continue growing as we expect to also in the future to come. We are now placed number 3 in Europe in terms of deadweight, and between 2020 and the end of last year, we actually sat on podium in regards to growth in comparison to all open flags. That was a 56% growth. Why Portugal? How did this come about? We would start by saying European legislation. So EU community guidelines, state aid guidelines for maritime transport, support offshore to onshore. In some, the legislation addresses the fact that ship managers based in EU member countries must have a certain percentage, a specific figure, of vessels under EU flag states. Countries have slowly over time transposed that directive into their home legislation, and this has been a main point and something that both Euromar and the Portuguese government understood early on would be an opportunity to create a quality, good product in the European Union. Full service 24/7. This is truly a rounded service. For those technical people here, you are able to both reach any maritime registration or seafarers department within Euromar, but also the Maritime Administration, as a result of the changing laws, has created a maritime support group at the DGRM, at the Maritime Administration, that you can also have full access to any day of the year, any time of the day. Digitalized services. Portugal was actually the first flag state to have electronic endorsements, and every other document that is received by the owners or directly on vessels, and this was indeed a huge help during COVID and one of the reasons why we had a peak growth. Everything is fully digitalized with a QR code within 1 hour on your table. We have 110 diplomatic missions around the globe, and what we mean by Navy with presence is the Navy, from the moment that your vessels are registered, or any vessels are registered with Portugal, they are not only monitored from Portugal by the Navy, but there is also Navy presence in high-risk areas. We were just talking a while ago about armed guards. And the locations that we do not have that, there are agreements with other flag states, like Spain, for example. Regarding maritime safety performance, Portugal has ranked excellent continuously over the years. As just mentioned, this has to do with the young fleet, but also you can see that we are whitelisted in Paris and Tokyo MOU, back on Call Ship 21, and we have positive performance throughout. You will see now the flag state performance by ISC, where you can see that all of our numbers are, or all of our items are green. There are further operational and commercial advantages to the flag of Portugal. Just to mention a few, Most of our dispensation and exemptions are free of charge. This is an important point. This means that no matter how many you request, these are free of charge. These characteristics come specifically from the regime and the EU regime that was just mentioned that Madeira has, and there will be further advantages as well related to other fees that you'll see with the majority of our competition that will not apply to Portugal. Portugal does not have yet a network of inspectors. This is being worked on, again, in close cooperation and in partnership between the entities, so the public and the private, the commercial, the experience on the ground together with the government to reach the best possible network that is exactly what is needed by the industry. We rely fully on class, and Portugal has issued a malfunction bridge equipment form, which is a document that covers a lot of the cases that happen on board vessels. And this is a simple form that's filled and signed by the captain, and that can be forwarded, and matters are dealt with at significantly more speed than what you will see likely in comparison in other cases. Endorsements are only for officers and engineers, and therefore, because ratings have no crew documents or seaman's book, there will also be no costs related to that. So that's quite an interesting savings point, I would say. Excuse me. In regards to change of flag, certain certificates are not necessary to be issued, and no additional auditing as well, which is also a savings and also a facilitator when changing flag, in cases where certain documents have been issued in the near future or have a specific validity to them. In addition to the advantages just mentioned, and in addition to what all other EU members also enjoy, which is the China port fees with the discounts, Portugal is the only flag state to enjoy the Brazil Lighthouse savings. So vessels can save up to $3,000 per port call in Brazil, and as you can see, this can reach significant savings depending on what routes companies are usually doing. Legal and corporate advantages. We have the privilege to having a wonderful and very experienced Portuguese lawyer present here today who will speak later on. We have a unique mortgage regulation. That means that Portugal has created a specific mortgage regime that combines not only civil law elements, but also common law elements that are traditional, let's put it like that, to the shipping industry. It's fully accepted by all law firms and all ship financing banks, and is actually very, very concise and very simple, and is usually very friendly and well accepted by creditors and creditors. We have no notary fees and no mortgage fees with our registry. This is also part of having the specific regime and having MAR under the IBCM, which is in close coordination and is a regime that is discussed with the European Union. So the fact that these fees are non-existent is something that you can count on consistently, because these are not matters that are decided particularly by the country or by anyone and any entity locally, but part of a more global package. A very important point is that there is no obligation to incorporate an owning entity or any type of foreign maritime entity to have a vessel registered in Portugal. By law, you only require a local representative, which is exactly what Euromar does. That means in practice that any entity from any jurisdiction in the world can immediately incorporate a vessel and or mortgage in Portugal. Of course, you enjoy the commercial advantages of cabotage trade within the EU, and Portugal has also established a very interesting discount bracket by law for quantity of vessels registered, which starts from the third vessel, actually. This was my presentation. I will be outside together with my colleagues and as well a representative from the International Shipowners Association of Portugal is here as well. Mrs. Sofia Pereira will be outside in case you have any questions. Sofia is also here as part of the public-private efforts to listen to what are the needs and basically hold hands and take this information back to Portugal, to our country, and work further on to make improvements, which we are actually currently working on through 2 working groups, not only on topics for improvement on current topics already, but Portugal is also working on future new topics that are still not around and which we hope are of interest to the industry. Thank you very much and enjoy the conference.
Thank you too, Carla. Please. Well, we have a second example emanating from the successes of the Madeira international business community. We have Euromar that you just heard about, and we have Mr. Khan, Mr. Ralph Gart, Managing Director of Ocean Score, also operating out of Madeira. So thank you all panelists for joining. We have 2 business members from that environment, and we have members representing the shipping community and the legal shipping community, Mr. Timagenis. When I joined shipping some 27, 30 years ago, we always would think that whatever we wanted to accomplish would have to happen out of Europe. The services were there, the infrastructure was there, the support was there. So shipping was very much a European affair back then. I'm not so sure that it continues being this today, which is what our topic is all about. How European is European shipping today in the end? And can Europe support the shipping business cluster the way that it used to support some decades ago? So I'm joined with our panel members. I will start this discussion with Albrecht. Albrecht and I always have this conflict in our arguments, which is very productive, we find. Albrecht, you are a very outspoken proponent of the European Union. You believe in Europe, you believe in everything European, you believe in the momentum and the motion and the action. What is it that you think we are lacking today, if you think we are lacking something, in terms of making European shipping more European?
Well, thank you very much for your question. And when Angelo speaks of ongoing arguments, you know, it's the good old Greek-German thing, you know. We like each other, but we like to enter into nice disputes that lead us further. Well, the topic of the panel is how European shipping, right? My first answer needs to be not enough, of course not. But the second statement would be a counter question. What is it to be European? Which I find a very interesting question, and it's always easy to explain or to answer such counter questions with a comparison. I think being European, for instance, is not being American. And I'm pointing that out because I want to say the last thing we would need is a European Jones Act. You know, no protectionism, please. I think European is thriving by allowing competition, and also allowing competition to the whole big world outside of Europe. And as an, I would say, introducing statement to your question, what is it that we can do is we can look into Europe and see what we can use of our strength to cooperate and trade more and better and to everyone's advantage by using our strength, our forces that we still have in Europe.
Well, you're talking to someone on your left there who's representing a major shipping company who used to be European listed, but delisted. And so I like to interrupt, but that doesn't mean you should place the mic down. Let's have an open discourse all the time and interrupt one another. So, Alexis, maybe you can add or contradict or agree with what Albrecht said about some experiences you had in delisting. Why did you do that? Why did you move more on the US side of things rather than remain more on the European side of things, in the public markets area, I mean?
Many thanks, Angele, for inviting me to participate in the panel, and Slide2Open, Mrs. Travlou, for the invitation. Look, I'll come on to the listing point in a second, but I do believe that the shipping does remain, to a large extent, a European, the European part of it is prominent. I think in terms of the service providers, in terms of ownership, I think we have just, in the wider sense of shipping, I think we have moved, Europe has focused on the more value-adding parts of the chain. So, for example, in terms of management, in terms of services, finance remains also a European strength. Of course, we have the entry of the Chinese leasing houses, but also in terms of the shipbuilding, for example, the less value-added parts have been where the Chinese are able to compete more effectively on costs, have gone there. But we continue to also build in Europe, large cruise ships. We continue to build custom luxury yachts.
So do you feel you work for a European industry out of your position today?
It is, well...
How frequently are you in Europe for business as opposed to Asia or the US?
I think we still have, we still remain prominent in that regard, yes. So I think there are routes here in Europe in the shipping, as far as the shipping industry is concerned, and that has been cultivated over the centuries and remains, people are attached to the sea and trade. I think it's very important for us. Now, coming on to the point about the capital markets, I think there, yes, perhaps there is more that could be done in the European continent as far as, being more attractive for shipping companies relative to the US capital markets. It is hard to come back because, once a certain scale is reached and, certainly now the vast majority of shipping companies are listed on the New York Stock Exchange or NASDAQ, it's very difficult. You have an analyst community there, you have the investors that know very well, the dynamics and the drivers of the sector. So it's difficult to create such a cluster, coming from behind. However, there are some clear things that could be improved in the European context, and that are things also that led us, were part of the reason that we actually left the London market about, now it's 8 years ago, back in 2016. I think things like, the European Prospectus Directive that is requiring companies, if you want to raise more than 10% of your existing capital, you need to go through the whole filing of prospectus, and this takes considerable time for it to be reviewed by the national capital market commission that applies. So at a time when the shipping markets are moving quickly, and you need to be able to tap the capital market to raise financing for your next acquisition in a quick and efficient manner. The same applies also, there is a different approach from a corporate governance perspective in terms of the shareholder rights. In Europe, the default is, when we have a company, the default, what the law basically states is that, the existing shareholders have preemption rights. So if you are to raise capital and tap new investors, you need to go through again a process, seek approval from your existing shareholders to waive these rights. So again, this is time consuming. In the US, the typical setup is that these preemption rights do not exist. So the rights issues are an exception rather than the rule, and it's much easier to raise capital from new investors. So yes, there I think the US has taken a lead that is it's difficult to sort of
and Europe could learn from.
Exactly.
Nektaria, at Hellas Confidence, you manage a very substantial fleet. You do so ably. Probably you are coming sometimes against the regulatory framework. Probably at times you come against a regulatory framework that's not very friendly, that's maybe not very consistent, that's not very business friendly. What are your views on this? How difficult does it make your daily tasks? And what are a few suggestions you could make to help improve and make shipping more European and more friendly to European companies?
Thank you very much for this invitation to participate in this panel. It's indeed very interesting. And I'm representing a company that the entire fleet is registered under a European flag. And this has benefits for us and can be also kind of challenging. Because what we see is that the European Union imposes regulation very often on top of what already existing by IMO that sufficiently covers the items that are addressed to what European Union is adding. So some example of this is the EU ETS that has been already discussed and
which Ralph will talk about in a while after yourself.
That came as in combination with already existing MRV, which was imposed 1 year before the IMO DCS that was dealing with the same topics, analysis and reporting of CO2 emissions. The ship recycling directive, again, when IMO was already working with the Hong Kong Convention. What I want to stress is that, of course, as European citizens, we welcome the initiatives for the protection of the environment, for the safety of our seas. However, as shipping professionals, we cannot help wondering whether all these additional requirements have any added value. Since, as already mentioned, IMO, and everybody knows here, that works intensively on these matters, and most of them are already addressed. We don't want the European Union to compromise in terms of safety and environmental protection. However, what we would like to see is that, first of all, they have a more harmonized system with regulatory approach with IMO. And we want to see the industry more actively involved in the decision-making and the regulatory updates, especially people that have practical knowledge of the day-to-day operation of ships and shipping companies.
Ralph, Nektaria couldn't be more direct with you. She's asking a very direct question. Is EU ETS something that was needed right now? Are we shooting ourselves in the foot as a continent? Nektaria is wondering, the audience is wondering, so I'm taking the liberty to put you on the spot in this respect and hear your views on whether you think this can turn into a positive spin towards the market, whether the market can start seeing this in Europe as something with positive angles that can make Europe more friendly towards shipping.
So, thank you, Angela. I think that every regulation that starts new and puts a price on something is a hurdle in the beginning, and many stakeholders see the bad in the beginning. What you saw in the early 2000s was that EU decided to promote solar energy and wind energy as renewable energies. And Europe was really, really the market leader in solar panel production and wind energy production. The problem later was that all this technology was being exported to countries who could produce this cheaper, and today solar wafers production is 95% in China. So all the companies have died. But the good thing was back then that it fostered innovation. And I believe that EU ETS will not be a European topic in the long run. The EU even they already said that they don't want to promote or be the only region that has a carbon tax and puts this on companies. But they expect that in the long run, IMO will take this topic global.
If you could single out 2 or 3 spins out of the ETS, the EU ETS regime, 2 or 3 positives that you see can be conducive to trade and shipping, what would you think these are?
I think the positive thing out of EU ETS, it's going to foster innovation. You see all the startups, all the companies that are now taking on the challenge on trying to build new propulsions, more effectively design vessels, engines, and so forth. It's going to foster innovation, and I also believe that how European is European shipping today. Europe was always leading in engineering and technical innovation, and this is also something that Europe will do in the future. So innovation is really something that will be fostered by EU ETS. In the long run, it will also be a level playing field globally.
It's the angle that Alexis brought into the discussion, European cruise ships still being at the fore. So there is still hope. Ultimately, Yanis, we are governed by lawyers. Albrecht is a lawyer. He doesn't always promote that. And Carla, who previously spoke, as a lawyer. A lot of this regulation comes into play through the work of lawyers. You represent a legal firm that has been on the fore of shipping, finance, and all things shipping. You are aware of all this regulation, and your business cluster is part of it. In what ways do you think the regulatory environment in Europe is stifling, and in what ways do you think it could be improved? And what's your personal experience in this respect?
Thank you, Angela, and I also would like to thank the organizer of the conference, Mr. Travlou. It's an excellent opportunity to promote shipping and to promote shipping in Europe in particular. And I think this initiative should happen more often. Now, as to the regulation, I believe that this is inevitable. Europe has to put in some regulation. The question is, how do we get involved in the process of producing this regulation? And this is the key, because if the regulation is produced by people that are not very connected with the industry, then in that case, when the time of application comes, so it won't be so much up to the lawyers, it will be up to the practitioners, up to the shipping companies. So the question is, how do we get involved more? Obviously, in my view, I mean, since we're in the legal industry, human capital is key. So in my view, I think training and promoting shipping, not just in the shipping countries, but in Europe, we have to sort of educate Europe that essentially they have, I think, over 40% of the world fleet controlled by European interests. And I think participation in the government is key. And I'm going to take the opportunity, since also Carla spoke before, it is a unique example that many other flags could follow. Obviously, Euromar is first on this, but the cooperation between private initiative and public initiative is crucial. Essentially, the state should delegate some of the duties, because then you can make more efficient services. And this would allow the regulation to come in more smoothly. Now, the second thing, I think, and the only thing that is very key for shipping is competition. Europe is the best in terms of regulation. I mentioned how I think regulation should be produced. We have to participate as much as possible. This should be the aim.
I made an intervention in the first panel and called for more intervention by ship owners and for more representation.
Exactly.
Do you agree that this is needed? And if you had
Absolutely.
to give the ship owning community in Greece, which is a vast community,
Absolutely.
2 or 3 words of advice, how would you say the shipping community needs to promote its agenda, which ultimately is also the agenda for all of us consumers? Because if things get out of control, we as consumers won't be served, or will be served at a very high price. What 2 pieces of advice would you give the ship-owning community in this respect?
Well, as I said, keep the human capital. Train the people, get them more involved, not so much in shipping, but also in the European structure. Then you can be involved, because if you don't have the knowledge, if you don't have the expertise, if you don't have the skills, how are you going to intervene? And this is why I think this conference is very important, and these opportunities should happen more often, because they promote the interest of shipping and the questions that need to be sort of put into Europe a little bit more in order to intervene properly. And in my view, the second thing is the competitiveness, that the intervention from the industry should be obviously to assist in the production of the regulation, because these regulations are not optional. As I mentioned, this is not a choice. So what we can do is to intervene and make sure, to the extent possible, that they can comply with the requirements of the industry. The second thing is to intervene in order to, okay, you have regulation on the one hand. How about competitiveness? Who is the greatest competitor of European shipping? China. We have to look at what our competitors do. Okay, it's one thing to regulate, which is important and has to happen, and the other thing is to keep the industry going. In order to keep the industry going, you need to look at your competition. Competition here is China. And I think the agenda of China is definitely to be first in every single industry. So far, in shipping, it is not, because Greece is. But I don't know what's going to happen in the next few years.
Nectaria, if you had to take Yannis up on what he said, do you think there is a possibility for you, representing ship-owning interests, to intervene in the process? Are you missing something there to be heard? What are you missing as ship-owning interest, to have your needs heard? And what you said before was a need for a more uniform regulatory environment. What are you missing in this equation that Yannis raises also?
Yannis said something very correct. At the end of the day, it's not the lawyers that they are going to implement the regulations. We have to work in the CIMIC companies to find solutions. Usually they don't come with a regulation, okay? To find the proper and people that will work on this particular new requirement. Sometimes we don't have the know-how, or we have even to establish new position in our companies. Especially now with all this discussion about the environmental issues, the energy efficiency, we're trying to find who's going to work with these aspects. They're in the market already, but not too many, in order to have a pool to choose. So we really need, also, sometimes we get things on our desks that we notice that they have not taken into consideration all aspects, meaning documentation-wise. I would like to bring an example. We have a business structure with our principals that for ETS has not been taken into consideration, how the documentation, the mandates that we have to issue are going to work between the ship owner, the bareboat charterer, and the ISM manager. There is a confusion there for us, for the way.
So that's a question for Ralph then. Do you think ship owners have intervened enough, have had their voices heard enough on this EU ETS regime now? And in your contacts with owners, what would you advise them to do if you want to have this regime be more palatable, more friendly, more effective? What are you missing in what Nectaria just mentioned and what Yannis also raised?
I mean, in the end, it's all about the climate debate, and shipping is now part of it. And usually the regulator discusses actions with the industries, and maybe the ship owners thought that IMO will take over this role, and IMO was probably not ambitious enough. So EU regulators said, okay, we want to advance this, and we go ahead with this. There was an exchange with the industry, with industry associations, but the EU, I guess, went ahead faster than the industry anticipated. And also, when we discuss with many industry participants, owners, shipping charterers, ISM managers, in the last year, well, in the beginning of the year, everybody thought that EU ETS will start in September 2025. And even mid-year last year, nobody had this on the agenda. And only, I think in October last year, the first companies realized it's going to start January 1st, 2024. So maybe there's not enough discussion and engagement between the shipping associations, owner associations, and EU, and it could be intensified.
So Alexis, what do you think a ship-owning company can do to step on the brakes a bit of what's unfolding and which has caught many shipping companies by surprise? That's the one thing I would like you to give your opinion. And the other is, if you compare you have a global experience in working in so many regions of the world. If you had to compare regulatory effectiveness, where would you think that Europe is more lacking in bringing regulations that actually speak to the business needs and can lead to something better?
Well, if I start from the second question, I would say that the European regulation is effective, but we just need to make sure that we are not creating a drag on the business. So yes, it's good to be pioneers in terms of, and being, we are all, of course, as also in the previous panels it was covered, very much aware of the environmental aspects and of the business. We just need to make sure that there is a level playing field and we're not penalizing ourselves. And
right now, do you think Europe is penalizing itself?
Well, for example, what has happened in the Russia-Ukraine situation with the price cap regulation. It was dictated, I think, by the Americans. The Europeans aligned themselves. But I think that we as Europeans are sort of bearing a much heavier part of the cost of and implications of that than other nations around the world. So we need to be cognizant of that aspect.
Albrecht, would you tell Alexis that we could have, as Europe, handled it differently, or do you think that in the end it serves these situations as handled by the EU serve the interests of our continent?
Well, I'm a lawyer by training. My answer can only be, it depends. So, But I would like to refer to what was said before in terms of raising the voice of shipping. And I would like to make two brief statements. Number one is, I'd like to share with you that we, as Euromar, agent of the Portuguese flag, and the European International Shipowners Association of Portugal, here represented by Sofia Pereira, we go regularly to Brussels. And we talk to people, and I can tell you, whenever I sit in the plane from Hamburg to Brussels in the morning and I fly there, I say, oh no, I need to talk to administrators, politicians, I can't close deals, you know, I can't get ships from Golden Port today because I have to do lobbying. And then I spend a couple of days in Brussels, and I come back home and I say, wow.
It was worth it.
Big time, and I'd like to explain also why, because Europe is so fascinating. I really love to be.
Qualify the word fascinating for us.
With all the trouble that comes along with it.
Qualify the word fascinating for us.
Well,
I heard the laughter from the audience.
Yeah, we're doing 15 minutes, but I promise to be short. So, you know, we have our days there. We start with a Bulgarian communist. We talk to a Portuguese guy from the Green Party. We meet an unfriendly German Christian Democrat. We talked to a social democrat from Malta. It was the funniest guy, the social democrat from Malta, former prime minister. We said, hey, we need to raise the voice of shipping. You're the biggest flag in Europe. Let's do this. He said, no, 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 no. We don't want them to know what we are doing. You know? So you get into the biggest diversity of conversations. But you meet, in the end, you meet really good people from all those different countries. I mean, think about it. You have the council, the parliament, you have the commission. Nobody in this room, including myself, can really explain how all these institutions cooperate.
But what does it take to make all this diversity constructive in the end?
Step by step. You know, I'm a German. I have to do it step by step. What I wanted to say, it does work in the end. It does work. It's complex, and we need to deal with the complexity. Europe is not a remote offshore place with 50,000 people that sells its jurisdiction for ship owners to use it. It's a unique experiment in our history, and it gave us a lot, and it's damn complicated, and we need to deal with the complication by going there, and this is what Yannis said. Let's lobby. Lobby has a taste, which is not good in the sound, but it's a good thing, because lobbying in the end means we bring our industry's expertise to those who make the decision, period. This is what it is.
And bring a positive connotation to shipping, because it has a negative connotation.
Of course, and then we need to explain, hey, Europe, try to enforce emission trading on the international level because it helps everyone more. Now they did it here. It brings some advantages because it brings innovation and makes our life also temporarily more complicated. When I come back from Brussels, I always think these legislators, they wake up in the morning and the first thing they think is, what could I regulate today? But the problem is, they look inside, I'm almost done, don't worry. They look into Europe and they ask themselves, how can we further regulate the life of our citizens in our 27 countries? My wish to Europe, and this is what we should bring to Brussels and to all the national governments, because in the end it is national governments as well, is don't focus so much how we can regulate further the life of your citizens. Use the force that Europe still has. We are still a global powerhouse. People want to trade with us. Use this force, use this power, use the beauty of it to strengthen our position in the world towards others. And one concrete example, last sentence, I promise, is trade agreements. We have so many trade agreements under negotiation. And our job as shipping industry is to move into the discussion about trade agreements and to see where can we add benefits for the shipping industry. And Europe can do this. Germany can't do this, Greece can't do this, Malta definitely not. But Europe as a whole can conclude trade agreements that create benefits. And this is just one example. Less regulation inside the EU, more using the force of the European Union to the outside world.
I'll be very surprised if I don't see Yannis in Brussels in the next quarter with all that he's hearing and the enthusiasm that's rubbing off. Rolf, I see you're ready to give, but I'd like you to, in your spin, to give us something also. If first piece of data is going to come out September 25, so that's another milestone in all this discussion. If we are to avoid all this discussion on possible transshipment centers outside Europe, to continue making all this decarbonization effort a European affair, what would you say is needed in the upcoming 18 months to make this ETS effort successful and more palatable towards the business community?
Well, I I think there's nothing needed to make it successful. First of all, it's a pain right now because the polluter has to pay, and they will pay. But they will also realize, because it's only phased in 40%, that the amount of money per cargo is really negligible. It's not that high.
The question is, does the polluter have an alternative to not pollute if you are to wear your shoes and I to wear my clothes or drive my car? I think that's where the European argument comes in.
The polluter will pollute. So maybe less. But that is in line with also spending less money on fuels. On fuels that pollute a lot, seeking alternatives which are initially probably more expensive and also not available, as we heard this morning already.
Exactly.
So it's very complex. I think for the next 12 months, I would say this is a big learning experience for the entire industry, and the way the industry really move forward is going to be experienced and decided in the next 12 months, because this is for every company, it's like the first time they have to cope with this, and yeah, many companies that I talk to haven't even implemented anything, don't know when now in February the first UA request will come in, how to deal with it and stuff. It's like trial and error right now. And so,
Nectaria, Alexis, your approach in this regime, do you have something mapped out? Do you think Brussels can listen to many of the things that maybe they need to iron out, make softer in the upcoming 18 months? Do you have any faith in this process going forward? Are you actively trying to find angles to make this a more livable situation for you?
I would like to count on what Albert already said and how passionate is about this, and say that, yeah, maybe there is a chance that our voice can be heard, but we want this kind of representation in order for this to happen.
Alexis, are you going to live with a lawyer's view here, or do you have your own view?
Well, what I would say in terms of the practical side of things is that, you know, we have obviously, and I think we were one of the first companies shipping companies in Greece to, you know, get our accounts set up for EU ETS. And obviously we have been adapting the charter parties to reflect, you know, the process as far as the relationship with the charters is concerned. But what I have found surprising is that I would be expecting the charters to be much more advanced in their preparation for EU ETS, and much to my surprise, I have found that there has been little preparation, if any. So, you know, I would expect, you know, and I'm not talking about large names in the industry, I don't want to name and shame, but you know, it's surprising that the charters, you know, you talk to them about EU ETS and, you know, there's...
You get a blank stare.
Yes.
Yanis, is this a nice niche for your business? Do you think they need some advice on that front? And how do you approach this matter in your business?
Well, I think being proactive is very important. As Mr. Stefanou said, it is very often that you see sometimes it's not many people prepare well in advance. And it's always, you know, not at the last minute, but sometimes people want to test things. They want to test how this is going to work. So they wait to see how somebody else will do it. I think definitely this is a niche, but of course, as I said again, it's not just for the lawyers here. So because the practical aspects have to be implemented by the actual stakeholders. The lawyers will help, but the actual practical aspects have to be worked out with the actual stakeholders. So I think that's...
Ralph is eager to say...
I would just add, you know, to Yanis's point, I mean, this is actually, the regulation is here and it is happening. So there's no uncertainty regarding the implementation. Exactly. Whereas, you know, in terms of the fuel question that we were discussing before, yes, there are many choices, methanol, ammonia, LNG, and so on. Here, so people say, okay, well, we're not sure, which one's going to prevail, which one is the right one, and so on. So the debate continues, but here, this is a certainty, so people should get prepared for that. There's no excuse.
It will happen.
Rolf.
I just would like to add that the certainty had not really been defined until last December. And there was a lot of uncertainty in the industry because the EU, or actually not the EU, but BIMCO, for instance, they had a time charter clause out, but they published the voyage and the shipment clause on December 6th last year. So that's when charterers, owners, started to actually negotiate based on what was written. And that's why everybody is right now in the phase of understanding what it means for the different parties in the business, and that's why there's also so much uncertainty. But over time, it would just play out.
And that's where Europe maybe could have promoted the notion more, and that could have brought it out. As much as we say that ship owners don't travel to Brussels that frequently, maybe the EU regulatory authorities had to travel to countries and promote that. But be that as it may, Alexis, you want to say something in this respect?
I would just say that perhaps a conference in Brussels would make sense.
There we go. Slide2Open, new ideas for you, new horizons.
It's a business idea.
Business idea. Before we go, I'd like to ask an obvious question, which is our question of today. So you can give a one-word answer or a few sentences to leave with our audience. How European is European shipping today? Yannis, in the end, after all this discussion, what's your take? What do you want to leave your audience with?
With the urge to be proactive and intervene. Albrecht explained it very vividly, and I think because it is ours, we have to keep it ours, and this is the only way. I mean, we cannot, we have to intervene one way or another, through the ways that Albrecht said, through the MPs, through conferences. I mean, there are ways. This is what I said, this is a great opportunity. So I think we have to participate. And this is the word that I would like to, for everyone to keep on. Just to participate in the process, because this is going to happen, and it is happening. So participation is key, I think.
Nectaria, how European is European shipping today, and what can we do to make it stay this way?
It is a fact that in Europe we control 40% of the world tonnage. However, very important aspects of our business and our industry have leaked outside Europe. We already talked about shipbuilding, finance. On a more practical aspects, I would say that the vast majority of this tonnage is registered outside Europe. We need to see a European flag among the top, between the three first flag administrations in the world, in order to have a representation in the IMO, a representation of the regulatory bodies, that they are actually linked to the ship owners.
I was looking at some data actually yesterday, and 30 years ago, it's exactly what you said. European flags were in that top cluster, which they no longer are in.
We need to see them back.
Which is what we're working towards.
Representation.
Thank you, Nectaria. Alexis, your take on this, what you want to leave your audience with?
I think we have, I think I have communicated. I think in my view, the shipping, very much remains European. Also, I would add, forgot to mention it before, but, obviously also all the large commodity traders are based in Europe. So decisions regarding the movement of all the commodities are taken in Europe. Of course, there's the demand comes from China for the commodities. Then there's the exporting of containers and so on. And I mean, it would be expected, following the accession of China to the WTO 2 decades ago, it was to be expected that they would also seek to capture a market share in shipping. And for them, it's also a tool to secure the supply of commodities to their economy and also ensure their competitiveness. So it would be it was to be expected that they would be looking to build on and become a major player in shipping. So that shouldn't come as a surprise. I think they have their fair share. I think Europe can retain its strong positioning in the sector. And as I said, focus on the value, the high value-added parts of it.
Thoughts you will make, Albrecht, on your next flight to Brussels? What will be going in your mind while you travel to Brussels about how to make European shipping more European?
Well, the answer to the question, how European is European shipping, I gave earlier, not enough. What does it mean? I would say two things. Number one, I also mentioned no protectionism, but competition. I sometimes see why do European flags even compete with each other? Because it makes all of us stronger. When the Maltese people hear that Portugal has electronic endorsements, they start thinking, could we do the same? What could we do to improve, etc. I mean, that's so simple. Let's cherish competition. Competition is a value. It's a principle also of the European Union. And the second thing on the plane to Brussels is also what I said. Let's try to convince politicians to use the enormous strength, the force of Europe more to the outside world of Europe. How can we increase the value for our people, for global trade, etc., instead of making the net of regulation even more dense?
2024 will be the year for your business cluster. What's your final remark in terms of the European component here we're discussing?
Yes, it's a moment of truth, 2024 for the ship owners and DOC holders. They are responsible for collecting all the EUAs that they need to surrender. I hope that they will receive all the EUAs and not suffer from companies that won't pay them. But still, I think not enough, you said. I think European shipping is global. It has a very big influence in global shipping because a lot of owners, operators are actually European companies. And also many European fleets grew in the last years, Maersk, Hapag-Lloyd and others. And not all outside, all fleets outside Europe grew that strongly.
Very true.
So I believe we are good, we are well positioned and we are very, very innovative.
Thank you very much. Any member of the audience care to pick our brains, pick the panelists' brains here? Some thoughts? Yes, please, Mr. Petrakakos.
Why would the ship owner go to European flag when other flags are cheaper?
I can answer that great question.
I kind of think that question is for me. I would say commercial sense would bring the ship owner to choose European flag if it's the right European flag. You have to look into all costs. Obviously, if you just approach it from the cost side, and you can come to the conclusion, if you do the all-over picture, that indeed it is more reasonably priced. And you have to take indeed take the bigger look into it, because often apples and oranges are being compared. There are so many advantages on the financial side. For instance, financial institutions who give advantages to European flag, ships under European flag. Tonnage tax regimes. I mean, look into the discussion you're having in Greece. If you're a Dutch ship owner, it's not even a question anymore. If you're a Portuguese ship owner under tonnage tax, 60% got to be European flag. Possibly you have some European flags, I don't want to mention Portugal, I just did, that offer good services. Service is the key, obviously, to successful operation. It's also a matter of a political conviction. I mean, I've been the one here who did the emotional speech in favor of Europe. So why should we strengthen other parts of the world? You know, if we believe in the idea of the European Union, provided the flag I'm choosing is a competitive flag.
And one more spin there, it gets your fees of ship owners get deducted from European tonnage tax. So in the end, that's a very, very big advantage that Europe gives its ship owners.
It's a matter of compliance also. The world is, and that's a fact, moving from offshore to onshore. And everyone here in the room knows the trouble you are facing in front of banks when you come with offshore jurisdictions. We might not like this development, but it's a matter of fact. So the advantages, I personally believe, are meanwhile so strong that even in direct competition with, let's say, the good offshore flags, Liberia and Marshalls, or the not so good offshore flags, some European flags would prevail through a due diligence.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Right. They say it's the mask, but don't think it's the mask. Why did business people in other sectors followed the usual advice? They went for the cheaper, they went where the people which are the suppliers were. Why should European ship owners all of a sudden think in a very different sort of philo-Europe way? What would be the economic incentive?
Anyone care? Alexis, Nectaria, Yanis, Rolf, Albrecht, care to take this question?
I think you partly answered the question, Angela, in terms of the fees due to the flag being deducted from the European tonnage tax. So I think that takes away the cost difference that might exist, and then you look at the service aspect. And there, I mean, we have now done our first test, with Madeira. I mean, I don't want to make an advertisement, but so far we see that the service is very good, and I think that people focus on the service aspects more than I think the economic part of it. I think has been taken away to a large extent.
Thank you. Please.
Hello. Hello, Kyriakos Piliopoulos from Seagull Maritime. Coming also from a legal background, I have some knowledge about the love of regulators of regulating stuff. And that's, I think, one of the reasons that ship owners do not prefer Europe, because Europe loves regulating every aspect of it. And it's the less regulation will lead to more flexibility. And I think that's what ship owners are looking for. But on the other hand, there is this, let's say, philosophy going on that Europe is crumbling because all member states are being driven to different parts. So how likely is it to see a broken EU leading to an even less European shipping?
Do you mean a European business environment that is broken up into non-cooperating units? Is that what your question means? Can you help clarify what you mean exactly?
The question is twofold. First, as Mr. Guterman said, is we need less regulation in Europe, because although shipping is European-owned, it's not European represented as in with the flags or the companies, besides the ship management companies that exist. On the other hand is that there is this theory that Europe is crumbling. There are no more ties connecting the 27 member states together. So how likely is to see a broken European Union leading to no non-European shipping? I don't know if it makes sense.
Please, yeah.
Whether the European Union falls apart?
Yeah, I don't think personally.
It's not so easy to answer, but I would say it depends on all of us that it doesn't happen. If the question is whether the European Union will fall apart, I can only repeat myself. I think it's a wonderful gift of history, and we are all well advised to do what we can to maintain and to develop our European Union. And parts of it is, from the shipping perspective, to make sure that reasonableness reaches the legislators. We cannot expect the people in Brussels to know what we know in this room about shipping and the needs of shipping. Let's bring this expertise. If we do our homework, I would say the risk is lower. But it's strange times in historical terms. So
let's toast to being reasonable, as you said. Thank you, dear panelists. Thank you, members of the audience, for joining us.
thank you being here. Thank you for the invitation, Mrs. Despina Travlou, Mr. Angelos Erupas, and it's a good opportunity to have a discussion, let's say an interview with Mr. Nicholas Triantafylakis. Just a few words about Nicholas. Nikos Triantafylakis is a managing director of W Marine. W Marine is a ship management company specialized on the dry sector. They have been established in 2003. Founder was still Mr. Yannis Sarandidis. Since all these years, currently they operate a fleet of more than 50 dry vessels, consists of post-Panamax, Kamsarmax, and Panamax. It's a good opportunity to discuss. I have gathered some questions in my mind, and it will be very, very helpful to have the view of Mr. Triantafylakis. And let me start with the most important for me in my mind is an ever-changing world. The shipping industry has to face new challenges, where some of them should be adopted quickly. I have in my mind the matter of the security, the operational cost, the crew management, digitalization, environmental matters, all of this. Could you please share with us your thoughts regarding such challenges and, of course, the prioritization agenda from your side?
Thank you, Constantine. Good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to our invitation, to the sponsors, to all the people attending. As Konstantinos rightly said, W Marine is a fully integrated ship management company. We've been in life for 20 years, and we operate a homogeneous fleet from Panamax to post-Panamax, trading worldwide. As to the question that Konstantinos said, first of all, shipping thrives in challenges, in opportunities, at times of geopolitical events. It's been the case for centuries. I think will continue to be the case for quite a few more years. So in essence, we are adapting from day one. If we don't adapt, we don't exist. We don't participate in the game. Challenges to come along, they have a lot of size. They can be environmental, they can be technical, they can be geopolitical. The decision-making is always trying to find the cheapest, most economical, safe way of adapting to serve our customers, being the clients, the charterers, to ensure that we can deliver the cargo from A to B in a safe, reliable, efficient way. That has been the case from day one, and I think it pays off in the long run. Of course, there are a lot of penalties to be paid along the way. Sometimes we have to pay a lot to continue to be in the game. But in the long run, it pays off. So in an effort, if you like, to serve our clients, we try to adapt as efficiently as possible in the best way, and taking all the challenges as they come in more than a positive than a negative way. Out of all the challenges that we've been facing, and we still face today, I would say number one is crew competency. This is the biggest challenge that we have today because of technology, which is running ahead at a very fast pace. The maritime academies, unfortunately, have not followed suit. There's a big gap between technology and the knowledge of the seafarers. We lack seafaring skills. It's becoming more and more evident as we go forward. There are certain advancements, of course, in technology, like digitalization, for instance, which help us to optimize, if you like, the performance of the vessels and reduce somehow the costs. But again, we have to remember that we must not take things to extreme. We cannot come to a situation where we will abolish the role of the seafarer. There are very fine lines that we have to take into account. So we try to balance in between commercial, technical, regulatory, if you like, challenges, without disturbing our motto, which is a safe, reliable, and efficient service.
Can you hear me now? Yes. Thank you, Nick, for that vision. And taking in the mind the next question that is a part of the challenge, and we all know that even thought that shipping remains the most carbon-efficient mode of transportation in comparison with, let's say, aeroplanes, cars, trucks. Still, the international standards have been set for decarbonization and sustainability. Which are the measurements and practices that have been adopted already from your company, or is under the planning to be adopted at this scope, including, of course, the recent regulation for ETS allowances?
Well, decarbonization is a recurring theme. It's very much on the agenda these days. I think we're in a transition phase, and we've got to take it as such. We've got to look at it from a distance. As has been said before, and I fully agree, it takes two to tango. If our clients as charterers don't participate, are not engaged in the system, there's very limited scope and chances of anything becoming successful. I'm referring to the CII, I'm referring to carbon capture, etc. What we've been doing, of course, is trying to optimize our vessels. There's been a very good wake-up call within our society. We optimize the ships, the way they've been run. We have systems to optimize performance, if you like, routing services, meteorological services. But all of that has a finite element. You come to a point where you can do so much on existing tonnage. After that, you have to think of more, if you like, elaborate measures or more drastic measures. And as we've said before, regulation has its plus and minuses. Sometimes we tend to pay very high tickets to comply with regulation, which in essence does not deliver. And I will give you a very simple example, going back before decarbonization with the ballast water systems. We paid a very high ticket, if you like, to renew the trading license of our ships by installing a system which in essence sterilizes seawater. What we actually kill within those, within the ballast is part of the food chain of the fish. By discharging period, the fish don't get their food back. So I don't see how that is good to the environment. And the irony is that today you have, for instance, the melting of the ice in the Arctic and the Antarctic, etc. There are going to be trillions of dead particles surfacing from the ice that eventually will end up ashore with the use of the waves. Will ships be blamed again for that? I wonder. What I'm trying to say is that we need to have a more wider perspective to shipping. And unfortunately, as has been said before, regulation tends to be haphazard and unilateral. One example is the EU ETS system that you mentioned and that was discussed before. Unfortunately, it's a system that will backfire. First of all, the Europeans will be forced with high inflation. The cost of goods will increase. There are going to be transshipment centers that are already being taking place and organized in the northern coast of Africa and in Turkey. Commercial that could lead, for instance, to the deployment of the more modern eco-type ships in the Atlantic to serve those routes, as opposed to the heavier polluting older ships, which will be freed up in the southern hemisphere. There are going to be some dislocations, and always dislocations being opportunities. At the end of the day, I don't think that the industry is lacking funding for new sources of technology or new ideas. On the contrary, there's a lot of money at stake today. There have been many advancements in the way of for carbon capture and other sources of energy. I'm sure that at some point, somewhere along the way, some will become a good solution. But I don't think that unilaterally trying to apply a system will eventually play. And as we've said before, it takes two to tango. If the charters don't engage, and for the moment we have not seen that engagement from their part, the system unfortunately will not yield what is expected.
Interesting point that, Nikos, because there could be a lot of discussion about that in the near future. But let's have in my mind also, understand that we don't have enough time, but we'll go forward with a question regarding finance. And we all understand the cost of capital and interest rates have been increased all this period. And, however, shipping markets have performed well, leading to a good flow of ship finance deals. It seems that higher overall financing requirements are expected in the medium and long term to fund fleet renewal, green shipping programs, and other modes. Is the ship finance market accessible for the small and medium-sized operators? share with us your experience till today, also including alternative fund of sources when we provide the meaning of shipping finance. It's interesting to have your...
Right. We started as a very small company, of course, in the beginning. But since over the last 20 years, we've never had difficulty in raising finance. We basically financial shades with traditional bank loans. We never had difficulty in finding competitive terms and good financing, both from local banks and from other European banks. I don't think that finance has been lacking so much for middle companies. If you've got a good story and a good backup, banks will follow. Of course, there are other sources of finance. You can talk about leasing, you can talk about other schemes that are competitive, that will also come at some point in the agenda. But for us so far, having grown to 17 vessels, we've never felt cornered, if you like, that we did not have enough funds in our hands to play ball. At this stage, as you know, there are many new competitors coming in the market. Today, Pancreta Bank is coming on board, and we want to welcome and wish every success to the bank in its endeavors.
Thank you for that.
But as I say, we've never had this limitation of funds. What we tried to do at some point is that we opened up, if you like, our equity base. We invited Norwegian investors to participate in some of the ships. We did that not so much because of the lack of finance, but because we wanted to test ourselves to become accountable. And it helped us a lot because we tied up our finances, our accounts. We were thinking twice before taking a decision because we had to actually justify our decision-making to the board members. So it helped us a lot to tune ourselves, which is quite interesting when you're coming from a very traditional, closed, if you like, family-run business. But in answering your question, no, we've never faced these difficulties so far. But who knows, things might change in the future.
Thank you, and it's very interesting hearing that, of course, your good company has flexibility and all these years accessibility on finance. We are here, I'm speaking also from our side, that we are here to support small and medium-sized, mainly companies, shipping operators. And given that we have less time to close this discussion, please share with us your thoughts about the dry bulk trends and prospects in as much time we have.
Yes, before I do that, I'd like to come back to the adaptation. That was the first question. What we've been doing over the years, of course, we follow regulation, the change, etc. And we try to renovate the fleet from time to time to get on board more economical, modern eco-type vessels. At the moment, we have one ship coming. We bought second-hand. It's coming in March. We placed a new building order in China for 2 ships coming in 2026. We'll start disposing of older tonnage. So we adapt slowly along the way, as we've been doing over the years. We don't try to jump the queue. As to the dry bulk future, I personally believe that the biggest rate of growth in commodity demand will come from Sub-Saharan Africa, both East and West Africa, the Indian Ocean and Southeast Asia. It's a region which encompasses roughly 3.5 billion people. They are young, they're educated, they've got the commodities, they have the finance, and they will definitely pick up on trade. So if you focus on a long-term play, and taking into account that we have to serve our clients' needs in the best way possible, which some of it entails offering them competitive vessels, if you look into the dynamics of that particular region, the demographics, the demand, the challenges, then you can more or less understand where the trade is heading, what it will mean to ton miles, what type of ship or ships are the ones that would probably best serve that particular market, and you can adapt your model along the way. I think the challenges are quite interesting going forward. There are some wild cards in that region, like Iran. It's a country which has been sidestepped for half a century. That cannot be there forever. It will open up at some point. So the dynamics are there. It's just a matter of fine-tuning the demand side and taking all those challenges in a more positive than negative way. Shipping will always be fluid. There are always going to be challenges from left, right, and center. I suppose the lack of a unified regulatory body allows us to have all these opportunities because it gives challenges and makes up all the gaps yielding to opportunities. It's a very exciting, if you like, sphere, and there is a lot of things to be done for the future. It's very exciting. I'm not negative at all.
Thank you, Nikos, for all these interesting thoughts and share. And we have done this all in the short time that we have. It's quite interesting. And before close, would you like to have any question? We are here to answer, especially Mr. Triantafylakis. So any of our audience, if you have any question, feel free to provide. It seems that everything covered in the short time that we have our discussion here. Thank you so much, all of you, and especially Nikos for our interview here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rudy Schubert. I'm with the IEEE Standards Association, and we are going to take the next 45 to 50 minutes talking about alternative fuels. Just while the panelists get themselves set up, I'll just make some of you may not be that familiar with IEEE. Konstantinos spoke earlier about it. So IEEE is the largest technology organization with 450,000 members across the world, primarily engineers and scientists. IEEE does a lot of different work on technical publications, conferences on technical topics, and in particular the area that I come from is the IEEE Standards Association. We're happy to be a sponsor and happy to be working with Despina with the conference. When it comes to standards, part of the reason I've been involved is I tend to work on emerging technology issues, primarily in, across a lot of different topics, but primarily in the energy area. And in recent years, we've been trying to build up our work in maritime issues. So maritime electrification, sustainability issues. We've had work in that area for quite a while, and with the current environment, it's a great time to start building up opportunities for standardization across all of those different areas. Oh, I just noticed I don't have a chair for myself over there, so I guess I will work from here. All right, I didn't realize that. All right, so we're going to get ourselves started here. We have a distinguished set of panelists covering a number of different areas. We've got a focus on fossil fuels, we've got natural gas represented, we've got wind energy, we've got ship perspective, as well as a consultant who specializes in advising on all these different topics, and Lloyd's Register as well. I almost skipped that one. All right, so we are going to get things started. And again, really the basis of this discussion is when we look at all the regulations that are coming out, there was a lot of talk about motion to action. We're kind of getting at the action stage. There's been plenty of discussion around, what do we do to decarbonize? And so at the point now of somebody has to take some kind of action if they want to actually meet some of the goals that are out there. And what we're going to ask the panelists are some questions about how realistic is this? Where is the collision point between what's in goals and policy versus technical reality? And so we want to get to the impressions from our experts on this as we work through a number of questions. So I'm going to start out with Kim. And Kim has a company that works on wind solutions. And so, Kim, if you could give us a bit of a view on why you feel that wind-based energy solutions are perhaps the answer to help with onboard propulsion and other systems in the shipping industry.
For sure. Thanks a lot. Yeah, my name is Kim Diedrichsen, and I'm the CEO of Enemy Marine Technologies. Headquartered in London and full production in China, we produce and bring to market rotor sails. Rotor sails is one of many wind technologies that are currently being promoted and brought to market. But rotor sails is basically a spinning cylinder or spinning cylinders that rotate in an airflow, harnessing the power of the wind when installed of a vessel by use of the Magnus effect. Many of you probably know the effect, and what it does, it creates thrust to the ship. So wind propulsion, rotor sails, like any other wind propulsion technology, they add thrust to the ship. They do not produce electricity or any other type of energy. Just making sure we are fully aligned on that point. And the thrust generated is actually quite significant. Very typically, depending, of course, of configuration, the type of ship, etc., we see 15 to 20% of thrust that is added to the ship. That thrust can be used then to either propel the ship so that it goes faster, or more likely, much more likely in these days, is of course that you can take off some of the main engine power, reduce the main engine output, and thereby save on fuel and emissions. To make it very short, it's a technology that's ready here now, and it's very well suited for many types of ships. We ourselves currently have 21 sails in production and many, many more to come. And we roll it out primarily in bulkers, all the way from handy size upwards, but also in the tank market. So having heard the discussions today, whether it's only a transitional technology or if it's a technology to stay, I would definitely say that it's a technology that's fuel agnostic. So it doesn't matter where we go in the future. We've heard about it previously here. So we welcome any future fuels. And I would only encourage to at least assess also installing wind on the vessels. So it's something that's ready here now for rolling out and support the decarbonization of shipping.
Thank you, Kim. And thank you to our folks working here to get me a chair. I appreciate it. So our next question, well, got that back. We're going to go to Fernando, and Fernando works for a natural gas area. And so the question actually came up about, there's been discussion on alternative fuels. Some people have talked about hydrogen, particularly, from a European perspective. How do you, as a natural gas provider, how do you see your role and how hydrogen will play into it as we go forward?
Thank you. First of all, let me introduce you to Despa. Despa is the Greek transmission system operator. We have 1,000 kilometers of high-pressure pipeline in Greece, and we own the terminal, LNG import terminal in the island of Revithoussa, and a stake in the FSRU that is about to become operational in Alexandroupoli. Of course, we operate also outside of Greece in Kipik, one of the biggest LNG terminals. 3 months ago, we started doing small-scale LNG applications, where we were able to take LNG and put it into trucks for the Greek network. But now we're creating LNG jetty in order to be able to fuel ships from 1,000 to 30,000 cubic meters. This is what we believe a greener, cheaper, and available solution. This will allow us later to go into the transition to hydrogen, ammonia, other fuels, gaseous fuels that we think we are in a position to be able to offer. Unfortunately, we are in an industry that is bound by physical assets, so our operations right now are in Greece, but we think it's a great place in order to facilitate the supply chain.
All right, thank you. All right, our next question, I'm going to go to Vangelis next. Being with the Island Oil, you're certainly committed to the supply chain of fossil fuels. Can you talk a little bit about some of the bottlenecks that you've identified that would be there if we make the transition from fossil fuels to alternatives?
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Schubert, and thank you, fellow panelists, and Slide2Open for the yet another excellent conference, and you all for coming here. For those of you who were here during the first panel, I believe that all of the bottlenecks were one way or another mentioned or implied, I will make a recap, of course. The most important one is the technology bottleneck. As we all know, there is not one readily available, affordable, safe technology that can meet the end goals of full decarbonization. And this makes the decision very difficult. And as it was implied previously, one cannot blame the actors not to take any decisions yet, or not to be certain of which decision will be the optimum. Then there is the safety issue, which is very important, and of course it is connected to the technology decision. Some of the alternatives so far have considerable safety issues, and I'm not so sure whether these are well known and by all the participants in this market. Along with safety comes training. Maybe it's not a bottleneck so far, but it might become one as crew on board receiving vessels and also crew on supply vessels may not be very familiar with certain safety aspects of alternative fuels. The next one, which is really important, is sourcing, not only because there are no infinite resources for alternative fuels everywhere in the world, but also because shipping is competing with other industries for sources. And shipping, in terms of magnitude, is a bit smaller than other industries. Infrastructure and logistics are also very important and also create several issues. And the last one, which is probably a minor one but not less important, is testing. We have seen several problems in testing alternative fuels. And apart from that, this also is related to standardization, because if the standardization issue is resolved, then testing will become easier. This is it.
Okay. Thank you. Our next question is going to go to Theo from Lloyd's Register. And being in a classification society, you're really crossing over into so many of the different areas that are being discussed. If we assume that a lot of the problems had been resolved and there was an alternative fuel readily available, what do you think regarding retrofit processes? What would it take, and can you contrast that to some other projects you've been involved in the past?
Yeah. So hello, everyone. That's a great question. In terms of availability, I would say that alternative fuels, and the name alternative fuel doesn't mean anything by the name of it. We need to discuss about green fuels or fuels with low greenhouse gas intensity. So that basically means that each fuel has its own green pathway, meaning that diesel has its own pathway, LNG has its own pathway, methanol and ammonia can be brown, black, and green. So about green fuels, we are seeing more and more increased demand in terms of feasibility at this stage about retrofitting. And this retrofitting has one sole aim: the reduction of greenhouse gas intensity and reduction of CO2 emissions. So in terms of retrofits, right now we are observing around 12 projects in terms of mature feasibility with respect to engine retrofit, and this is related mostly to methanol and LNG conversions. These projects, from a technical perspective, they are feasible. However, the economics and the return on investment can be challenging because it is not 1 or 2 million or 3 or 4. It can be in the magnitude of 10 million, one big engine retrofit project. Also adding the off-hire period and the period in the yard, it can be challenging. So a lot of issues related to the techno-commercial feasibility should be also assessed. However, the solutions are feasible. And another very popular retrofit that is being discussed is about carbon capture on board. We have 2 completed projects as Lloyd's Register, one in a MR tanker and another, it's actually the first bulk carrier in the world, early January in China, which aim to achieve the current carbon intensity reduction goals of IMO until 2030, 2035. So basically, we expect to see more and more retrofits and a peak on 26, 27, where IMO regulations will be crystallized and people will know the exact trajectories to net zero. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Theo. We're going to stay along that retrofit discussion to an extent. Vasilios, I'll ask you a question. Looking at it from a ship perspective, do we get to the point of retrofits versus we may as well just build new? What are your perspectives on sort of the economics of the retrofit versus just starting all over again?
So first of all, thanks to everybody, and especially Mrs. Travlou, for the excellent conference once again. So building a new or retrofitting an existing vessel. So that's a real thought process of us on a very regular, on a daily basis. Definitely, new builds have specific advantages. They are more cost-effective, they are more efficient, they are more designed to the task. The thing is that if we really want to respect and preserve the environment, we don't have the time to wait for the new vessels to be built. Meaning that if, let's say, we had the magical solution about a zero-emission vessel, we would need 25 years for the fleet to turn over. That, in our needless to say that without having the technology, we even need further more time. So, in our opinion, what we should focus on is exploiting existing solutions that can decrease emissions in the existing fleet. First of all, repurposing of the fleet, meaning doing the transport work for less emissions, makes perfect sense from an efficiency scope instead of recycling all the vessels and getting new ones. It makes, from a cost perspective, perfect sense, and it is more tangible, meaning that if we exploit the ways that biofuels are produced, if we exploit the storage issues that hydrogen has, and if we exploit the bottlenecks that carbon capture, as Theo mentioned, has, we have a solution that will help us utilize the existing fleet without disrupting world transport at a very tangible time frame.
Okay, thank you. So as you said, there's not necessarily a magic solution out there right now. And even when it comes to alternative fuels, there's no clear leading technology available today. So question to Hyperlinked. A client comes to you and says, I have to do something. There's policies and regulations coming out, and I need to take some action. What are you recommending to them? Yes, you.
Hello. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's not a difficult question because the answer is very simple. Fuel is here, fuel will stay. And it will stay here because the energy that we get out of fuel, the fossil fuel, is much more intense. And it will stay until something new comes. And that new is nuclear. Nuclear, not the way we know it. It will be nuclear the way that is being developed. So we have to start somewhere. Regulation is very strong in every respect. Therefore, what do we do until that time? Until that time, we tell the owner, well, look at your charter. Will you get a long-term charter or will you get a short-term charter? Does it pay to build a ship that it is 50 million or 60 million ship when the similar ship will cost 48 today? So there are a lot of parameters that we have to examine before we make an advice to an owner of what to build. At this moment, we are building methanol ships. We have been asked to look at drawings of ammonia ships, which I'm against of, but the charterer wants it. So what do? You have to tell the owner, yes, go and build a ship because you have the 20 years time charter. It was the same thing with LNGs. In 1975, when they were built in the United States, they were built against a 20 years time charter. Otherwise, they were no use. They never made money. So I could tell a lot about the new technologies and about the hydrogen and about any other ammonia thing you want or LNG we've built. But really, are we doing it very fast or we're doing it slow? Shipping is not a 3% emissions at all. Nobody takes care of emissions of shipping and put it on the scale of global emissions, not anthropogenic only. We don't, because anthropogenic to global varies from 22% up to 32%. Never more, never less. But Europeans, the European Parliament commissioned a study in 2007 where the University of Delft came out and said, the way ships are being built today, because there were many ships, if any one of you care to remember, they were building one after the other, up to 1,000 a year. Shipping will contribute 20% of the emissions. Europeans became very agitated. They said, we have to do something about it. And they started doing regulations. One regulation after the other. Is it true? No, it's not true. Because it comes to 20%, they forgot to write in, 20% of the 15% that the transportation sector contributes to the anthropogenic. So we started wrong and we continue going wrong. But we need to do something in order to decarbonize. It will take long. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go to a second round of questions. I'm going to come back to you, Kim, from a wind perspective. So wind is always subject to the weather. You can have storms and bad weather affecting it. You can have calm affecting it. For the solutions that you're proposing, how are you addressing that variability issue?
Okay, you're spot on, yes. It varies a lot at sea, of course. And I can only say we at Anime, we really love wind and we love very tough environment conditions out there. I would say when installing wind propulsion on a ship, unless you face headwinds, any other condition of the wind is very favorable actually to harness the power of the wind and propel the ship forward. As soon as the wind exceeds 4 meters per second, our system automatically spins up. It either rotates clockwise or anti-clockwise depending on the direction, so no crew interference is here needed, and it will continue to do so all the way up to 35 meters per second, and that's quite windy. The survival condition is even much higher, 64 meters per second. But it's true, some areas are more suitable for wind propulsion than others. Having that said, I would though think that for all the contracts we have in place and all the ones that are coming and the inbound inquiries that we're currently seeing, I would say roughly 1 a day. Most of them are for tramping ships. I mean, they are on spot. So 60-70% on global trade and the rest on fixed trade. We have an in-house capability to assess the savings on emissions and fuel on any type of ship sailing anywhere, either global or fixed route, and then predict what the benefits could be if installing such solutions. And of course, it's not what we claim. This has actually been validated and verified, amongst others, by our friends here from Lloyd's and other classification societies, but also flag states. So what we're claiming is, of course, when installing wind propulsion on a ship, when sailing, the numbers are as good as they can be and as accurate as they can be today.
Yeah, sorry, just to make a point on the rotor sails, because we tried to be constrained in the alternative fuels. However, the new FuelEU Maritime regulation gives a specific credit for wind-assisted propulsion up to 5% of energy saving, which practically means in terms of numbers that I'm not the expert on wind-assisted propulsion, but with 3 sails in a Kamsarmax, for example, you can achieve your FuelEU targets up to 2030, 2031, and you can generate even rebates, so the investment can be sort of self-funded. And no, I didn't have this discussion with Anemi before.
No, thanks a lot, but it's true, yes, thanks. But yes, we really like wind, and a lot of wind.
Okay, great, thanks. Fernando, I'll come back to you. And maybe this is maybe a little bit more from a port point of view. If you look at the infrastructures, if there was a change in, in any of the alternative fuels, if there was how would the infrastructure be impacted from both a technical and economical point of view? I mean, is it realistic? Is it financially feasible?
Thank you, Rudy. Until now, until 2022, 30 European ports do have LNG bunkering available in their ports. When we're going to finalize the jetty we're doing in Revithousa, this will mean that we'll be able to have this also in the Greek ports. With a project that we did together with Lloyd's, DEPA, and other ones, we saw that if we go to Eugenides, Volos, Crete, we'll be able to cover most of Greece in order to offer LNG as a maritime fuel. And also in Greece, we would like to see it possibly to provide LNG to the islands. Being also in the center of the Mediterranean, it will mean that it will not be available only for ships operating in the region, but also 3 weeks ago, we had a Carnival ship load in Barcelona port, showing a bit, because I come from Spain, from Menagas, where we have invested in that, making sure that it will be available. And this is a cheaper, and talking about, as CEO said, about alternative fuels, this is an alternative fuel. The thing is how we're going to make it greener. By definition, it's greener than many other fuels, but now in collaboration with the Learning Republic and the regulator, we're trying to see if we can make a product here called bio-LNG, taking biomethane, which the law is being passed now, in order to produce it in Greece, and then have a product that will be bio-LNG. This will be something that will bring, well, technically, a greener net zero fuel available in the Greek market. Although it's true that for the time being in the start, it will be more a matter of changing certificates from biomethane producers to bio-LNG. But this is something we're working a lot with the regulator, and before we talked about how we voice our thoughts about business, this is something we're really working hard on to do it, and we welcome all the support from the shipping community in order to better understand the needs and better be able to supply solutions that will be fit for purpose.
Great, thank you. All right, Vangelis, we'll come back to you. We spoke a little bit earlier on bottlenecks and doing a transition. Could you share some insights on how your company is viewing plans for the future?
Certainly. First of all, I have to clarify something. We are traders and suppliers of energy, marine fuels. So we supply whatever our customers demand from us. This is very important because we need our customers to sit down, to explain their concerns and their fears or whatever, and what they plan to do in order for us to be able to serve them better and cater for their needs. But on a practical level, we have already become ISSC accredited. This means that we are ready to trade and sell biofuels, which is a very important thing. You don't get to buy biofuels from any source without an ISSC accreditation. This is important. Secondly, we are investing in certain alternative fuel projects. I'm going to give you an example. We have purchased 40% of a company, a German Cypriot company, that has invested in, has developed actually a patent to produce biomethane. And actually, an international brewing company uses this patent in Cyprus, in its brewery in Cyprus. And we are also investing in a ship which is going to use this patent to produce electricity, which is going to be given to our supply ships when they are idle at roads and not giving bunkers to any vessel. So this is a way to keep emissions to our fleet as low as possible, for our own fleet as low as possible, and also to other vessels at anchorage being idle. And a couple of more things. We are ready to publish our ESG report according to the ESG standards, our sustainability report, by the end of March. And it's only a matter of time until we are ready to trade EU ETS.
Okay, thank you. All right. Theo, we're going to come back to you. So with deadlines looming, if the industry isn't able to make it on time against those deadlines, what are your thoughts on penalty aspects, using non-European routes? What are the alternatives that people would be facing?
So right now, it's not about deadlines when it comes to European Union regulations and the UK ones. We are now running on ETS. Next year we have Fuel EU. The UK is going to do its own thing. China, they are going to do their own thing. So here's the first risk. We risk at having fragmented regulations, carbon emission regulations worldwide, which will create a two-tier market. So IMO, with the revision of their greenhouse gas strategy last June at MEPC 80, aiming at net zero at or close by 2050, while promoting a just and equitable transition within all states, clearly put the message about the enforcement of the so-called midterm measures, a technical element like a global fuel standard, and an economic element which has not yet been agreed. So the likelihood is that from 2027, we are going to have a global greenhouse gas pricing mechanism. This means that the EU and the other regional regulations will have to reconsider their own, most probably to see alignment with the IMO. And until then, the plausible option, and this is just an assumption, is that the newest and most efficient ships are going to trade in the EU because they will emit less CO2 and greenhouse gases, obviously. We already seen this cost of EU ETS being passed to the charterers being passing this to the shippers, and then it's going to go back on you and me and everyone else. So I just came by a flyer today from MSC, Mediterranean Shipping Company, advising their customers about the containers that they ship, saying that we're going to put an ETS surcharge. So eventually, while the ship owners and the ship managers being on time charter, they are going to be the ones that surrender these allowances and penalties. Eventually, this cost is going to bite us all. I mean, as end consumers. Is it going to be big? No, it's not big. But we do see that there is a loop in everything, and hopefully the intent of the legislator will come to be enforced, meaning that a true shift to greener sources of energy, and not only fuels, but technologies. And also that the way that the EU wants to distribute this money, coming from EU ETS and Fuel EU, will have proper mechanisms to go back to the ones that want to decarbonize shipping, either it's operators or fuel producers or port authorities. So we hope that the Innovation Fund and the other mechanisms of the Union will work properly. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Vasilios, we'll come back to you. We talked a little bit earlier on retrofit versus new. I'm going to vary this question a little bit from the script here. So with all the discussion on circular economy and when you get into the larger sustainability issues, if you were doing a retrofit or you're building new and now you've got all this old equipment, what happens to it? Is it, from a recycling perspective, it's not always the most green situation there as well. Can you give your perspective on that?
So, in the same principle corridor, let's say, yes, recycling of course makes sense instead of wasting equipment. But in our opinion, the best way is repurposing, utilizing existing working equipment in ways that will affect less the environment. So, with a vessel, with a 20, let's say, year-old vessel being in a good condition, you have a chance if you find the ways to retrofit to get able to meet the targets.
All right, thank you. And now I'm going to come back, Aurelius, on the nuclear question. You were talking a bit earlier about your, what you liked about nuclear, and earlier on the first panel of the day, there was some discussion promoting nuclear as well. So I'll vary this question a little bit as well. I personally had started out my career in nuclear, so I'm a little bit biased. But there's always so much resistance. There's always like a fear of nuclear in many parts of the world. What do you see around barriers to nuclear, not so much the technology, but just the acceptance and the perceptions and the acceptance issue?
Thank you very much. I prefer to stand up. And I want to stand up for the only reason that people will understand that nuclear is standing up now. Okay. It's the only blue solution besides enemy. Solar we cannot use. We use only to put some LED lights. Nuclear. Is it nuclear the way we know it? Is it from the technology that is creating bombs? No. That's been gone. Why is it gone? Because now people realize that we have to save humanity. And humanity can only be saved by using atomic power, atomic batteries. And batteries from molten salt reactor. Why molten salt reactor is so old? Since 1960s. It was operational and still operational. But it's in a laboratory. And it so happened that in 1969, they got an order, don't move, don't do any more. Why? Because a senator asked the research laboratory whether from that reactor he could obtain material for atomic bombs. And they said, no, you cannot. So they convinced Nixon in 1972, who said, you stop every funding and everything on that part of reactor. Come now very, very fast forward to 2009, many years, 1972, 2009. Who comes along? Two admirals, one American and one English. And they said, hey, that technology is good because we don't need now any more atomic bombs, but that is safe. So they started reacting on what those two generals said. But come a Chinese guy, was the son, it is the son, of ex-president of a chairman of China. And he goes in 2012 and he convinces the United States to sell to them a useless reactor. That reactor is the molten salt reactor, the one that now the United States are paying to research facilities billions of dollars. Yes, billions of dollars. While for decarbonization of the industry as a whole, we need trillions of dollars. Here now, we need very few billions. And what happened? The Chinese took it and started developing. The Americans got very, very jealous. And we created companies in the United States like TerraPower, Kairos, and all the other companies. They started researching on what? On the same technology that had been proven in 1965 to 1969. Can you imagine this? Why? Because it's safe. And now we need it. But we have now, what you mentioned, how can we take out that mentality of many of you here? Why am I going to put a nuclear reactor in my backyard or on a ship? Who's going to work there? But it's so safe. It's even safer than being in a hospital where they are treating COVID. We're going to get there because we're going to convince the people that not only what is going to help the planet, because the planet does not need help, what is going to save the humanity is a nuclear reactor in everything and what I call a battery in your hand, something that you will take 10 grams and you will have it for the rest of your life to power your energy and your energy needs. You will need, of course, enemy, and maybe if everything fails, we'll start using rowing. But in fact, we need time because it cannot be tomorrow. You have sailed on nuclear-powered ships with it's completely different, pressurized water. Yes, the byproducts can be, they create atomic bombs, and therefore if it falls on a terrorist, you're done, you are done. But we are not going to go to that, and we need the regulation. And to brief you very quickly, each country has its own regulations now. If I get permission to sail my ships, whether it is with pressurized water or molten salt reactor or fusion, mind you, heard the word fusion, I cannot go from United States to Canada. I can only go from United States to United States, from England to England, from Europe to Europe. That's it. China does not allow anybody to go in. But fusion is coming in. Believe me, that will be the solution. Thank you. Sorry.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, we have a little under 5 minutes left, so I wanted to take the opportunity to get any questions from the audience for our panelists as well. Hard to see with the lights. All right. I don't think I'm seeing any questions. All right. If we don't have any questions, then what I'll ask... Yes, well, yes. I was actually going to say we could have each person either ask questions amongst yourselves. So. Okay, go ahead.
Have you understood what Mr. Kourbelis mentioned before about the ETS? Has everybody understood? Have you revolted against it? Thank you.
All right, I was going to actually use the last few minutes just if each one of you just wanted to leave one last comment on where we're headed from an alternative fuel perspective. So like, we'll take 1 minute each if you have any last comments you'd like to make.
I think it was really an interesting introduction here by the nuclear. I think we're a few years away, but I do think we're going this way as well. We will come there eventually. Maybe in a couple of decades, but it's probably going to happen. Again, but before we come there, so I'll just reiterate and just say that I'm at least representing part of the business within wind, that it's here, it's available, It can support the decarbonization of shipping. It can't stand alone. It was addressed also here earlier that we need different solutions, technologies, but also operational matters needs to be taken into consideration. There is no silver bullet. There is no single way. We have to address as well whether it's new build or retrofit, different complexities, and there's a lot of challenges to be overcome. But at least I think today we have a good solution, at least for some of the ships, for some of the owners and charterers where I come from.
Thank you. For me, it's very interesting because I'm an electric engineer, so I'm all for all the electrifications in the vessels, but my expertise in vessels is between 40 and 50 foot. I don't know a lot more about bigger vessels. What I do see in the energy sector is that, especially in the transport, we'll have many energy solutions. Giving the results, it will be all ad hoc. Different vessels that have different uses will use different fuels. For us as DESFA, we're looking forward to the time when nuclear and fusion will be coming, but what we want is to give reliable solutions for today. LNG is one of them, and of course we want to make sure that methanol and ammonia will be ready available. For the country, it's a huge opportunity since we can supply both geographically for shipping, but also for Europe, so it's something we're trying to enlarge the market in order to attract investments for these alternative fuels. Whether they're expensive or not and how ETS will work, we'll see in the future, but I think the energy transition does have a cost, and if we want to make this alternative viable, we have to put money in order to make this economy flourish. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nuclear. Okay. Let's add a different perspective. The only way to produce renewable power or electricity or hydrogen is through either wind, sun, or nuclear. So if we go to a clean fuel world, to an e-fuel world, e-ammonia, e-methanol, e-methane, e-LNG, whatever is the pathway that everyone chooses, you need hydrogen. And a very easy and the cheapest way to produce green hydrogen is through nuclear. So another pathway is that land-wise, you can have your green hydrogen and through direct air carbon capture in some years from now. Today, it's not economically feasible. You can have your clean and e-fuels. Just to give you a perspective, right now, the best option in terms of short-term compliance and transition is LNG as fuel in low methane slip modes, meaning in the MEGI engines. However, as we advance and progress and the curve becomes more steep, we are going to need alternatives, so bioinjection and then e-fuel. So nuclear on shore is a good way to get you some green hydrogen.
Touching upon Mr. Petrakakos' last comment, although I understand where revolting comment, actually. I understand where you come from and why you say that, but let's see it a bit differently. Okay, it's premature mainly. Maybe it's not, the EU ETS is not applied everywhere in the world, but it is something. Incentives and disincentives are always good to drive things forward. And maybe it's one thing where European Union is at the helm and leading the way. So I don't believe we should revolting against it. We should ask for everyone to follow the same example.
So many things that I agree with have been said. First of all, I would like to add regarding EU ETS that despite being very tricky, we think that it is definitely in the right direction, meaning that it's a practical system that pushes for change. What we would definitely agree with is that it should be universal and not get without the regulation being fragmented. That's the matter on pushing on that. The most sustainable fuel for the time being, I suppose that it would be biofuels, meaning that are drop-in fuels that can utilize the existing fleet and gain 30% in the day after today, tomorrow. So that's very tangible and that's very quick to implement. Future, I suppose, LNG, enriched hydrogen-enriched LNG, that might be produced for nuclear for the land. All of them, that's meaning that we need everything, we need all the solutions, we need to time them properly, to preserve as much as we can, and we will definitely get there.
Okay, thanks. Last one.
In closing, what I want to say, ETS is good. It takes money out of our pocket, it's not a problem. But if it goes properly and it does a good research, yes, it's fantastic. And it should be done, as you said, everywhere. But one thing I want you to think as you go and to go for lunch, think of the plastic that you use and the sea that it goes to. If not in Europe, definitely in Southeast Asia, India, etc. We're talking about billions of tons of plastic, which create a film on the ocean, which prevents the ocean to act as a sink of CO2, hence we have what we have now. It has nothing to do with the decarbonization of shipping. We must decarbonize, but at the same time, we must take care of plastics in the ocean. We've stopped photosynthesis. Think about it. You've stopped photosynthesis by using this. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you to all our panelists. All right. Thank you for a wonderful session. And I just did want to make the announcement, we do have one more focus talk coming up before the lunch break. So we are all done, and up next will be Valentios Valentis and John Kotsias. So they can come to the stage and we'll make space for them. Thank you again. No. Thanks.
Good evening, everybody. I would like to thank very much Despina and Angelos and Leonidas for the privilege to be able to host a very nice conversation with Mr. Valentios Valedis, known more in the industry as Eddie Valentis. So I would like to welcome Eddie. Eddie, come on the stage, please. We will try to have a nice conversation and see how a welcome Eddie, take a seat here, how a middle-sized listed company operates in today's environment and how this company has progressed over the past 10 years being listed. So I hope that the questions are a bit intriguing. Eddie? Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you. Thank you, Yanni, for inviting me.
Thank you for changing also your schedules.
Thank you, thank you.
Very busy schedules, so we're very happy that Eddie can share with us a lot of thoughts. I start with the last panel, which Theo Kourbelis started with the word E in front of every fuel. In Greek, E, when you say E with an accent, means either. So maybe sometimes, you know, we start with E methanol, E LNG, E whatever fuel. I don't know what the solution will be. But Eddie, I checked your fleet, which we know well. I mean, we're cooperating also in various aspects over the past years. But I saw that your fleet of 8 ships combining bulkers and tankers, all but one, are equipped with electronic engines. I would like your feeling of how an eco ship, a ship that reduces its consumption, fits in your profile, and if this is something that you see as a sustainability for the future to come, moving towards zero emissions.
Yeah, John, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I mean, it was since 2014, even with the non-eco vessels, with the older engines, we started applying fuel-saving devices. So we started the process very early. We thought that we would have an advantage over the other fleet, and for a small, medium-sized company, it makes sense to distinguish yourself. So that's what we did. We did it since 2014, and gradually the fleet was replaced with full eco vessels, either first generation, second generation, or third generation eco vessels. And this is a consistent approach from our side, that we will have eco vessels. We think that this is the way forward for us, at least.
Okay, so
obviously, we will not be experimenting as a small company in fuels that we do not have experience with. So the way for us, and the sustainable way to move forward, is with eco vessels and having a better consumption than our peers.
This is possibly the stance that a majority of fellow Greek ship owners are taking. So this point is well noted. I would like to ask you something. I don't know whether, I mean, it's a tricky question. You are listed as a tanker company. Pixis Tankers is listed as a tanker company. Mm-hmm. And you have made recently announcements of the acquisition of 2 bulk carriers. Eco, we mentioned, yes, okay, modern, 2015 and 2016, a Kamsarmax and an Ultramax. I'm a shareholder. I have shares of Pixis Tankers. And I trusted you because you're a tanker company. I mean, right now you give me the impression that you're becoming a jack of all trades and master of none. If I can use this expression, I'm sorry about it. I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm just saying that, you know, I've invested as a shareholder in a tanker company, and now you're becoming a bulker and tanker company, a mix, something which I don't see a good focus. I'm a bit tricked, I feel. So, I mean, sorry.
That was interesting. I mean, moving from eco engines to to the listed company. But thank you for the question. First of all, thank you for being a shareholder. And you know, it's been our strive and our efforts since we've been public 10 years ago to create shareholder value. And this is what we will continue to do, either being a tanker company or being a bulker company or a combined entity. It doesn't mean that we're moving out of shipping or that we are decreasing the shareholder value. On the contrary, I believe that if you followed our financials, that you will see that we have built over the years a stronger company. We have taken advantage of the market, of the improving tanker market. We have done transactions when it made sense to make transactions, and we haven't done anything that we will be against shareholders and our shareholders' value. Let's not forget that management in the company holds a substantial part of the company. Therefore, we have skin in the game. So I believe that we, whether it's a pure play company or not a pure play company, has no relevance, because the value is still there. Coming to the pure play question, because you bought a tanker company and you want to take advantage of the market, etc. I understand that.
Just to mention that, you know, when you buy a tanker company and you feel that geopolitics or the market in general or some signals indicate that there's going to be an uprise, I might, you know, say that, yes, I'm investing in a company that I know will take 100% of this uprise. This is my question, really, and
yeah.
Sort of.
Unfortunately, it seems that you're the minority. The majority of shareholders does not think the same way as you. You're actually looking at the market and you see the opportunity that is there. Unfortunately, the shareholders, that's why our shares are very much undervalued. We trade way below our actual value, or net asset value. So unfortunately, shareholders do not see what you see. And therefore, what we said was that we will look at this as a pure shipping company. What do shipping companies, private shipping companies do? they do asset play. Whenever the opportunity comes, they will sell assets and realize substantial profits, which they keep in their balance sheet, et cetera, and find opportunities for the future. Moving in the dry bulk, it's not that we want to confuse people. We saw that there's value there. We thought we were making a counter-cyclical move. And let's face it, since we bought these two bulkers, asset values have moved upwards. So despite the market being a bit in the bulker segment, being a bit slow. But in any case, I think we have done the right moves being a shipping company, not being a pure play tanker company.
So if I can understand, you're not really, you want to not to have, I mean, all your eggs in one basket, but to have more different eggs in a variety of baskets and take opportunities where you see them and create extra value by not being just a purely focused on a specific segment.
Ideally, we would like to be in the tanker segment. But unfortunately, shareholders did not realize what is happening in the tanker segment for the past 2 years. The tremendous market that we have seen the last 2 years has not been realized. Many of the companies and many of their peers are trading below their NAV. Shareholders do not realize what is happening in the tanker industry and what is the focus. Therefore, we have to move on. We would ideally like to grow in the tanker segment when the timing is right, and when the market started moving. Unfortunately, we do not have that opportunity. Therefore, we have to rely on ourselves, rely on the whatever we can do internally, without, I'm repeating, without affecting our shareholders' value and without doing anything which is not accretive.
You got the timing right, of course, when you disposed a pair of your tankers at very good prices. So obviously, you see the markets, you act properly. But another question, if I can recall, you were listed in 2014. So this coming year, you will be having 10 years as a publicly listed company. Of course, in these 10 years, we haven't seen a great expansion of Pyxis. We haven't seen tremendous growth or, you creating some kind of a giant company out of this. So is it worth really all the expenses and all the time and effort and losing your true private company integrity and becoming a company with glass doors that people can see inside? This is another question. Is it really worth all the expenses and headaches of being publicly listed for these 10 years that you go back?
This is a fair question, Yanni, and I get it. Of course, being listed in the last 10 years has given us optionality. Considering financing optionality, considering operating optionality, it gives us also transparency. Yes, we have not expanded the fleet as we envisioned to do it, but we have done steps to grow the company. We have proceeded in delevering the company. So overall, the being public, although it has a substantial cost, as you mentioned, gave us the opportunity to restructure the company. And at the end of the day, today we're here with a restructured company, with much less debt, with a value, with a fleet which may be diversified, but still it's a modern eco fleet, and we still are there and still pursuing opportunities in the capital markets. And be certain, whenever the capital markets give us the opportunity to do accretive, I repeat, accretive transactions, we will do it. We have done it in the past. We have raised capital at premium to NAV, which is not easy in the shipping sector in the last 5-6 years. And we've shown to the market that we are there and we're ready to pull the trigger whenever it makes sense.
To be fair, of course, out of these 10 years, only the last 2.5 years, the tanker market has shown some positive, if not good, I would say, and extraordinary sometimes, during the peak cycles, returns. The 8 years were just survival years. And you managed not only to survive, but also to restructure the company, to create a clockwork company run, in a very, very fine way. Obviously, these are the benefits of the capital markets and the glass windows, as we say, that people can see in the company. So you have to operate very professionally. And I congratulate personally, because you're the CEO and president and the man in charge. Right now, how do you see the way forward? Geopolitics, it was mentioned. We see the threats in the Red Sea. Tanker market has gone up over the past 2 weeks tremendously, 2-3 weeks. It seriously has been affected, and especially the med trade, the product tanker trade. I would like to see how you feel about it. Positive, I mean, for the months to come.
Yeah, I think, this has been discussed extensively this morning, so I will not go through the geopolitics. It's definitely interesting. Tanker market has legs. It will continue. That is what we understand from what is happening now. I got the question earlier about whether you think that the alternative energy situation will affect the tanker market. I don't see that happening. Because this is another big issue, another big question, whether the tanker trade will be affected. I think going forward, and considering that the order book is still reasonable, I think that the tanker market has legs and it's there to stay. Now, geopolitics, you have to include, except the embargo in Russia, you have to include also what is happening now in Aden, in the Red Sea. You have to include what is happening in China, because let's not forget China is a major driving force. Let's not forget that we have elections this year in many countries in the world, many with large populations, and always, the lookout is in the US, and what will happen in the elections in the US, whether we will have new trade wars, etc., happening. This is always a geopolitic. And of course, what is happening in AI and how it will affect the economies and shipping going forward, this is also, let's put it, in the geopolitical equation.
A lot of wild cards from what we can understand, which nobody can predict. Definitely nobody can predict the market, and we don't try to do that. But you being a small to medium Greek owning company, you're the backbone of Greek shipping. So in general, what would you think, because Konkar is not listed, it's a dry company, how do you feel the Greek medium-sized company operates today? Anything that you can suggest?
Thank you for the question. This is very important. As you say, the small, medium-sized Greek shipping companies are the backbone of the Greek shipping industry. We need to maintain the know-how, and we need to keep it here. We see that the third-party managers are growing, and they will continue growing. Many owners find that it's not worth keeping ship management companies, and therefore giving third parties management. And this is something which we will pay in the future. So know-how will start diminish. We don't want to see that. I don't know what to say and how to encourage people to keep their ship managements here, but definitely we need more people coming in shipping, young people coming in shipping, which they do, and stay there, and stay in the industry and be as excited as we were when we entered the shipping industry. This is the key. And another issue which I would like to quickly say is that, and we have to be very cautious about the year that's coming, is interest rates. Let me repeat that. We need to say interest rates de-escalating. This is a very big danger, which we haven't really touched upon. And this is something with what is happening now in the situation, with the container situation, with the crude situation, etc., it's going to be escalating. So we need to bring down the cost, the inflation cost.
Representatives and key people from the major Greek banks are here with us today, so I hope that they're listening to Eddie. The spreads are going down, so this is towards the right direction these days. I think this is a very valid point. And let's make a headline by closing. Pyxis Tankers, is that the name that we will be seeing? Because we mentioned before, it's not only tankers. Is there a rename in the future coming?
Yeah, of course it will be renamed. It's not a Pyxis Tankers, it's not reflecting the actual company, so it will be renamed soon. But you will find out in end of Q1. It will be reported. So.
Bravo, bravo. So wait for the report, wait for the new name.
And it's still going to be a public
But
company.
it will be Pyxis.
And keep,
it will keep the Pyxis.
Keep the faith.
Keep the Pyxis because we need a good Pyxis. Pyxis means compass in Greek. So we need to have a good compass to know where we're going. Thank you very much, Ed.
Thank you, Yanni.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for rejoining us. We are trying to catch up on time as much as possible, but thank you for being with us. I take pleasure in introducing Mr. Kostas Delaportas, President and CEO of Medway Shipping and Trading. We talk about regulations and the EU and so many issues, but the recipients of all these regulations are people like Kostas and his team, who day in, day out, hour in, hour out, are called upon to deal with all these regulations, with the problems, the good, the bad, and the ugly. So here we are to a little bit pick on Kostas's brain and see what we can decipher from this complex shipping industry we are all involved in. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Actually, it's my second time participating in Slide2Open. I'm very glad that I'm together with you, Mr. Rupas, and I hope the audience will find our conversation very interesting and will enjoy it.
So now you're in a trap, because next year will be your third year, so...
Okay, I hope so, I hope so.
So you are a traditional, in the very good sense, Greek ship company, second generation, and the Delaportas name has a positive connotation in the industry. What do you think stands out about your company, and what basic principles do you follow so that you are good and successful in what Medway does?
Okay, actually Midway Shipping is my company, and we are ship owners and ship operators. Currently, we own 11 ships with an average age of 5 years old. Our tonnage is from Kamsarmax to large Handymax, and we are considered one of the youngest fleet in Greece. We are expecting 10 new buildings to come for the next 3 years, and all the ships are coming from the Japanese shipyards. In addition to, I have created in 2010 an operating office in Singapore and Dubai of 20 people working there. And these, my two operating offices in Singapore and Dubai, we are contracting more than 3 million tons of cargo. And we are having, on the long-term time charter period from Japanese owners, 25 ships. So 25 ships on the long term plus 11 our ships, we are controlling 36 ships all together. I'm delighted also to announce you that we open in Brazil office. We're opening a new office in São Paulo in 1st of March of a team of 3 very experienced operators, as we see a lot of potential on the cargo from East Coast, South America.
So obviously, one of the reasons you're successful is because you believe in relationships. You believe in being on the ground wherever you are to do business close to wherever you are. So
yes, for sure, and my recipe of my success is instead of being a pure owner, I have created the operating activity, and this gives me the opportunity to be close with the cargo owners, and we are controlling our own cargo, which we are using this cargo for our own ships and the time charter ships. So my philosophy all this year are the cargo is the king.
There you go. Traditionally, you've ordered in Japan. You are a proponent of new building vessels, obviously in new technologies. And there's a debate that we're all having in the industry, and you're part of that debate, of course, by default. Can we economize on existing designs, existing hulls, do some slow speeding? Is that a part solution for the time being, or does the solution lie in continuing to order new tonnage? Where do you think the happy mean rests?
This is a very good question, which I have been asked a lot of times. Actually, all my new building project is been done in Japan. All my ships are the new buildings which are coming, the 10 new buildings for the next 3 years are built with the new technology engines, Tier 3, Phase 3, and all are conventional fuel. The reason of choosing Japan only and not to go to China or Korea is that the design is the most competitive designs on the dry bulker, and they are the most fuel efficient vessel. Just to give you a small example, we just took delivery last year, a new Ultramax coming from a Japanese shipyard, and the speed and the consumption, it's amazing. Sometimes we're mixing the speed and the consumption. We are on the slow steam, we are going with 13 metric tons IFO per day, which is amazing consumption, and it's a 40% less from the competitors' vessels. So if the charterers decides to charter new building vessels with such an efficient engine, will have a 40% less CO2 emissions.
On your existing ships, though, can you be equally competitive, you think, in making them in your own ways competitive?
For sure. So actually we have 2 older ships, 2012, 2013. On those ships we have placed the fuel efficiency devices, which they have reduced the consumption by 5%. By reducing the consumption 5%, it gives you 5% less on the CO2 emission. So I will suggest to the charterers to go to a slow steaming and to use vessels with the fuel efficiency devices. We are putting fins and duct on the propeller, so we have 5% reduction.
So you would agree with some of the arguments we hear that we can come closer to our goal of decarbonizing by reducing speed and using existing good second-hand ships in an efficient way.
Especially the Japanese ships, it provides to be one of the best fuel-efficient ships. And as we have been talking, we're having slow speed at 13 metric ton ship for fully laden. So, and the competition is 19-20. So you see 5 tons less on the new ships. So the charters, they have to insist on the slow speed.
Frequently it is said that shipping thrives on crises. If there's a crisis, that usually helps the shipping industry. So I think we would all be interested to hear how you view the geopolitics. We have the Suez Canal, we have rockets being fired in all directions, we have companies that are afraid to pass their ships, reluctant to pass their ships through various regions. What do you foresee for the next 3 to 6 months will be the outcome of this, and do you think that will benefit your segment? What is your read?
Of course. This is a very hot topic in our days. As you correctly said, Mr. Rupas, since November 2023, when the attacks starting to see from Red Sea, many owners decided not to pass the Red Sea. And they redirect the vessel to go from Cape of Good Hope. On the beginning December, I have heard a lot of disputes between charterers and owners, which the charterers insist the owners to pass through Red Sea, but under the Cold War time and the war clause on the charter party, the owners refused. The charterers pay a lot of money, and as they have to follow owners' demands. What it will happen now? I believe the areas which will be affected mostly will be the areas with exporting cargo on the front haul cargoes, such as US Gulf, US East Coast, and Black Sea, that instead of using, the charters using the shortest route from Suez, they have to navigate now from Cape of Good Hope. This will create extra ton mile, will create extra freight, and so it will have a very good market for the time being.
So we should send people to go buy dry bulk stock.
For sure,
listed
for sure. If the disruption continues more, I think that we will have a boost on the dry market, and the charters will ask the owners and the vessels to go on the full speed in order to limit the shortage of tonnage.
Okay, great, thank you. In wrapping it all up, if you had to give some advice as a second-generation owner, if you want to be a successful owner who has learnt the job from within and now tries to expand, what would you say are the qualities that are needed to succeed in your role as managing a shipping operation?
For me, as a ship owner and ship operator, the only thing which I'm saying, and I must say to my employees all over the world, Singapore and Dubai, work very hard. This is, I think, the best recipe for the success.
Thank you very much for this discourse. We look forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you very much. I hope so. I hope.
Take care.
Okay, so it's my first time in a shipping conference. I am electrical engineer by training. I'm professor, now emeritus at National Technical University of Athens. I'm chairing the IEEE Power and Energy Society Greece chapter, but I'm also the chair of IEEE European Public Policy Committee Energy Working Group, and starting this year, the secretary of PES Technical Council. So I want to say a few words why I was invited here and what is in common between IEEE and the shipping industry and maritime sector in general. So first of all, let me present you the IEEE Power and Energy Society Greece chapter. Sorry for the slides. So this is just a slide that you can maybe the organizers can share with participants in case you want to come in contact with us. The main thing is that the chapters in IEEE are the intersection of scientific societies, technical societies, and geographical spaces. So we are the chapter of the Power and Energy Society in Greece. The Power and Energy Society, where you can find more information in this link, involves a number of technical committees, 17 technical committees and 4 coordinating committees, and these are governed by the Technical Council I mentioned earlier. And within the coordinating committees, we have the Marine Systems Coordinating Committee, and the secretary of this coordinating committee is Professor John Proussalidis, who will be chairing the next discussion panel session. Our most important contribution that also involves the shipping industry is the standards, and it's very important to have harmonized standards in order to be able to facilitate interconnections between electrical systems and ships and seagoing vessels. So the challenges, we already heard some regarding the fuel and the carbon emission that are facing the maritime sector, include also the connection to land electricity, what is known as the cold ironing, which creates a new situation for the transmission distribution network on land. There is the notion of smart and sustainable ports, to which I'll come again in a minute, and also the electrification of sea-going vessels. So, just to conclude my short greeting here, IEEE has started as the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, but the Power and Energy Society has moved very much into the energy issues, and the electricity markets, which have evolved in the last maybe 20 years, have made us also a bit of experts in economy and finance. Between my colleagues here, there are some that are very well learned in these subjects, and you'll hear them later. And also, the energy transitions makes us look into transportation of electrification of transportation, and this, of course, includes the maritime sector, on which you are so well aware of. So that is how we came to intervene in this conference. Thank you for your attention, and looking forward to the panel that will follow me. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Proussalidis. I happen to be a professor of marine electrical engineering at the Technical University of Athens at the School of Naval Architecture and Marine Engineering, while I have a few roles within the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, as Professor Vounas said. We'll go on with this panel session, and I would like to invite our distinguished guests, starting from the representative of the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy, Mr. Michail Valsamas, who is actually the director of the Ship's Design and Construction Directorate. So, Mr. Valsamas, please, I will invite all panelists, but we'll start with Mr. Valsamas having a very short salutation. So please have a seat first. Then I will start with the ladies. I would like to kindly ask Mrs. Ariadne Psimara from Attica Group. Okay, then I would like to invite Mr. Fourlaris, who is the Vice Chairman of the Regulating Authority, not only of energy, but also of water and waste. But he is actually the energy sector specialist of the Regulating Authority. Then I would like to ask Mr. Anastasios Manos, the CEO of HEDNO, the Electric Energy Distribution Network Operator. I would like to ask also Mr. Dimitris Spyrou from the Port Piraeus Authority, who is actually the specialist of the European projects. And last but not least, I would like to ask to the podium and to have a seat the guru of the electrical economy, Dr. Alex Papalexopoulos, who has actually come from all over the United States just for this conference. I would like to ask first Mr. Valsamas to make just a short to address the audience on behalf of the ministry. We had the minister early this morning, but this time it is going to be an even more technical address. So, Mr.
Thank you, Professor Proussalidis. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests. It's a great honor to address you at this significant shipping finance conference, a gathering that symbolizes our collective dedication to the maritime sector and turning motion into action. The Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Insular Policy stands at the forefront of championing sustainable development in our maritime sector. Our commitment is a continuous dynamic effort. This commitment was recently highlighted by Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis at the 28th COP, the announcement of including Poros in the GR Eco Islands Sustainability Programme following Astypalea and Halki isn't just a step, but a giant leap towards realizing our vision of environmental stewardship and maritime innovation. Our current focus is on the deployment of shoreside electricity infrastructure and the development of alternative fuel sources. These initiatives are not just future plans, they are current active projects that command our full attention and resources. This progress represents our dedication to not only envisioning a greener future, but also actively building it. Navigating the complex water of EU legal framework, particularly FuelEU and the Alternative Fuels Infrastructure Regulation, present unique challenges and opportunities. The stringent timelines set by these regulations underscore the urgency of our mission. Closing, the journey towards a sustainable maritime future is fraught with challenges, but it is also rich with rewards. As we sail these waters, the role of each stakeholder, from government bodies to industry professionals and financial investors, becomes increasingly pivotal. We are not just charting a course, we are navigating towards a greener, more sustainable maritime world. Your contribution, engagement, and investment in this journey are invaluable. Thank you for your attention. Professor?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Valsamas. You are not allowed to go too far away. Okay. Let me just give you some hints that we are going to have a round of questions to everybody. Each one of you will have to answer in about 3 minutes or so that we have a second round, and in the end we have the opportunity also from the audience or some other interventions. I need to highlight that by the end of this session we are going to have a parallel session that it is actually co-organized by the Port of Piraeus, and it is strongly related to what we are going to discuss after the project, the European project Cyport. Well, since we do have the representative of the ministry, and you have already addressed a few things, Mr. Valsamas, you have already named we do have new regulations that impose mandatory measures from one point or the other. So I would like, they are all supposed to lead towards sustainability and so on. But this has to be done by 2030, which is only 5 years away practically. So how do you plan as ministry to respond?
Yes, is it open? Yeah, okay. The new international and EU framework, while presenting significant challenges, indeed necessitates shift and decisive action in transforming our ports to environmentally friendly hubs by 2030. At the Ministry, the electrification of ships and ports is at the forefront of our mission, serving a critical step towards a greener maritime future. Recognizing the complexity of this task, we are not only focused on shoreside electricity, but are also exploring other sustainable approaches, such as the deployment of hydrogen infrastructure. This exploration is part of our broader strategy to ensure a versatile and comprehensive response to maritime environmental challenges. Our proactive stance is reflected in our alignment with the advancement of Europe's transition to cleaner maritime energy. We are currently working in accordance with AFIR Article 14, which mandates that by September 31, 2024, each member state must submit a draft national policy framework for the development of alternative fuels in the transport sector. In parallel, we are preparing a presidential decree entitled Regulation for the Safe Onshore Power Supply, Electric Charging, Berthing, Inspection and Certification of Electric and Hybrid Vessels. This decree, near its final stages, before consultation, signifies our commitment to not only meeting but exceeding EU legal framework by integrating safety into our sustainable practices. Moreover, our approach involves extensive collaboration with key stakeholders, including energy companies. Through these strategic meetings, we are amalgamating diverse ideas and strategies to establish a unified approach towards maritime electrification and the use of alternative fuels. These collaborations highlight the importance of public-private partnerships in achieving our environmental goals. In conclusion, the Ministry is unwavering in its dedication to transforming our maritime sector into a more sustainable and eco-friendly industry, fully aligned with the EU's overarching environmental objectives. Our comprehensive strategy, incorporating both immediate and long-term initiatives, is a testament to our commitment to this crucial endeavor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Valsamas. I think you've raised several issues that we need to be also responded by others in the panel. I will go to the representative now of the biggest port in Greece and one of the biggest ports in Europe, who by default has, let's say, a predominant role to lead the way. So, Mr. Spiro, could you give us, in brief, some initiatives and actions that you have undertaken all these years towards this sustainability target?
Thank you, Mr. Prosalidis. The implementation of the onshore power supply positions in the port of Piraeus aligns with the environmental goals, the regulatory requirements, and the community expectations. And this can offer long-term economic benefits, making it a strategic and forward-looking option for the port operations. On this way, Piraeus Port Authority has included the development of onshore power supply infrastructure in the updated master plan of the port, which has already approved by the state. Also, and besides the funding via our sources, we participate in various European projects. Within this project, PPA performs the needed studies which have prepared the port for the installations of OPS systems in all its area. For example, the Elim project, which has been finalized by the end of the previous year, has dedicated to passenger ships of the coastal shipping and The seaport project was concentrated on our cruise area, cruise terminals, and about this seaport project, another session, as you told before, will be devoted. Besides the Ealing and the seaport project, we have already started working and we make significant efforts in order to implement some OPS positions in our port, and especially the positions which have already studied by the Ealing project. Also, another action which we have already worked during the last years, we have already started our efforts. We have, it is the coverage of power demands, which are very crucial a crucial issue for PPA. For this reason, we have done enough discussions, not only with the DE, I mean HEDNO, but also with IPTO, the RBE, who is the authority which will bring us the high voltage power in the port. PPA, except all this, is looking to the next stops, and the occasion of our collaboration with the energy authorities like HEDNO, RAE, and IPTO, we have seen, and it is very crucial also for the port, the regulatory framework and the issue of the pricing policy of the electricity which is going to be supplied to ships.
Okay, thank you very much for this overview. As you said, we are going to have it perhaps in a more detail later on in the parallel session. Now, I believe we had, let's say, an option from a big port in Greece. Let's see also what happens from the ship side. And so I would like to ask Mrs. Psimara to give an overview of the activities of the biggest company of the coastlines, let's say in Greece, Attica Group. So, Mrs. Psimara.
Hello, thank you for inviting me. Attica Group operates with 45 vessels. It's the leading ferry operator in Greece. Operates in the Greek domestic routes, the Greece-Italy routes, and between Morocco and Spain. The green transition consists for Attica one of the biggest challenges. So we have been working for around 3 years now in order to be a little proactive. We have created a new environmental strategy and developed a decarbonization roadmap. Our roadmap consists of detailed actions and targets, meeting the targets of IMO up to a specific limit. On the short term, we are optimizing our speed, our vessel speeds, and implementing energy-saving devices. In the medium term, we are looking into retrofitting our vessels with dual-fuel engines, but when we solve the issue, which is which fuel we are going to use, and then we are in the long term, we are investing in new buildings with zero emissions. Implementing OPS equipment on board is included in our action plan. We have completed our studies on board 9 vessels for the domestic routes and 6 vessels for the Greece-Italy routes. It's a great investment, actually. It's about 1 million per vessel, it could be. We have estimated that our port emissions are about 4%. So we want to support the SSC implementation in Piraeus and in Patras and in the 10 ports. And I have to mention also that in Italy, they are planning to complete the investment in 2026 in all their ports. So it would be great if we could do something too. That's my comment.
Thank you very much. I think we have now a view of let's say, both stakeholders, representatives, and let's engage now the energy representatives. We'll start with Mr. Fourlaris, and I would like to ask you and to give somehow an outline of how an energy authority is actually engaged in this effort.
Thank you, Mr. Boursalidis. We started getting to know the whole problem 3 years ago on occasion of a study that we assigned as regulatory authority with National Technical University of Athens, dedicated to cold ironing. So, according to our point of view, some questions arise. Let's say, identify who can actually invest in this type of business. The ports, the ship owners do not know the electric energy system. We are talking about huge energy transaction through distribution, through transmission mainly and distribution network. Another question is, what is the cost of electricity and what is the selling price? In a first approach, we can consider that we can use the tools of open electric energy market. And one of this approach, we can consider also that electricity considered as maritime fuel. Also, is there another question? Is there any maritime electricity market rules worldwide? We have not clear positive answer that there is a successful model in any country on Europe or elsewhere. Finally, and the last, let's say, but not the least, I want to say that we must encourage DSO, the Hellenic operator, the Hellenic operator in distribution network, and also TSO, the Hellenic Transmission System Operation, to upgrade their network and approval their expansion plan through to their 10 years network development plan.
Okay, thank you. I think you made an excellent introduction to the next question, which is by all means addressed to Mr. Manos, and ask him about electrification. You are supposed as HEDNO to provide electricity to all consumers. In this case, is it a simple project?
I'll start with an analogy. What does it mean, port electrification? In the morning, I was at the NEV convention about electrical vehicles, and I was giving an analogy that when they're asking for a charger of 250 kilowatts, it means it is equivalent to 50 houses. When they're asked for a supercharger at a highway station of 3.5 megawatt, it's equivalent to Hilton Hotel. So you're adding Hiltons all over the country, or 700 houses. And then let's move it to the port. If you're asking for 10 megawatts, it means that you're asking for 2,100 houses. Let's compare it with Igoumenitsa, where we are already involved in Alphion project. I cannot recall if it is 3-4 megawatts or close to 10 megawatts. Igoumenitsa has 10,000 people, the whole area. It means 2,000 houses. So in reality, what we have been asked is to add one more Igoumenitsa to Igoumenitsa.
Indeed.
This is just for the audience and for all of us to really understand what is needed, what is at stake. And I decorrelate it with the number of cars, etc. I'm using it for that. So, yes, we need enormous amounts of power and energy to do that. And we're in the middle of transforming and modernizing the grid to serve the local resources and renewables and the prosumers. And we're digitalizing it, and we're facing also fiscal catastrophes. So we have included in very close collaboration with both the regulator proactively and well in advance, and also with the Ministry of Energy. We're working together on how to, and of course the universities and you, on how to really make the necessary landscape in order to make it work for Greece. There are a lot of challenges, and the regulatory environment is not yet there, but it's almost nowhere there. On the other hand, the DSO has a secured finance plan and then strategic plan, and we can support the deployment to all the ports around. And why I'm mentioning all the ports around, the reason is that in the beginning we were talking about the 5 core ports of Greece, and in the process it came up that we're reaching all 30 main ports of Greece. So it's not a simple project. And then we have also to respect the funds from the Greek state and of course the Greek consumers, and exploit it to the best possible extent. And why do I highlight that? While the environment is not yet formed, there are always the notion of economies of scales, synergies, and core competence or core business. And why do I mention that? Because one of the few models is that each port does its own stuff. This is each port developing skills, people, know-how to manage electricity. While in the country you have a fiscal monopoly for both the transmission and the distribution. So it comes as a natural, I would say, result that managing the DSO, all the corresponding investments, harvesting the synergies and economies of scale, managing the risk of and the all the issues that may come up from administrating electricity leads to specific models that could be more easily implemented in our country. So we're on it. We're working on it in a very close collaboration with the regulator and the ministry, and we want to ensure that we have Greece as a pioneer in Europe rather than a follower. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the figurative, let's say, overview and the examples that you gave us. You mentioned, Mr. Manos, you mentioned the story of a regulatory framework, also Mr. Fullaris did. So we do have, let's say, here our expert, Dr. Papalexopoulos, who has been assigned this role to check for and to proceed with establishing the framework. But first of all, Alex, allow me this. Do you think that this is a good opportunity to establish an energy market in this maritime sector?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. John, thank you for working together in this project, actually. We design markets. I'm based in San Francisco, California. We design markets all over the world. Over the last 25 years, we have built about 15 markets in North America, Central South America, Asia, and Western and Eastern Europe. We believe that energy markets is the best tool we have for best optimal allocation of capital for investments, and also for optimal dispatch, for the work that the transmission and distribution system operators do worldwide. And we have studies to prove that. Where energy markets come into play here, we are in the intersection, we mean the energy markets, between two major global market forces. On one side, we have technology innovations that are happening for many, many years in the energy sector. Also, the game now has been shifted from transmission, high level, all the way to distribution, close to the customer, with renewables, storage, distributed generation, and so on and so forth, batteries. That's the one force. The other force is policies for decarbonization. Energy markets are the intersection of those two major global forces. So what we're doing within the context of ports, we want to electrify the ports. What as part of this project, we have looked around worldwide, starting from California, where I am in San Francisco. We look at the ports in California. California has one of the most mature and advanced energy markets after the energy crisis in 2000 with Enron. We looked at the airport, at the port in Oakland or in Los Angeles. They all have cold ironing, but the ports there are not energy players. They are not energy hubs. Simply through cold ironing, the local distribution company provides electricity to the port. Here we're much more ambitious. We want to make the ports an energy hub. We need to transform the port to an energy hub, meaning we want to make the ports active energy players. Of course, that takes people, skills, software, but it can be done. And that's the interest to me to be part of this project. To make a port an active energy hub, an energy player, this means that it has to participate in the market, it has to reduce the price of providing energy services to the port. And as part of this project, we have different tools how to do this. In the presentation in the next session, I'll discuss about those instruments, financial instruments that the ports can use to reduce the price of electricity, and that's part of the regulatory construct that the previous speakers, the energy people, talked about. So there is something unique in the project, which is making the ports active energy players that participate in the energy market. When I say participate in the energy market, I mean long-term market through contracts for differences, these are financial instruments, or power purchase agreements, long-term power purchase agreements, and participate in the short-term markets of NX and also ADMIE. These are the short-term markets for tomorrow. So they can buy and sell the port's energy there. With those tools, we can reduce the price of electricity, and as a result, we can minimize the subsidies that we need to have so we can keep the ship owners neutral financially for transitioning from diesel generation to shore power, clean shore power. Thank you.
Okay, thank you that you gave this optimistic view that we are not going in a dead end and so on. I would like to, having this economic part, I would like to come back now to Mr. Valsamas, and I would like to state that we do have something about 15 minutes, so each one must be as succinct as possible. So, Mr. Valsamas, you've all said we've discussed the time framework, which is very strict. What about funding? Do we have, let's say, the cash flow we need?
Thank you, Professor. First of all, in addressing the tight time frames and the substantial funding needed for the energy transformation of both ports and ships, our ministry has adopted a strategy that emphasizes collaboration, coordination, and the utilization of a variety of funding instruments. Firstly, we have forged a strong collaboration with the Ministry of Environment and Energy. This partnership is crucial as it combines the necessary expertise and resources for the successful implementation of our initiatives. The key focus of our strategy is the financing of port infrastructure development. We are acutely aware of the significant investment required in this transformation. To this end, we are actively exploring diverse funding avenues with a particular emphasis on leveraging European Union funding programs. These programs are instrumental in supporting our ambitious goals. Prominent among these is the CEF, Connecting Europe Facility Energy Program, designed to provide financial support in meeting EU decarbonization targets and optimizing the deployment of renewable energy. This aligns with our national efforts to increase energy supply security. Further, we are also considering the modernization and decarbonization funds, as well as other EU instruments like the Just Transition Fund. And our approach involves a meticulous investigation of these opportunities to ensure comprehensive and effective resource utilization. To illustrate some ministry action, let me provide some examples. First, I will mention the Greek government that has allocated 1 million euros from the RRF, and this investment supports the exploration of new ship designs, the modification of existing vessels to integrate low or zero emission technologies, and various funding possibilities for such projects. Second, I will say that under the transport program, we plan to develop a regular public service connecting small and remote islands. This initiative aims to promote regional development and provide affordable, resilient, and equitable connectivity. We are committed to using non-fossil fuel technologies in ship propulsion in line with cohesion policy rules and EU decarbonization policies. A comprehensive study has been performed to explore the feasibility of using non-fossil fuels for ship operating on public interest lines over distances ranging from 3 to 45 nautical miles. The budget for this action ranges from 80 to 360 million euros. Additionally, an AI-based IT system for policy decision-making on coastal shipping lanes is being developed with a budget estimated to 1.5 million euros. Third, I will mention the GR-Eco Island initiative, which is a collaboration between our ministry and the European Commission, specifically DG Regio, is another significant endeavor. This initiative aims at the energy transition of the Greek islands is co-financed with resources from the European Structural and Investment Funds for the 2021-2027 programming period. And it represents a holistic national strategy for the green transition of Greece's islands, focusing on their comprehensive move towards climate neutrality and the enhancement of local economies. This involves directly linking of economic development with green energy utilization, sustainable environmental resources management, the circular and blue economy, and enhancing island interconnectivity with a primary focus on maritime transport and digital transition. The funding for the GR-Eco Islands initiative is not limited to ESPA resources. As per Article 2 of the National Climate Law, it is also supported by the Public Investment Program, the Island Decarbonization Fund, the Energy Transition Fund, the Green Fund, the NEARCHOS Program financial instruments, and other unions and private resources.
Okay. Thank you for providing all this list of financial, let's say, subsidies or ways to co-fund and so on. And I would like to thank you also for supporting efforts like these of Piraeus by giving the member state approval, by all means. On this case, I would like also to address question now Mr. Spirou, from your side, on your side, could you give us some examples of what is the cost and perhaps what are the time limits?
It is true that up to now we have not an accurate estimate of the total cost of the implementation of the short sea electricity systems in all Piraeus of the Piraeus port. But you can think that the coastline for Piraeus port, including the berth, the length of the berths, is about 36 or 37 kilometers, quite long. And also for 2023, we had about between 15 and 16,000 arrivals and departures. You understand how big are the volumes. However, I can reference the cost of the 5 short electricity positions of the coastal shipping, according to the studies we have done up to now, and we are going to submit for the funding. It is approximately 15 million euros for 5 OPS positions. Okay. But the problem is not only the works and the cost inside the port. We can make also a reference to an estimated cost of the connection of the high voltage, which is about 150 kilovolts. Okay, that of course depends on the solution which is going to be chosen. The cost varies between 2 and 15 million euros, and the timeline is also between 36 and 60 plus months. Also, you understand that not only the cost, but also the timeline is long enough. Although the cost is very high and we know that we are going to encounter difficulties and obstacles because of the bureaucratic procedures, because of the licensing, because of the possible archaeological issues which maybe will arise. We plan our next steps and we set the priorities in order to proceed and for more OPS positions in the Port of Piraeus.
Okay, thank you for giving us hints of several barriers that you might encounter. I have a simple, let's say, similar question to Mrs. Psimara, if they have encountered several difficulties in terms of funding or implementing, considering also that you do have ships of not the same age, but of a rather variant age.
Yes, we are looking into funding. We have not received any funding yet, but we are looking into it because it's not easy to receive funding as a shipping company because EU does not give funding to maritime sector. I think that now some calls are coming that they might involve maritime, but I'm not sure yet. And you have to...
Hopefully.
Yes. You have to be very innovative as well in order to receive them. So comply with the regulation is a must for us. We have drawn up an investment plan which is up to 1 billion in order to upgrade the existing vessels to be more environmentally friendly and also introduce new buildings. And also a key role also is the digitalization. So it's a lot of money. And since we are talking about sustainability, we should also look for the sustainability of the companies as well, because they should be sustainable as well. It's a very expensive journey, the greening one.
Okay, thank you very much. As we are running out of time, I would like to ask now Mr. Furleris. Once again, he hinted a bit, but just to confirm that do we need a regulatory framework? Because we are talking about energy transactions of huge amounts of energy. So, and what are your actions to this direction?
Indeed, we were not aware of this story. The electric market in Europe has been unbundling. That means that each partner must have a distinct role. In this case, the amounts of energy in transaction are huge, which means that special care must be taken. To this end, we have started studying this issue with the help of my friend, Dr. Mr. Alex Papalexopoulos, also in collaboration with HENDO, the DSO, the Hellenic DSO of electricity. And we need to see the producers from the one side and the ports and the ship owners from the other side. But I insist that the grid, by all means, must be able to support the market, which means we need to encourage the upgrade of the infrastructure.
Okay, thank you. I'm coming now to Mr. Manos. We need to upgrade the infrastructure, Mr. Fuller said, and you've already hinted that we do have rather few ports in Greece.
No worries, you can have the question. I will answer another question though, if I may. So I heard for Piraeus Port 36 to 60 months. I heard the other day, and it's a fact, it's not I heard, that Europe aims for carbon neutrality at 2040, not 2050. So it's around the corner. And if we need 60 months, for example, up to 60 months for Piraeus Port, 2030 is, I mean, it's past station, not around the corner. I heard that the US, which is a role model in a lot of cases, the port accommodates the case and they're not entering into this. I heard about the costs and how we'll manage it. And I'm partially also answering the question, and of course the unbundling, because it's a guideline. We need also to take account, though, that in our country we have another specificity. We may be talking for 30 ports, but in terms of managing the ports, we may have 50 to 100 different ownership cases. In each port, you know that we have at least 1 to 2, if not more. We have the private part of the port, the public part of the port that belongs to the, and it is again on the same port. So in business, sometimes in order to achieve some really big and pressing targets, you really follow the path of marginal continuous improvements. We do not need to solve all the equations at once. Let's assume that, yes, HEDNO undertakes the corresponding installations. We secure that we have a space at the port or near the port for the proper installation. We start with that, and then it might be PPAs, and we stop there and we evaluate, and then we move to unbundling and to markets as a second step. Because if we try really to solve everything at once, we may be negotiating for the next 3 to 5 years, and we will be at 2030, looking at 2040, not having much though done. That's from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much and for keeping the time as well. I would like to ask you, Alex, about, and perhaps conclude the session. We have seen now the difficulties of having the infrastructure while we are talking about the final step, the establishing the energy market. I wish that you make the combination of these two. It's not, I would like you to confirm that it is not a purely financial and economical issue, but we need to have the infrastructure ready so that we have an operating model of the energy market. So that would be, let's say, from on your side, your opinion.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I find this question extremely important and crucial. When we start building markets in the US 25 years ago, I was very excited that markets will solve all the problems, including the infrastructure problem. The markets we built in the US failed on that. With the experience, practical experience over the last 25 years, and with age, I have concluded that markets cannot solve the infrastructure problem. This is fundamental. We have market failures. Any assumption we made that markets will solve infrastructure were wrong. And all the papers I have published over the years, peer-reviewed papers, looking back now, they're just rubbish. Why? Where is the problem? The problem is that transmission and distribution has characteristics of public good. If I'm an investor and I want to build a line from north to south Greece, so I will not pay congestion charges per se, who is going to pay me? How will I recover my capex? If I don't follow the traditional route, meaning put it in the rate base and all the customers pay, that's a traditional way, then I need to allocate to that investor what we call merchant property rights for the next 30 years. But those rights recover maybe 20 to 25% of the investment. It's like the variable cost. They will never recover the investment. As a result, I tell my transmission distribution clients in the US, no worries, no investor, no other party will come into your territory to build the grid, upgrade the grid. It's only you, it's a monopoly, it has the characteristics of a public good. So, the short answer is that the infrastructure projects that are needed so much for the energy transition, and we are lagging. We do billions of dollars of investments in solar, wind, storage. I'm in Silicon Valley. There are billions of dollars in research and development for new batteries, long duration batteries. But the investments in transmission distribution are lagging. And without transmission distribution, we cannot have energy transition. And those infrastructure investments has to be built separately from the markets. And that's fundamental. Every study we do proves that point, which we have communicated with the US regulators, local regulators, the federal regulator, policy bodies, that we cannot count on markets to solve the transmission and the distribution grid problem. This should come from a separate path. Thank you.
Okay, I have to thank you all. We've run out of time, but I would like to invite those of you interested in, let's say, the problems to come in the next parallel session of the SciPort project. So thank you all for participating and having all these very good points.
We have a question,
okay. Yes.
a statement, rather, from Mr. Travlou.
Yes. First, sorry for being intrusive, but I think it's quite important because you've got a very highly technical panel here who inform us of all these situations about batteries. Ladies and gentlemen, words of caution. China, all the batteries which you want to produce, which were energy efficient and are fighting or at least preventing the environmental problems, to make the batteries, and the majority of batteries worldwide, I think 85 or 90% comes from China. They burn 62% of the energy which is burned in, or is used in China, is coal. So effectively, what are we really doing? We're destroying the universe by having a tremendous amount of environmental damage to produce the environmentally friendly battery. Secondly, to actually make one single battery, we're excavating over 500,000 pounds of earth to go and produce the lithium, the cobalt, the nickel, the graphite, and the manganese, which is being required. So what are we really doing? The question here is, I think, food for thought, is that we want the battery to be environmentally friendly, but we don't want to have a catastrophe in the world to build the environmentally friendly battery. Thank you.
We thank you. I don't know if somebody wishes to answer right now. Yes, Konstantinos.
A very valid question. And I mean, there are new technologies right now which go direction of organic batteries, not anymore lithium-based and so on. This is very interesting. We can take it offline. It is very new, but it is already at the scale of production. And this may solve some problems. So it solves the geopolitical problem, the supply chain, and so on, and also the problem of the batteries degrading over time. So, but we can discuss this separately.
Well, I want to pursue this further. Your comment is right on the mark. I agree with Konstantinos. There are some new technologies. For example, where I am in Silicon Valley, Elon Musk, for example, is looking for these new technologies, not lithium-based, so will not depend on China and other places to do this. This has a geopolitical dimension, which is very, very difficult for the US government to deal with, even though the West is looking very carefully now to build our own hubs for these new technologies. I'm working in Chile, for example. Chile is a major player in some of these rare earth material. The Chinese and Americans are fighting to lease space in mountains there to do exploration of those technologies. But your comment is right on the mark. And clearly, we're very concerned about this. How these things will play out, we don't know really exactly. There are definitely geopolitical dimensions to this. There is, as you know, a fragmentation of technology now between the US and China. There are major problems. We work with the US government, actually with DOE, to address some of these problems. And clearly, the US government is very concerned about the issues you raise. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can conclude this session. Thank you all very much for your attention and your attendance.
And I would like to say that, as Professor John Proussalidis pointed out, we have a workshop on the upper floor on the room MC32. This workshop has to do with the regulatory framework in the market, ports market or energy market, and the pricing of maritime energy, and also the presentation of Skyport project, the project of electrification of ships at the port of Piraeus. That was submitted recently and concluded recently. Thank you. And now, it's time to pass to another subject, a very serious one as well. From the shoreside electricity challenges for shipping and the ports, we will now discuss the challenges the human element faces in shipping. We will hear the presentation of Dr. Philip Sotiriadis and learn how well-being and good health can be improved by telematic innovative methods. Dr. Sotiriadis is an experienced professional with a PhD and a proven track record in the field of e-health and telemedicine.
Hello, good evening to all. I'm Philip Sotiriadis. So I'm the CEO of Telematic Medical Application, who is a leading healthcare telemedicine system integrator and value-added solution e-health provider, and part of Talos Group. TMA was founded back in 2017. Since then, we have implemented and participated in several e-health and telemedicine projects on the public sector as well as on the private sector. On the public sector, back in 2015, we implemented the National Telemedicine Network for the state as subcontractors back then of Cosmote. And now we're expanding it by implementing it into Ionian Islands and the rest of Greece. On the private sector, and most particularly on the Maritime sector, we service over 700 deep sea vessels. We continuously participating and implementing in research, European research projects in order to develop and evolve our products and our services through them. Moreover, and more particular on the maritime sector, we have developed NOAA Arc of Health telemedicine stations that their job is to take the measurements, the vitals, and the physical status of the patient or the seafarer on board, transfer it to the cloud via satellite network to the cloud infrastructure called Hippocrates, and then our medical networks who are servicing 24/7, they are delivering their treatment plan and medical advice. More particular in throughout our subscription, we're giving the NOAA telemedicine tablet that it is a certified telemedicine system, MDR certified. That means the whole system consists as a medical device. We have also integrated into AI that also regulated and certified by FDA that can take from the camera the heart rate, the oxygen saturation, the respiration rate, the heart rate variability, and the mental stress level. The collection of these vitals are transferred then to the private cloud in order for the doctors to serve the incident. Optionally, there are three more telemedicine stations, NOAA telemedicine stations, that where we have integrated various hospital-grade medical equipment, from 12-lead ECG to blood test and drug test analyzers. The difference between them is only on the medical equipment that they bear. What we did furthermore, in order to benefit our clients, is that we combined, along with Naftilus and Inter-American, our telemedicine with insurance, so our clients can benefit a 40% discount of the insurance cost for crew members. The system works in three simple steps. First of all, it is collecting the data, as I aforementioned, and transfer them to the private cloud. The TMA coordinator receives the medical case and automatically transfers the collected data to the corresponding specialized doctor. After that, a live video communication or a voice call takes place in order for the doctor to give the medical consultation along with the treatment plan. And of course, all the relative medical consultation and treatment plan, it is coming back to the terminal telemedicine station in written and with the signature of the doctor that provided. We have 22 medical specialties that operate on 24/7 basis, providing continuous support to the network. All communication, of course, can be recorded, and it is accessible in the platform for maximum transparency. Using telemedicine, the seafarers have direct access to specialized doctors, regardless, of course, their location. The telemedicine enables quick evaluation and accurate telemedical interventions on the ship by curing the incident or improving the patient condition when needed to get ashore for further medical examination or hospitalization. So it is protecting the seafarer's health and restraining medical expenses, save time, costs, and enabling uninterrupted work on the ship, minimizing the risk of relapse and accidents. Of course, as a side effect, in a manner of speaking, the telemedicine with the medical care delivery that provides is reducing visits to onshore facilities. So it promotes crew health, reducing accidents, establishing a continuity on the medical observation of crew members through continuous medical monitoring of their health. And they have there is remote coordination and consultative support from specialized doctors, as I said. So why do anyone choose us? We offer state-of-the-art telemedicine system and regulated one, certified. We guarantee 99% uptime of all our services. We develop continuing evolving our products and services through them. And we support 24/7 medical issues and technical issues. Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kalispera. My name is Panagiotis Korakas, and I'm the head of the Historical Archive of Naftika Chronika magazine. It is with great joy that I welcome you to this panel entitled Shipping and the Human Element, Lost Cause or Hope on the Horizon. I would like to thank Mrs. Travlou for the invitation to moderate this panel and for organizing once again this thought-provoking and insightful annual conference. With me here today are going to be speakers that represent various parts of our multifaceted industry. I would like to begin by inviting them to the stage. We have here with us Mrs. Elizabeth Kalbari. She is a neuropsychologist, an executive leadership consultant, and founder of Self-Balance, an HR outsourcing provider that uses neuroscience to make cultures human-centric while also providing services to help unleash the human potential in any field. Also with us is Mr. Makram Daouk. He is the business director of Crossworld Marine. Crossworld Marine is the marine HR arm of the Crossworld Group that focuses on one of the shipping's most critical elements, the crew. I would also like to invite Professor Ioannis Golias, Managing Director of the Eugenides Foundation and Professor Emeritus in the Civil Engineering School of the National Technical University of Athens. I would also like to invite Mrs. Maria Corconzelou. She is the crew manager for the shipping company Synergy Maritime Holdings Corporation. And last but definitely not least, Mr. Konstantinos Ikonomou. He is the CEO of the Marine Tours Group of Companies. Before we kick things off, I'd like to say a few words about our panel's theme. A huge part of the industry's public dialogue is mostly focused and concerned with important issues such as decarbonization, vessel or fuel technology, and the various financial aspects of our sector. It goes without saying that these discussions are a part of the industry's present and most times its future too. Over the last few years, we have witnessed the maritime community also focusing heavily on the human element. In this way, we highlight the most interesting and important part of the equation, the people that constitute our industry. And I mention this because we should never forget how unique this industry is and how many elements are needed to create this enormous whole that makes up the wider maritime community. Exactly because we depend on the people that make up this community, the human element poses some of the most important challenges. Anyone who works in shipping, either onshore or on a vessel at sea, knows that day-to-day work involves communicating and collaborating with a multitude of people from all around the world, of various cultures and ethnicities, each with their own distinct and special characteristics. Ergo, the shipping industry's diversity is a notion of constant discussion. Another aspect that involves the human element are the ever-emerging new regulations and new technologies that are implemented and demand constant training or reskilling from people in maritime. A question on everyone's lips over the past few years is, how is the current workforce going to adjust to this new era of constant change? And last but not least, I would like to make a specific note of the new generation that is gradually entering the shipping industry. Generation Z has a different sociological profile and career expectation from previous generations. Their distinct characteristics and how the industry will detect them and make room for them will be of ultimate importance for the future of shipping. There are some voices that think that all the factors that I have mentioned are part of a so-called losing battle. However, with us here today is a panel of esteemed speakers who I think will beg to differ with this opinion and argue that the human element is the chief element of our industry. And as I'm sure you're all eagerly anticipating the upcoming discussion, let me start by posing the first question. What is the best possible way to attract shipping talent in the 21st century? And is it a main challenge a matter of quality or quantity? Or perhaps even both? Perhaps Mrs. Calabari, you'd like to begin.
Sure. Okay, hello, thank you for inviting me, and happy to be around here with all these esteemed panelists. Well, I will revert with a different question to your question, saying that how can we, in a way, the maritime industry, I may say, leverage the power of emotions and infuse a culture that taps into the power of emotions, I may say, and that's the most important thing for me. And I may say that if I can use the motto of this year's conference, turning motion into action, I may say that turning emotions into action. Meaning and saying that for me as a neuropsychologist and working with transforming cultures into this industry and also working with behaviors, I may say that emotions are the ones that are the most important and the key factor to this quality. We talk about performance, we talk about expertise, we talk about mistakes. All of these things have to do with has to do with quality, but it has to do mainly with emotions and the power of these emotions into performance. So if we talk about quality, I may say that quality has to do with the fact that a culture appreciates talents, and you can have quantity if you can't appreciate quality. So just for start, some things just to start the discussion of this important
Thank you. Thank you. I see Mr. Dauk probably has something to say.
I would say actually, and good evening first of all, and thank you for having me. Thank you, Ms. Travlou, for the second invitation. So this year it's an honor and very nice panel so far. I would say it's a dual issue. There's a quality aspect that we need to tackle, but there's also a quantity aspect that we need to tackle. On the quality side, and I think this was exacerbated a little bit by the pandemic, people have very high expectations of, the workplace and the job. So this is becoming more and more apparent. This is becoming more and more severe as we move forward. I think we talk about millennials, Generation Z, et cetera, et cetera. I think we're all accustomed, we've all heard of the issues there. But also there's a very big quantitative issue, quantity issue rather, within the shipping industry. For years and years, the industry has been suffering with a gap of certified officers, not to mention qualified, but certified officers to start with. This gap is only growing, and really, it's a very steep uphill battle for the shipping industry. So really, do we want to attract them? Yes, absolutely we want to attract them, but is it that easy? Not so. There is a solution though, which is building your people. You build it from the ground up. You bring your people in, you attract them inwards, you take them from their hands, from their colleges, et cetera, and you start building your people. And obviously, in order to be able to retain them, you need to set some infrastructure, some environment in the workplace. What does that mean? Beyond, obviously, the remuneration, which I'm not going to touch on, which is obviously the right salary with the right bonuses whenever they need to. You need to put in some sort of an environment that is conducive to them wanting to work in the company. What is that? That's setting a career in motion, them knowing that they can actually progress in their career and grow. That entails that the company has to have the culture of constantly evaluating their crew, or people even within the office, constantly training, which is upskilling and reskilling people wherever necessary after evaluation. That means that they have to probably help them on their career path upwards, which is promoting them, and so on and so forth. So this is something that's very important. But also, the work environment in itself is something that we need to commit on. We cannot just sit and say, if I may speak about crew only, we cannot just say, look, we're going to throw these guys into that environment and they need to perform. Obviously, that environment in itself needs to be conducive to them performing. The state of the vessel, where the vessel trades, what conditions they have on board, do they have internet, do they have medical support, we just saw that just now, and so on and so forth. And what kind of support do we give them from the office, right? What kind of guidance and not just orders. So all of this, I think, is really important, and it's a mix of, obviously, quality and quantity. Maybe to just stress that the companies that have done the building early on, and the companies that have done the training early on, and that have adopted these as a culture, are the ones that perform the best today. So I think this is...
It's a matter of culture as well.
May I add
Please.
something here? It's important to say also that it's not only for crews what is important in order to develop these competencies. One of the main things and problems that we have seen through the pandemic, and I would like not to talk all the time about pandemic, but unfortunately this is the pre and post period of pandemic in everything we talk here. We need to find to have competency growth as being the vital or the most important key for success in a company. And since we are in a finance conference here, yes, we can actually have some metrics on these soft skills. It might not sound very nice to have this, to evaluate or give numbers to soft skills, but believe me, if you understand how valuable soft skills are and competency skills are, growth of these competencies in your company, then you can see in your metrics and the turnover how, at the end, how important it is so as not to lose important people from your company. People will come to your company only if you understand what talent means. And we have seen in the maritime sectors that usually mariners are the best ones, are the ones who have experience. Because of my work, I may say that even if you have experience, sometimes it's important to help these people learn more things and evaluate these people, assess these people, and get more leadership skills through their career, because we have seen all these mistakes happen because of a human element. That's why it's important to think about the human element, even if everything actually, and it turns out to be technologically automated. Thank you.
If you want to.
Maybe if I can add just one thing, since it's shipping finance here. The human element might sound expensive to maintain, but actually it's much more expensive if you don't maintain them.
You're going to lose important people.
So you lose important people, you have incidents on board, you have off-hires, you have medical claims, and so on and so forth. So it's actually much cheaper to build, maintain your people properly than to actually leave it to chance and suffer the consequences later.
Pinpoint comment, thank you.
So, just two quick remarks.
Professor, yes.
Triggered by what I said before. First, you said we accept those that come and then we build them in our companies. Okay, that's fair enough, but you have to have people who, when they come, you can build them. So education shouldn't only be on what now stands for, what they should know, but really it comes down to giving them the ability to learn. And this is something which the educational institutions, and I'm going to refer to that, should concentrate. This is a change, learn to learn, that would never change. Whatever change would emerge, you have to learn how to learn. That's the first. The second one is about the soft skills. You said perhaps we can have some metrics. I agree, but it's very difficult. But if we do that, then we should do that from start, because we should educate our students when they are preparing to enter in the industry, to measure. So we have to agree also on an educational basis. It's not only, this company measures this way, that company measures the other way. It should be an objective way we measure it, if there is one.
May just one more thing, just about the soft skills I said, about how you can measure these things. For example, a soft skill about empathy. One of the skills that we actually ask our leaders or even captains in a vessel to show, to be empathetic. You can measure that. Ask your people, ask people working in your company or even in the vessel if they feel that they have an empathetic culture. And you will get amazing results, and you will get the feedback, and that can be measured. So I'm just stop talking now so as to continue with the rest of the questions. And
I would like to add something. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here, Ms. Travlou. And I'm honored to represent also Synergy and United Maritime, and very thankful to have you as co-speakers. We are like 200 people here. Everyone has a separate idea who maybe will be the perfect seaman. So 200 separate and different total perfect seamen. This cannot happen. You can only create and build the seaman as you can according and specialized to your company and the requirements. You cannot find him. You cannot just source him. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Mr. Economou.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I will try to give a different perspective from the travel management side. We have the honor to service more than 200 shipping companies and almost 3,000 vessels for their crew travel. And what we've seen also from the corporate sector is that a good and targeted travel policy and a good and targeted travel program as regards the quality and the well-being of travel can be a very strong competitive advantage in attaining and retaining crew and executives in general. Just bring yourselves, you're also travelers, so you can instantly reflect on how a good travel program helps you choose your employer. Metrics have shown that it's top of the list of the recruits. So the travel program can be a competitive advantage for any company, and we constantly suggest that to our clients that they should invest in their travel program because they're going to earn more in retaining and attaining crews at the end of the day.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll elaborate further on that a bit later. Moving onwards, I would like to move our focus especially on shipping companies. So I turn to you, Mrs. Korkonzelou. Are shipping companies being proactive in the training, upskilling and retention of their employees? Secondary question, how important is the factor of well-being, especially for seafarers, and how important is communication between shore personnel and a vessel's crew?
Panagiotis, many thanks for your question. Well, I believe that most of the shipping companies are trying to be proactive. Of course, there is also the budget that we have from the management to run. It is very, very important. So, basis the budget, we adjust our training programs and our proactiveness. The hot potato now, as Makram and Elizabeth advised us earlier, is to source a sufficient number of quality seamen. This will make all these actions, the proactive actions that you can do, is to source these people. In my opinion, the training is being built differently now. It's not only the e-learning platforms on board, continuous training, okay, not only ashore, pre-joining, also on board. It's also the simulation, the simulator-based trainings. More and more companies in the shipping sector worldwide are building customized programs, scenario, cases, incident, accidents, in order to enhance the ability of the seamen in a controlled environment. Of course, you have to train the people in new protocols, new safety protocols, new regulations. Everything is changing. If you cannot change yourself, employees in the office, and on board, you cannot adjust to the worldwide regulations and the quality of the seamen. Another very, very important matter, and I'm very happy that the professor informed us about it earlier, how unique and how homogeneous you can have the specialized assessment of the seamen. Like 30 years ago, we had the crew manager, ex-master, and everyone was focusing and trusting his opinion. Yes, he's ready for promotion to master. No, he's not ready for promotion to chief officer. I think that this is well barred in the past. It belongs to the past. Now, separate specialized assessment in the companies, protocols, tests about personality, about leadership, management, and the soft skills that Elizabeth told us later. Regarding, of course, one of the most important factors and very crucial is the well-being on board. Okay, how one seaman will wish to stay on board if he does not like it on board. It's not only working now. You must have full internet access. He must be able to talk and discuss with his family. You must have welfare items on board, recreation items, the nutrition to be taken care. And of course, last but not least, it must be the mental health support. In the past, we were using only, and last years, we were talking only about medical attendance on board, to have someone to, like also doctor previously with the telemedicine advices, to monitor the health of the seaman. But what about the mental health? It's not only the war in Ukraine, it's not only the COVID area. It's like you have to deal with isolation, with long stay on board, with problems in your family, in your place. There must be open channel of communication.
May I add something here about
Sure.
mental health, because it's an important issue, as Maria mentioned. Mental health is not only having panic attacks or depression. It has to do also with the skills and competences that we discussed before, about the skills that people should develop and understand what we mean with all these things. For example, in a vessel, you may have a captain. A captain, if you can compare that with the corporate world, is a leader. Is a leader in his micro company, I may say. So he creates or she creates a special environment, special culture. Imagine if this person, as being a leader, that he actually is the example to be for the rest of the people. Imagine if this leader goes to his cabin and stay alone when there is a break and doesn't ask for, he or she, so it's not to be correct, doesn't ask for the rest of the people to go to the mess room and communicate with each other. So we come up with a competency that has to do with communication skills. How can you develop this if the culture of a vessel, of a company in general, does not support this kind of competencies? So these are important issues that needs to be developed, needs to be destigmatized. I mean that people, yes, they're depressed, they're anxious because they're isolated, because we all have problems in our houses, in our life. Culture, again, of a company needs to help these people feel not guilty of feeling anxious or depressed, because they don't like being at the sea. It's not the same as years before. People, years before, I remember from my family, liked to be at the sea, liked to sail. Nowadays, people go and accept going and be mariners or seafarers because they need to do something in their life. So imagine that we need to give things to these people. We need to give quality of life, so as to have a full stop here.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Comment
I
on
will
leadership.
finish the last part about the communication between the vessel's crew and the office. Of course, we all understand how important it is. We must have open doors, briefing, debriefing sessions. The seamen on board must have the access and the right to address their concerns to the office. It must be from both sides. There have to be everyday WhatsApp, social media communication with the seamen in order to be able also to make themselves better, be prepared, and be ready to also to handle the crisis which may arise. Open doors, open door communication can make the solution. So we have training, we invest in crew welfare on board, mental health support. All these factors bring job satisfaction, and of course it increases the retention of the seamen and reduces the turnover. These are the factors which will make more efficient the maritime operations, in my opinion. Okay, and of course, always well-trained and well-supported seamen are the ones who will support your company, in my opinion.
I think that's a great closing statement. Being time conscious, I think I'll move things forward and on to the next question. I'd like to shift the flow of our conversation to Mr. Economou. You mentioned it a bit previously, but I would like again a comment, more elaborate one. How can a quality travel program that is focused on the well-being of a company's personnel create a competitive advantage, especially when it comes to hiring new people, but also retaining an existing workforce?
I've heard from all the panelists how important well-being and welfare is, and it's a fact. When a traveler begins its travel, he should feel or she should feel well taken care of from the moment they leave their home until they reach the vessel and again backwards. So a travel program, first of all, should reflect the strategy of the company. It must be directly linked to that strategy, and it has to serve the strategy. Of course, at the same time, it has to serve the culture, but also the budget. And that's the tricky part most of the times. So if an organization strategy is to offer welfare and well-being for its executives, superintendents, crew, etc., then an investment in their travel program is an investment that will have a very, very high return and very high appreciation for the crew and everybody. Why do we say this?
Can I ask you something?
Sure. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I want to ask you something that I think that maybe some other colleagues would like to ask the same. How much cost-effective would it be to provide a crew benefit to your seamen, traveling premium economy or business, in order to honor them and say thank you, and also show your gratitude when the prices of the tickets the last year, you know,
have skyrocketed?
Yeah, that's what I said. It's a very spot-on question, and I think it's on everybody's mind. What about the cost? The truth is that traveling has increased. The prices have increased a lot the last 3-4 years, and it's made it even more challenging for shipping companies to cope with their budgets and OPEX. At the same time, generally costs have increased, but also revenues have increased for the shipping sector. So for me, a shipping company shouldn't see only what they used to pay in 2019, Europe to Manila, or United States to Africa, or what say you. They should see this cost in relation to the new revenues or to the new yields that the market is receiving. If you see that in that relation, and at the same time you put in the equation the difficulty to retain or attain crew, then you would see that this extra increase in cost, which may be 10, 15, 20% on travel, and not for everybody necessarily, okay, can have a far more higher return versus the actual cost paid. And again, imagine sending a superintendent for an inspection or whatever, and choosing a flight with a 10-hour layover versus a flight with a 4-hour layover. Okay. The difference between the two may be completely different appreciation. Imagine the same using a high-quality carrier that has in-flight entertainment for 11 or 12 hours flight versus a not-so-high-quality carrier that doesn't offer that. And imagine providing an access to lounge card that will allow him to take a bath, eat something. The whole experience and the whole return that this traveler feels for the company he is working is completely different. And the actual amount paid versus the value returned to your executives, to your crew, etc., is a lot higher. Plus, as I said, because I think shipping companies are quickly turning into corporations, okay, it's top of the list of every heavy traveler and professional to work for a company that has a high-value, well-being, welfare travel program that has a return on investment on them as well, as individuals. Okay.
Thank you. So what you're saying is it pays to be appreciative at the end of the day?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. Professor Gollas, being here as the Managing Director of the Eugenides Foundation, I am inclined to shift the conversation to you at this point. I mentioned earlier that the human element is faced with a constantly changing environment, both on the regulatory side, but also on the technology front. In your opinion, which main strategies should educational institutions follow to meet the changing needs in the shipping industry?
Thank you. And since this is official presentation from me now, I want to thank Despina Travlou for this successful conference and also for having me here and give me the opportunity to say some things about human skills. Now, I can yield to temptation and I'll say something about well-being. We have discussed a lot with students in the academies and saying what's the main problem. There's a big percentage from the students that abandon. And this is something that we should really concentrate on that. Okay, there are issues which we can improve. Wi-Fi is one of the things that they say again. But the loneliness, in quotes, is there, and we cannot take it out. So we cannot pretend that this is an easy profession. This is a difficult profession. Very well paid, but a difficult profession. That's the truth. And also, the truth is that things have changed. It was different when I was coming from an island 50 years before that I could not do anything else. But now I can, because there are a lot of alternatives.
There's no lack of choice.
So I think to decrease the degree of abandonment and of perhaps of all these issues of well-being is saying the truth, that these are the advantages of this profession, these are the disadvantages. You have really to love. To love. This is what we get from the students. Those that love it don't have any problems. So you have to love it. You have to love also a kind of more lonely procedure in your life, and that you can just communicate through Zoom for a long time. So these are difficult things, and I think the best thing is to say the truth from the beginning. And,
may I add something?
Yes. So I understand what you're saying, all of you, and I understand you come from the social science, a lot of you. I respect that, but there is a ceiling on what you can do with all these things. I don't think it's a matter of the travel business or the travel economy, good economy. It's a matter of all these difficulties they have on the ship. If these were solved, I think we would have a very better results. So
excuse me for the interruption. You mentioned that you have to love what you're doing, but for what we have seen is that you have to love the environment where you work as well. So it's not only a matter of if you love the profession, but it's a matter of where the culture or the vessel that you're working in, if the environment is also nice.
Okay, yes, but look, if you go really very analytically on how students enter in the academies and what they are doing there and what they have in their minds, it's not just by chance that there's a discussion now that when you finish the academy, you could have qualifications, professional and academic, that could lead you to something else, not to the ship, but something else. This is a signal. This is a signal of what's happening in our youth.
We are trying to make it more attractive.
Okay.
Just to soften it a little bit. But what you say, this is the truth. You have to take a decision and be a seaman.
Yeah. True.
This is it.
And you have to say the truth from the beginning and
all the rest, we are trying to be and make our company, our services more attractive for
now,
the
coming to the education, the question you said before.
Yes.
Now, it seems that nowadays educational institutes should change radically the way they operate. And I'm not talking only to marine education institutes, but to other institutes too. I've been in the academic area for more than 30 years. Now, the pace of changes are very quickly, and the pace of change of curricula are very slow, and they are super fast. So really, we need to have open-minded curricula and open-minded professors there, that they should know that they should go to change, that perhaps change may appear every 2 years or every 3 years. So really, the first, I'm just going to say 1, 2 or 3 perhaps ways we can we can follow this, we can tackle this problem. But really, the main is, okay, we should have curricula that are updated, of course, but also very flexible. And when I say flexible, there are two ways we can see it. One is that perhaps we should introduce absolutely, completely different issues that we don't have it in the curricula. And the other one is that even if we have, let's say, the syllabus, the course, the lesson, we have to change the context of the lesson very often. This is not something very usual, and this is something that really, I think, people that are involved in maritime academic institutes should really be very careful about this. Now, they should also recognize the importance of soft skills. It's very, very important what you said before. It has to do with teamwork, which is not very well known in Greece, but slowly but constantly it's coming. The communication with other persons, they have to know how to work with them, and even more, perhaps this will be discussed at the following, the diversity. They have to be used to diversity. We are not used to diversity. So these are things that we have to have very careful when we talk about these things. Also, there must be emphasis on technology sector. We have to have in the institutions, these educational institutions, the updated technology apparatus, simulators and whatever, that may give them the chance to work on that, on real conditions, but also using all these, let's say, more digitalized issues and technical procedures, they come acquainted to all this digital issue, which is something they should use in the industry. Digitalization for a lot of people in the shipping industry is something that they don't like too much. They say it's far away. I say it's here. It's coming and it's here. And it's here.
It's already here.
Sorry?
It's already here.
It's already here, okay. It's not here with all its strength, but it's coming. And I think in the next 3 to 5 years, it will be here very strongly, and we'll have to be ready for that. So, as a closure on that, I would like to say what I said before, that we should foster the idea to the people that they have to have a continuous education. And okay, we can have students that know very well what is now, what they should know now, how things are today, what they are skilled for today, but that it's sure, and you can read a lot of studies about this, that they are going to change their specialty on the professions 2 or 3 times in their professional life. So they have to learn how to learn. That's what I was saying before. They have to learn how to learn, and this is very important because then you can take this employee and you can build him the way you want.
Absolutely, I fully agree. And I think that, yes, they have to learn how to learn, and you as a company have to learn how to make them learn and how to take them by the hand and be, giving that conduciveness for them to learn. So it needs to be constant, it needs to be consistent. The follow-up cannot stop, and that this is something that's really, really important. And to be honest, yes, we're talking about the digitalization coming in. AI is soon, not even soon, it's already here. Amongst us. So things are changing very, very, very fast. So we have to also change just as fast the education, be it from the institute side, but also from the company side, right? Mm-hmm. So yes, you can have someone be educated from the institute, but then when they come to the company is the one that educates. So it actually goes hand in hand.
If I may add here,
briefly, please.
Perhaps I think it's essential that academia is in connection with industry. They have to communicate with experts and with companies, with the industry to see all the changes. And perhaps they should have advisory boards where they should have not only professors but also people from the academy, from the industry, so professionals. This is the way they can catch the speed of what's happening around.
Get up to speed, yes. Thank you both for your comments. Professor Golias, you briefly mentioned diversity. as a notion, and I think it would be a nice stepping stone to close our panel if each of you would make a comment on what is the best way to manage diversity in the shipping industry. Who would like to start?
Well, I'll see it from the point of view of education, because actually I think that these educational institutions are preparing the base, are preparing the notion, preparing the concept in the students of how they are going to behave lately in their professional life. So again, it comes down to curricula, and they have to be inclusive, and they have to be diverse, they have to accept diverse, so you have to have courses that face all these issues there. Also, you have to have, even the language expressions you are using have to be very careful so that they don't repeat prototypes that are there and are against diversity. Of course, you should have also perhaps scenarios and tests in the class that make the students be used to this diversity and to solve the problems on the basis of existence of diversity, so that you can have better results. And this also is something I should say. They have to. Diversity is also related to ethical problems, no doubt about it, and to law arrangements, because there are laws that permit this and do not permit that. But they have to know that it's not only ethical, but perhaps they have to discuss all the business side of diversity, because if you succeed to gather all up and together, all people from diverse origins to work together, then you're going to have very interesting results. So again, they should also encourage students through networks and networking that with companies that are promoting the idea of diversity more than others, and also perhaps even connect students with mentors that can talk to them, and not only while they're students, but even later, about diversity. So it's sure that you need this, and what really I want to close with as a motto is it's not only an ethical. It's not only an ethical issue. It's an issue that is connected with making the shipping industry more effective and more useful.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else, please? Ms. Kokonzel.
I agree with the professor here that diversity, of course, comes from the diversity in training. Regarding the shipping company, I believe that it derives from the leadership and the management commitment to accept and treat equally diversity among the team members. This has to do, just briefly, equal and flexible payments, benefits, flexible working environment, take it or leave it, remote work from home is here with us, and we live with it, okay? And also the management of the companies sooner or later will have to accept this. And the treatment and the culture to have everyone in the company with open doors, communication, in order to be able to share concerns.
May I add something here? But it's the most important thing is to define what do you mean by diversity, because everyone believes something different. And what I experience in companies, everyone believes that diversity might be something that has to do with sexuality, something that has to do with mentality. But for us, as far as I understood in this panel, we all agree that diversity has to do with talents, uniqueness, authenticity. So these are, again, one of the things that I would like to say is that competency growth is not just the buzzword. It's something that we have to think about. We are all human beings with needs. When we discuss about diversity, it's not a pop word that we usually listen and hear every day in our life. Diversity has to do with each one of us who is unique and talented in specific things, and it's it's the company's actually effort to just pick up these talents and uniqueness for each one of the employees and seafarers and people in the, working in the office, and develop these people and make them even brighter and better. Thank you.
Mr. No, fully agree that it's actually the company that has to pick up, first of all, the uniqueness, see where that person is either under performing or overperforming. Sometimes it's overperforming. Because if you're overperforming and everyone else to you is you're standing out, you're going to be bored, you're not going to stick in there. You're not going to fit in there. So, yeah, it's the company has to constantly put things in context, put people in context, and constantly evaluate, and then, yes, actively attend to matters of diversification. I mean, whatever the diversification is. It could be the skin, the color of your skin, it could be your gender, it could be your sexual orientation, it could be your skills at work, it could be whatever it could be. Yes, it needs to be active.
Thank you. Any more comments from our panel? Mr. Econom, perhaps?
Yeah, I think diversity, aside from the legal or regulatory part, it's shows how civilized an organization is and an industry is. It's a fact that acceptance of all diversified either skills, either race, it makes no difference at the end of the day. People are people, and the shipping industry is a global, international industry in the heart of diversity. And I think they know really what to do, and they're doing it. We see extreme change on the perspective and the mindset how the shipping industry approaches diversity, and I think it's really important.
Thank you. Do you have time perhaps for a couple of questions from the audience?
That's one comment I wanted to make.
Sure.
Slide2Open always promotes the human element over the years. This time I've noticed that in every single panel, people have been compelled to raise the issue of the importance of the human element. And so we're wondering, along with our moderator here, what your views are, whether you see this being more prevalent in the environment, in the shipping environment, whether it's still on a theoretical basis, or whether, with the exception of this panel that obviously believes in all that they say, whether we believe that in the shipping sector it will become ingrained in the culture and that the human element will start being equally important to the actual hard machinery, the fundament of shipping. So
the world cannot live without shipping, and shipping cannot currently live without people. So it has to be ingrained. There's no other choice.
True, but there are cultures, and there have been times when people have not always been viewed as core assets. And I think the human element has to do with this whole debate about whether the human element is part of your core asset,
absolutely,
rather than only the light displacement or the tonnage being. So.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
So Kyriakos Piliopoulos from Single Maritime. I think Mr. Economou said it best, that you cannot compare today with yesterday or like 50 years ago. Unfortunately, the ITF has reported about an 11% increase in crew abandonment. And what I would like to ask is, in which category is the spending for the crew compared to a company's, let's say, strategy? Is it the first that goes down when something goes wrong, and the first that goes up when everything goes well? Because at the end, as you all said, it's the crews that are supporting the industry. They are the ones that take ships from place A to place B. But for many, from many mariners and seafarers, they believe they have been sometimes considered as second-class citizens, if we can say it like that. Be it either the food or the relationship on boards. That's the one part. And the second part, the second question is regarding teamwork, is how easy it is or how possible it is now in 2024 to have captains and officers, and even crew members, all being from different nationalities, living in different areas, to spend time together socially, like outside of the vessel. Now, I'm not saying flying the Greek officers to the Philippines or whatever, but Greek officers spending time together, the company organizing corporate events so they can learn each other outside of their work environment, in order probably to assist them when they're going to be on board and have a better cooperation.
Maybe I can start.
You started. We will like.
Thank you for the question. Actually, it's a brilliant question, to be honest. It's fortunate and unfortunate. But I don't know how I'm going to answer it in a calm and collected, decent way. Look, we visit shipping companies on a constant basis. We're in Greece. There's a tremendous love in Greece for shipping, right? There's a great passion in Greece for shipping, and I think this should continue forever and ever, to be honest. But for many companies, passion for shipping is passion for the ship. And then there's that expensive dude that's on the vessel that causes trouble, that. So this has to change. So absolutely, I think that this is one of the things. It's always the crew's fault. Anything that goes wrong on the vessel, any damage, any maintenance issues, any whatever, it's always the crew's fault. It's never the management company's fault. So it always, flows downwards. And the first to drop always is, yeah, maybe the crew should accept something that I personally wouldn't accept. Maybe they should accept, a reduction of this. Maybe you should accept less that. Why are they whining about this? Why are they whining at that? Would you accept to work in an environment if you didn't have this or that? Yes or no? Would you accept to work at the office if you didn't have Wi-Fi for you to check the news every now and then? I guess not. So for some reason, companies seem to, the culture is sometimes that, they should accept. It's true that there's different cultures, different nationalities, et cetera, and then, I'm not going to say, but everyone should be at par, and the crew is 50% of the cost of the vessel. Treat it as such. Treat it as part of your family. And if there's a problem, it's a holistic problem. It's not only the ship first and then the crew second, or vice versa. It actually it goes together. And then maybe on the second question that you said, yes, absolutely. I think that it needs to be part of the culture of the company to bring together the cultures of the various people, not only on board, but also from the company. I think that the companies that do it best are those that bring, literally, they fly their crew over from the Philippines, from Ukraine, et cetera, to the country here. They brief them, they have them meet the people. And there's obviously cheaper ways of doing it. We are now developing for some of our clients videos where the company actually presents itself, the people of the company present themselves as humans to the crew, because very often the crew don't see the company. It's a piece of paper.
May I add something here? Sorry, but when we talk about teamwork, you mentioned about teamwork. That's the second part of your question. Collaboration, I may say, it's something that emotions are so universal. I mean, people appreciate and understand easily if you want to be with them or not. And what you have already said is that, unfortunately, we still have the mentality of that some nationalities do not ask for something more. I mean that being assertive doesn't mean that you just get the right to do something. In a teamwork or in a vessel, as I said before, the leader, who's the captain, needs to create habits that force people to have collaboration and be together and communicate together. I mean that all these things can be so natural and create a culture in a vessel that everyone feels that is appreciated and feels part of the group. So it has nothing to do with nationality, it has to do with the human element, the human beings and emotions. That's why I started with emotions, because you all feel, I feel, that we have exactly the same thing. And because of my profession, I may say the brain understands exactly the same thing, whatever you do, whenever you do it, and in whatever culture you are, corporate or even in the maritime industry.
Thank you for these answers. Are there any other questions from the audience? Mr. Evgenidis.
I feel provoked just to say something very simple. Human element is something like precious like gold. We have about 50,000 ships around the world, say 1.5 to 2.5 million seafarers, and the chain is as weak as its weakest part. we have increased requirements. The biggest part of Greek shipping are medium and small-sized companies. All these kind of issues is luxury of the largest companies.
Absolutely.
In cabotage, we are missing 6,000 seafarers. Greek shipping community, we only have, including cabotage and all the other services, 25,000 seafarers. The situation is dramatic. I ring the bell. We need a holistic approach. Otherwise, it's just like a tradable commodity, which big companies will fight. And I wish not to happen the problem we have in cabotage. Because, and the flag is here. I know the flag is here. The Greek flag is here from the ministry. The huge problem that we are compelled to overpay people who the system would otherwise have expelled because we cannot form the organic synthesis of the vessel. So it's a very serious matter. We need a holistic approach, and because as far as Greek shipping is concerned, that might materially affect the core, which is the medium-sized companies who don't have equal chances to organize all these sophisticated things.
It's true.
Absolutely.
So in other words, we have to put in motion all that we are discussing and not leave it on a theoretical level, and really have it implemented so that we promote the human element.
Implemented on a collective level.
From action to emotion, I think you have summed it up as best as anyone could. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I think we can wrap things up. I would like to thank all our speakers for the very dynamic dialogue, and thank you for your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the invitation. We're going to have a different panel here, one-to-one. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Anna Vazintari. I'm the ICT manager of Unity Shipping and the secretary of the board of directors of AMITEC. AMITEC is a non-profit association of the ICT managers and professionals of shipping industry. And I'm really pleased and honored to be given the opportunity to talk about digital waters with the managing director of eShips, Mr. Contes. I would like to start our conversation with a simple question that has to do with your way in eShips, of how you have managed to streamline your processes and to improve efficiency with an in-house implemented solution. What were the challenges and the successes that you encountered throughout along the way?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Vazitari, and thank you, Despina, for this invitation. I think that we all recognize that within shipping, apart from the human element, which is seriously a very critical element for us, for our business, the digital technology and is another element that it should be part of our culture, of our everyday. Just to give a background, V Group as third-party managers, we identified very early, back in the late 90s, the need for an ERP implementation. So at the time, we have had, or the company we acquired at the time, Maritime, was operating a system called ShipSure. So that ShipSure was the ERP, the software that took us over to what it is today, ShipSure 2. The platform, we needed, as managers, we needed a platform that will be able to effectively connect all the departments and be able to have all the processes within one software. So the idea of the marine superintendent or the technical superintendent or the captain that is on board to be able to see the same environment that the office is seeing as well was something that we wanted eventually to develop. So today we are operating a system that is a web-based system, is helping us to take the right decisions proactively, and is using all the data that we have from all over from all of our ships to be able to see with a dashboard environment, and we are able to understand or eventually take actions early enough. So we are connecting the crewing elements, we're connecting the HSEQ elements, the purchasing elements, the crewing elements, the accounting and the results of the accounting, and then these are eventually connected with every other system out on the market that we need eventually to use data from.
What many shipping companies claim is that currently what is missing from the shipping industry market is an ERP, an integrated ERP, that can combine the experience of how a shipping company is being run nowadays, or all over the years, along with the appropriate technology that would help and improve the user experience, that takes the appropriate cybersecurity measures, that is web-based. And this is something that many shipping companies claim that is missing from the market. Is it so difficult to be able to develop such a solution? We all know that this is something that is missing. Is it that difficult to implement?
I think it is very difficult to build, in the sense that it's an expensive element. It's an expensive project. So to be able to do that, you need to be, let's say, be interesting in developing a tool for your own technical management. The owners are typically looking at getting off-the-shelf systems and integrate them within the various systems, and their main focus are the assets. We, as technical managers, we don't have assets, and our assets are the resources, the overheads that we have, the people, and the software, the systems that we have. So, in a way, if we wanted to take our business in the new era, we had to invest on our system. So we invested on this integrated package with the aim to do our job easier, effectively, free up the time of our teams and the expensive parts, or the expensive members of our teams, which are more critical in the troubleshooting or the technical expertise rather than the administrative part, and do that. At the same time, I wanted to say that we have seen the importance of the link of the systems, i.e., you have a critical spare part linked with the purchasing and the order automatically, and the PO through the accounting, so we can see and trace the whole loop of an order of a critical spare part eventually. Those are elements that, if you don't have an integrated package, it's not very difficult
or
to...
Or a bridge among systems that is working. If
Exactly.
you have,
Exactly.
If you have invested on a modular solution. So up until recently, the satellite regime would not allow many things regarding exchanging a lot of data from on board to shore and vice versa. And this was a bottleneck that was taken into consideration when you had to develop a software solution for an ashore and on-board use. This has changed nowadays. We have the new satellite regime, we have the low Earth orbit satellites that give the high speed, and the amount of data that can be exchanged is surprisingly high. So at the end of the day, most probably what would be the case is to have a software or to be able to manage this huge amount of data. So in this context, how important are the business intelligence tools in the hands of a ship owner or top management of key personnel decision makers in a shipping company?
I'll tell you honestly from my personal use, and thank you. I think it's a great question. I think the BI reports are now more important than ever. I'm getting real-time information using those BI reports. If it is related to the accounting teams, if it is related to the crewing element, and any KPIs related to that. So with all this data captured through the systems, the business intelligence, as you said, are the tools for us to convert the data into reports that can be used by our technical teams in getting the results that we need. So in our organization, certainly, I can say to you that on a weekly basis, we are changing various number of BI reports and capturing all the information.
Take the appropriate decisions.
Yes.
So it seems that it is more of an intelligent way of managing your data, or else how my professor of National Technical University, Mr. Selis, would say artificial intelligence. This is another way of saying the same thing, rather than machine learning, which is more static. Are today's software systems mature enough to leverage this technology, artificial intelligence? Are we at that point of leveraging this potentially given?
I think we are not yet there. I think we have covered a lot of ground, or the industry has covered a lot of ground, but needs a lot more to be there. And I think that it's critical to embrace a change within our environment. I think shipping has been very traditional in a lot of respects. You see lately changes, you see people embracing more and more the change in organizations, big organizations in the shipping industry. And I'm saying that while we are not there on the artificial intelligence, I think that this will be more important in the future. Why? Because I think that the human element and the experience of the human element, the captains, the chief engineers, the old traditional know-how that today we, at least in Greece, have a lot. In the future, is going to be with the people, as Mr. Evgenidis said, also going less and less at sea. That will be a critical element. And we need to be able to capture their knowledge with the systems to eventually have a way of troubleshooting or a way of providing support.
Great point. Because in that journey, I would like to ask you, what are the skills that in this digital journey? What are the appropriate skills that one should have to be able to be part of this journey?
I think the IT teams today should be working closer with the fleet cells, so with the technical teams, within the technical teams today. And they should be also not afraid to travel on board the vessels, learn, and get real-time experience. Because the gentleman that we runs he was behind the development of Shipsure, was a chief electrician on board our cargo vessels in the past. He came ashore, he had a dream, he wanted to build an ERP back in the 80s, and he worked across, and he has the know-how of a seafarer's background, building up to what we need for our industry. So I think that element of the IT on board the vessels will be useful.
Also, maybe communication skills. It's not only technical, correct?
As well, you need
to talk the same language as the top management.
You need to influence also the people that are going to work with us. So. For some people, it might be difficult, or they might be listening technology and say, you know what, the piston is going to be a piston for the rest of their life. So, I know how to and when to change a piston, but at the same time, technology can give you the information or well in advance to be able to take such a decision. So that should be a combination of
So it's not that the IT department is still a supportive department, correct? It can be part of the strategic decisions of a company. Has it changed? Because at the past, the IT departments had been dealt as supportive departments at the back end. Has this changed?
I think a lot. I think every decision we're taking in changing our systems or acquiring a new system or integrating with any other system, I think the IT teams is the first thing, or even taking over a vessel into management. I think part of the team, of the takeover team, is an IT team manager as well. So I think this belongs to the past, and I think today is more important than ever.
Very interesting. In the same context, what is your viewpoint regarding cybersecurity? Is it a necessity, or is it something that has no end and you have to invest constantly and it's a burden on the ship owners or top management?
My answer to that is, you might remember a couple of years ago, the Maersk case and how the whole system collapsed. And then, I mean, to us at least, that we were managing a large number of vessels that were under Maersk charter, we have been very much affected about it. So it's not a joke. I think it's an important element for every decent, proper ship manager to have in mind, to take actions, and just not consider it like in the past that it will not affect my ship. It might be affecting your ship, and you should be taking an action today.
And of course, this requires top management commitment. And as per ISO 27001, if there is no commitment, then nothing can be done in that case. Investments or even training or even being there on top of this strategy.
Exactly.
So what do you foresee for the digitalization of the future? Do you believe that autonomous ships will be is a dream that will never come true? Is it something that is nearby? Artificial intelligence will help toward this direction. This has to do only with the onboard situation, or has to do with the ashore?
Okay, the autonomous ship. I mean, it's a question. I don't think I have a clear answer today here. I know that there are ships within certain ports up in the North Europe that could be, or they are connecting to lands, and it's an autonomous ship. But I think we are far from the autonomous ship today in the open oceans. Digital technology will certainly help ship management, will support faster the crew that is currently on board the vessels. There are so many new elements that are used, or equipment used on board the vessels, that they are so much sophisticated. They need so much intelligence on the troubleshooting. I mean, I'm talking about ballast water treatments to scrubbers to all the new technology up in the bridge. If you don't have the technology to support the team on board the vessel, that will not be done. The ship management will suffer big time. And what I think is the training that the crew is taking today to support this technology will never be sufficient. There's always a new technology coming up. How do we move forward? By making sure that the connection between ship and office is real time, is there, to be able, with expertise.
This is what is going on at the moment. We have some time. If you would like, you to make some questions to me. As the head of the ICT department of a shipping company.
My question, first of all, is do you see your role within the organization has changed? Are you now within the first focus of your top management team?
For sure, before COVID era, we had been dealt as a supportive department, and that's all. However, it requires some skills to have and to cultivate in order for the IT departments to be able to talk the language of top management, to be understand, to talk about risk and what is the measure of that. So it requires effort from the personnel of the IT department to be able to talk simply the words of the top management. So yes, if this can be done, for sure the IT department is there to help in the strategic decision of a company. So this has to do with how the personnel, the people from the IT department have to deal with their skills and the knowledge, etc. On the other side, yes, the top management should take more into consideration the IT departments, be open to new technologies and find ways, not always that, yes, you have to invest, you have to have a budget for implementing the solutions, but there should be a connection and collaboration so that the business needs are being well communicated to this department.
What about, do you see another element that is critical on our businesses, the ability for the crew to access the outside world and have, a free data or open communication channels with shore, because that keeps them away from the sea. The fact that they are not able to communicate. Do you see that changing? Do you see the cost of data being reduced over the years?
Yes, with the low Earth orbit satellites, we have great speeds, better than ashore. So this is also cheap, with cheap price. So the crew members keep on asking free internet, more free internet. This is something that hasn't changed all over the years, but now we have the infrastructure to do so. The infrastructure permits to have cheap internet on board. What each company should take into consideration is the balance, if this free access jeopardizes safety on board, and if there should be a security internet policy implemented that would take into consideration crew welfare, but also safety on board, safe manning, and everyone is happy. Apart from crew welfare though, internet on board, now that we are able to use this new satellite regime, may help business needs. You may have training on board that would not be the case with VSAT technology. Nowadays, training can be performed on board. We can cater a training program more easily than in the past. So trainings from navigation or cybersecurity can be performed on board. These are ideas that the new era is providing, and we all need to have open minds to be able to leverage, to take advantage of them.
Do you think that in the coming years, the position of an IT experience might be not needed even on board the vessel would be something required?
For sure, the prerequisites of any seafarer nowadays is, apart from knowing English, is to have some basic skills, computer skills. They use computers on board, so they use internet for their crew welfare. So I think that on its own, the things are driven toward this direction, not to having an IT on board, but to being trained, having the crew members being trained on basic things that even the technology makes things easier. Friendlier user interfaces of software. No need to be an expert on IT to be able to use them. If the software or even the artificial intelligence or generative artificial intelligence is there to help crew members on board.
And the last question, being a woman in this industry that is very tough. I know that many people might have asked you the same question. How was the development of your career? Did you face any difficulties across your years?
Very nice question. Diversity and taking this into consideration was never part of my mentality from the very young age. So even when studying electrical engineering, which one would think that this would be the case, not so many women in that occupation, it was never the case for me. It was something agnostic. So knowledge and progress and all these things have nothing to do with the gender, but the personality. So this is what I was always doing, focusing on the personality, on my skills, and being agnostic to progress and to developing all the time.
Very good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for being with us after a long day. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers and Despina Travlou for inviting me again this year as a speaker. Of course, I'd like also to thank Alexia Inglesis for agreeing to conduct this interview with me. For those who don't know me, I am Alexandros Damianidis, and I am a partner at Watson Farley & Williams here in Athens. And Alexia Inglesis, of course, is the director of Alberta Ship Management. So thank you, Alexia, for being with us today, this afternoon.
Thank you for having me and for the invitation.
Oh, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. So first of all, I'd like to say that as the title of the interview says, this will be an insight on the tanker and dry bulk market, because obviously you are active in both of those sectors. So it's very interesting to hear your views as to how things work for you in those sectors. And first of all, it would be very interesting to tell us what are your views, your expectations for those markets in this new year, in 2024, and which elements do you consider you will actually determine the outlook of those markets?
Okay. So yes, we're active in both the tanker market and the dry market. Our fleet, our vessels range in size from MR1 to VLCC and handy-size to Newcastlemax. So when forming our market expectations, I think we look at three factors. The first is geopolitics. The second is the current state of the world economy. And the third is the order book, so the supply side. So let's start with geopolitics. Certain geopolitical events have created a stronger tanker market and a healthier dry market. I'll list a few of these. So the first one, I think, is the most important, the Russian-Ukrainian war, which has led to an increase in ton miles as there was a change in the traditional flows of cargo, especially on oil, both product and crude, and on coal. As a result, the total haul of seaborne trade increased between 2022 and 2024 by 2%, and this increase was more pronounced on tankers, 7%, and coal, which was 4%.
That's as a result of the sanctions, the Russian sanctions as well, presumably, right?
Yes, mainly. Secondly, we have the recent Houthi attacks in the Red Sea, which have led many companies to reroute their vessels around the Cape. And as a result, we've seen a bigger impact on containers, but logically we'll see an effect on tankers and dry vessels as well. I think there's a strong commitment from the Allied forces to resolve this conflict soon. But just to give you some figures, right now, the total number of, the average tonnage that arrives at the Gulf of Aden is down by 65% compared to the first half of December. This is 45% on tankers and a 20% reduction on dry bulk. And total, the average number of Suez Canal transits is down by about 50% in January compared to December. The third geopolitical factor is the lifting of the sanctions on the export of Venezuelan oil, at least for the short term. Cargoes are still quite limited, but as production ramps up, I think we'll see an effect on tankers mostly. Number 4, we have the disruptions in the Panama Canal, and those have caused the number of vessels transiting the canal to drop to 18 from 36, which used to be the average number of transits. So again, that provides the delays in crossing, and the fact that several vessels are being rerouted causes some support for both sectors, tanker and dry. The fifth factor is that we have seen a growth in the so-called shadow fleet. Now, by some estimates, over 450 tankers, or roughly 10% of the global tanker fleet, operates currently outside regulatory and technical scrutiny. So I think we should expect to see this fleet leave the market, and that might happen sooner if, God forbid, there's an incident involving one of these vessels. And lastly, we have China, which is a major driver for both the dry and tanker sector. Recent geopolitical tensions have probably had a negative impact on the Chinese economy. They have driven foreign investment out of China and have led the Chinese economy to become more inward-looking. However, if you look at the numbers for 2023, you still see that total seaborne Chinese imports were up by 13% year-on-year, and exports were up by 10% year-on-year. So I think it's more of a case that people expected more growth. GDP growth last year for China was over 5%, and the World Bank expects it to drop to 4.5% for this year. But on the positive side, other Asian economies are doing well, such as India. Now, turning to the state of the world economy, I think we're still experiencing the aftermath of COVID. So trillions of dollars were printed, given to consumers to spend. Most of that is now running out. That created inflationary pressures. Central banks tried to control those inflationary pressures by increasing interest rates. That had an effect on growth. The US deficit grew by a lot, and now the market expects the Fed to lower rates to help support the economy. And so I think we'll see a soft landing rather than a deeper recession, and more improvement in the second half of the year. And the third aspect of, that helps determine the market is the supply side, so the order book. And on tankers, we see a very low order book. Especially for 2024, it's about 1% across different sectors. And that increases from 2025 onwards. At the same time, we have an aging fleet. So about 17% of VLCCs and Suezmaxes are over 20 years of age. And I use 20 years and not 15 as a benchmark because we're in a good market. It's usually 15 years, which is the benchmark on tankers. On Aframaxes, that number is around 23%, LR2s 8%, and MRs 19%. And so at least with the new building orders that have been placed so far until 2026, the total number of ships whose age will be over 20 years in 2026 will surpass the number of new building orders that have been placed. Now, that could change from 2026 onwards because we see new building orders being placed every day now. And also, as I mentioned, the shadow fleet, the so-called sanctioned trades or sanction-regulated trades do push the age limit of tankers over 20 years. So that affects this a little bit. But overall, we're positive on tankers for 2024 and 2025. And on the dry side, the order book is okay. It's not as low as it is on tankers. And the fleet is younger. For dry ships, 20 years is not such an important benchmark. Ships can trade over that age. The order book is low for 2024. Capes are lower at around 2%. And on other segments, there's about a 4% order book. But I think that because of the introduction of new environmental regulations, the increasing cost of emissions, the cost of energy, and how much more efficient new ships are, I think we should see an improvement, but longer term. I think short term we'll see a healthy market in 2024, nothing spectacular for the next 2 years, and then longer term we'll see more improvement.
Okay, so overall a positive outlook, I would say. Okay, you mentioned a couple of times the age of the fleet on both markets, on both sides, on both sectors. So turning to fleet renewals and the strategy of your company, I believe that you have a preference of building in Japan, from what I've noticed from your orders. And are you generally in favor of ships in Japan, Japanese new builds? Would you also consider second-hand vessels to renew your fleet? And you know, which factors determine these decisions for you?
So yes, we have a long-standing relationship with Japanese yards, and we've placed some new building orders there. We have 3 tankers on order, an Aframax for 24 and 2 Suezmaxes for 25. And we have a dry ship for 42,000 box type handy for early 25. And my father has had a very long relationship with Japanese yards, and so we keep going back for more. They deliver high-quality ships, very efficient, low-consumption ships. We're also active, though, on the second-hand market. So last year, for example, we purchased 3 dry ships, 2 Capesizes and 1 Post-Panamax. So we believe in a combination of second-hand acquisitions and new building orders. I think this helps manage risk. And when considering how to invest, one has to look at second-hand prices compared to new building prices, and market expectations. So currently on the tanker side, we see very high second-hand prices, which is justified because of the very strong spot market earnings. And on the new buildings, we see high prices, but not record high prices, about 30% higher than pre-COVID levels. But because of the general reluctance of people to invest in sectors that have to do with fossil fuels, I think we'll see a good tanker market for the next 2 to 3 years. And on the dry side, as I said, I think we have a younger fleet and a higher order book, but current market conditions and environmental regulations will make new ships more competitive.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. And then I think you've also had some ships building in Korea, if I'm not mistaken, on the basis of the current relatively high values of new buildings. Would you also consider China as an option, or is this completely outside your radar?
We're very happy with the ships that we've ordered in Japan, as I said, and we have a very good relationship that works, so we keep building on that. But if you look at the bigger shipbuilding picture, China builds over 50% of new vessels, Korea builds over 30%, and Japan only builds 10%. So shipbuilding has become very competitive, and in all 3 countries, top yards produce excellent vessels. And when you have to make a decision about what to order, you look at price, of course, which is a major factor, but you also look at technology, delivery time, consumptions, specification. So price difference is one factor in a more complex decision. And I think that in the next decade, we will be ordering ships in China and Korea as well.
Okay, thank you. And this is actually leading me to the next question. Because with all the uncertainty the last few years regarding fuels and the relevant technologies, which affect, obviously, people's decisions to invest in new vessels, I'd like to ask you, how do you deal with the latest regulatory requirements around, the CII, EEXI, and, of course, the ETS? And what is your company strategy regarding sustainability and ESG?
Yes, the energy question is major for our industry, and the question of what the alternative source of energy will be is very important, both as a means of propulsion for vessels and in terms of what cargoes our vessels will carry. I don't think that at this moment we have enough information to know what the future energy source will be. And I think it's important to note here that people underestimate the importance of fossil fuels. And I think people have an unrealistic expectation of how quickly the energy system can change. The energy system is huge, and if you look back 20 years, 84% of that came from fossil fuels. And today, 81 to 82% comes from fossil fuels, despite all the advances in solar and wind and renewables and electric vehicles. The market the demand for energy is higher, but the energy mix hasn't changed so much. So I think fossil fuels and oil and gas will be with us for decades to come. Now you mentioned EEXI and CII and the ETS. So for EEXI, I guess we do what most ship management companies do. We've installed energy-saving devices, and we apply top quality coatings to increase the efficiency, to lower the consumptions basically of our vessels. On CII, we do vessel monitoring. We monitor the main engine and hull performance. We do weather routing and voyage optimization. But ultimately, we depend on the vessel's trading, on the route and the timing, and that's very often very difficult to plan. On the EU ETS, shipping will join, has already joined this system, the European carbon tax system, beginning this year. So we will have to pay a CO2 tax on our emissions. And this tax will be based on consumptions that we've been reporting to the EU through the MRV system for the past several years. And I think you see that sustainability has become a very important question, and it forces us all to think of our environmental footprint. And the positive thing is that it helps stir innovation, technological innovation, and at the same time it encourages us to lower consumption, which is good for both the environment and makes economic sense.
Of course, yes. Now, since this is a shipping finance conference, as the title says, and we also are waiting for the shipping financiers panel after this one, I'd like to ask you about the shipping finance market. Do you consider that capital is easily accessible and at a reasonable cost? And or has it become too expensive because of the interest rates, which, as you mentioned, have been increased significantly the last few years? Would that deter you from obtaining financing? Is this a factor in your case? And also, from your experience, are your lenders taking into consideration, do you see any changes as a result of the sustainability agendas they have? And have you seen any impact, for example, of the Poseidon principles or initiatives like this?
So we see a lot of interest to finance the shipping industry. We see, and I think this is because most segments in the shipping industry have performed well over the past few years. So I think this makes lenders more comfortable. And we see a lot of interest from financiers, both foreign, so European and Asian, and Greek banks as well. And Greek banks have strongly increased their presence in the shipping industry and have become very competitive. And I think that's also due to the significant improvement in the Greek economy. Interest rates are higher, which makes financing more expensive. The market expects the Fed to lower interest rates. Inflation is now considered to be under control. However, I think trying to predict what the Fed will do is a hard exercise. But I would also mention that interest rates of 4, 5, or 6% are not historically extremely high. It's just that we were used to extremely low interest rates in the past 10 years. And you mentioned sustainability in relation to finance. We do see lenders examine the issue of sustainability and take it into consideration. And they prefer, obviously, to finance younger vessels, more efficient vessels. But if I have to be completely honest, the benefit you can get is still very small in financing. I think it will become bigger because sustainability is becoming an even more significant issue.
Right, okay, thank you. And I'm aware of timing here, so just quickly, a last question regarding geopolitics. Obviously, this is a topic which has been discussed in previous panels, but I'd like to ask, does current geopolitical, the current geopolitical turbulence with the war in Ukraine, in Gaza, the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea, affect your trading options and chartering decisions? Have you implemented any changes in that respect?
Well, these geopolitical tensions have increased ton miles, as I mentioned. They do affect chartering in that regardless of the trade you do, you have to perform very strict KYC and sanctions checks on all counterparties. Regarding the Houthi attacks, I don't think there's much you can do to protect yourself apart from taking the traditional security measures or perhaps avoiding the area altogether. War risk premiums have become very volatile, and so that's an added consideration when fixing a vessel. And I think it's important to examine these conflicts in terms of their near-term and longer-term consequences and how they might expand or might be contained. What we see right now is that as a result of these tensions, we see a divide between Greek shipping and shipping that other countries also do, which is of a high quality, using high-quality providers for insurance, for finance, having top-quality operation and maintenance, and a shipping which is of a lesser quality in all of these aspects. And I'm not sure what the exact way is to face this problem, but I think it's important. It's important enough to merit consideration and discussion from all the parties involved.
Great, thank you very much. And thank you to the audience.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Now for our final panel of the day, I would like to call on our panelists to please not be bashful and come forward. Mr. Petropoulos, Mr. Pavlidis, Mr. Manzavinos. Make your pick. There. We take the two end posts here. So there we go, another European theme, this time on ship financing. I was going through, I don't keep records of articles or anything, but every 2 years, every Posidonia, I do keep the Lloyd's List publication that comes out. And completely coincidentally, I was going through some files yesterday, and here was the quote I found some 26 years ago. It reads, for those Seasoned shipping banks have clung to the view that alternative forms of finance will always be a mere drop in the bucket compared with mortgage loans, but it is possible that they are in denial mode. And this was June 1998. So I thought this would be a good starting point to also see what Vasilis, if I may start from you, thinks, having been through, well, the banking sector for a very good and long stretch, and now being on the alternative finance side of things. I thought it would be a nice starting point to have your views on this quote and to see whether you think that we could see new banks opening up on Aktimiaouli when we were entering that segment, or whether it is more likely to see Neptune renting an office in the new Piraeus Tower. So which of the two will it be?
I'm your worst pick. With two Greek bankers here, from a Cypriot and a Greek bank, I'm definitely your worst pick because, as you know well, I've served with three big European banks, which are all three out of shipping altogether. Barclays, where we started together some 35 years ago, HSBC, the latest casualty, and my latest bank, Hyperlinked Bank and Unicredit, all out of shipping. I can name another 10 to 15 big European banks that are out of shipping, and they are definitely not coming back. So this is a really true statement for 98. But we are in 24, and big European banks are out of shipping, most of them, and more, I'm afraid, will exit. And there is a very good reason for that, with the exception of Greek and Cypriot banks.
Why do you think we can't bring them back and make ship financing a more credible and stronger European affair? What are the, is it banking regulations or is it other matters that are keeping European banks from financing a very important segment for the world economy?
This is a very important segment for the world economy. It is a core segment of the world economy, but completely non-core to all the big European banks. For example, I would take the biggest casualty to date, which is the Royal Bank of Scotland, which was a bank with a balance sheet and a footing in excess of £1 trillion. Nicholas was working for RBS, you can tell us that, and they had a portfolio which was 15 billion? 25, okay. So that was a big portfolio, which was a bit more than 1% of the total size of the bank, 1%. Most European banks that have gone out of shipping, but even the ones that are still today in shipping, you will see that the shipping business does not account more than 1% of their total business, the total footing, the total investments. So it's a completely insignificant business for all these banks, non-core, non-strategic.
Probably the regulatory environment doesn't have, we've been discussing a lot today about the European regulatory environment. That possibly is a reason behind what we're seeing. So let's see what your view is, representing a very substantial Norwegian bank, DNB. You're active, you have excellent clients, you're very focused in what you do. The names you target and the business you do is very focused, but you're big, you're prominent and successful. What's your view on the regulatory environment, and what's your view on European banks coming back to prominence?
Can you hear me? Yes. I think I share very much Vasilis' view on the fact that those big banks that used to be active in the market, but which exited the industry, are unlikely to come back. I fully concur with the view that shipping, being a core industry globally, is not a core sector for any bank, except maybe the Greek banks, and to a certain extent the Norwegian banks. I think the regulatory environment will get tighter, from a compliance perspective, from a capital perspective, from an ESG perspective. Certainly we are preparing ourselves for more challenging times, and Clearly, the three main topics that have been on the bank's agenda for the past couple of years has been, ESG, compliance, and Basel IV, which I think is where banks are spending a lot of time trying to understand how much capital will have to be allocated to their ship finance activities, and it's likely to be more than what it is today. So I think that will further influence potentially an exodus of European banks from the shipping industry.
Well, if we listen to what Mrs. Iglesias was just saying, we will need more capital for more investments in shipping. We expect fossil fuels to continue being used, so ships will have to be built already now with existing technologies, not with new technologies, so we will need banks to finance this. Do you think we'll be able to meet the needs?
I think that we've seen since the financial crisis, I think when the big banks like RBS, some of the big German banks left the market, I think there was a big question mark as to whether there will be enough capital to finance the industry. Now we've seen the emergence of the bond market in the Nordics, which helped plug the gap. Since then, we've seen abundance of capital coming from China. And I would say in the current environment, certainly we see huge appetite from banks globally and various creditors to finance the industry. So I think certainly right now there's definitely enough capital. But I think what we've been telling our clients for many years now is that you need to have access to diversified sources of capital. Because who knows which banks will be around in 10 years' time? Who knows if the Chinese...
That's what Vasilis is counting on.
No, but I think,
possibly.
We certainly, as a bank, put a lot of value on clients having access to different sources of capital, because we don't want to be the lender of last resort. We want our clients to be able to tap different pockets.
You're far from that, yeah.
Including Neptune Leasing.
Dinos, you're probably snatching some business away from Nicholas because you are extremely competitive on margins, you have appetite for business, you're doing well, you're growing. The environment, Actimiaoli and beyond, loves the transactions you are able to do. Do you foresee being able to continue this? Will the changing software LIBOR environment influence your ability to be cutting edge in this respect? Will this give more opportunities for Nicholas to jump in for transactions that he would also like to be as competitive in? What's your view?
Well, you're right about that. We did have a very nice year last year. We have a healthy appetite for shipping, despite the problems. What our colleagues, my colleague said, I would fully concur. Capital is a problem. It's a very capital-intensive activity for banks. And for sure, our committees, our boards would prefer maybe a less capital-intensive activity with more risk-free fees and parallel business, ancillary business. We have new regulations coming up for sustainability, ESG. We are going to start reporting now the so-called sustainability KPIs, the green asset ratio, what activities, the activities we are lending at, and whether they are in line with the new taxonomy. And there's going to be a lot of scrutiny, what we do, how do we compare to other units within a bank. So we do expect problems internally and externally, of course, from competition. We still remain a very competitive source of finance, but European banks only provide like 30% of finance in this market, and this percentage keeps shrinking. So there is plenty of other sources available that each have its own merits. Perhaps they are more flexible or more aggressive in terms of leverage. So there is plenty of options for our customers. I'm rather optimistic.
You're rather optimistic.
Problems, that we will remain this market and be in position to service our clients.
Well, you're a prominent part of the Cyprus finance world there, and you have great experience. what can you offer as a competitive advantage to tell Dinos that, you know, I'm in the running too for a number of transactions and I can be equally competitive and good in what I do, which you are?
Thank you. I'll say that I'm in a good position to work for one of the new entrants. I have worked in the past for Scotiabank for many years and RBS, Royal Bank of Scotland, and I believe the first is mostly has reduced its shipping exposure, and the second is out of shipping, as everyone knows and was mentioned before. But there is the refreshing new entrants like Bank of Cyprus, smaller in scale, but then again, they have the appetite and will to play a role in this market. And I'd say that I also see Konstantinos and the other Greek banks developing their shipping portfolios, which is encouraging. And I know, sitting back a step, that shipping is less visible to the world until something like the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal issues or the attacks on shipping by the Houthis. Then it becomes headline news. But all other days of the year, it's less visible. But it's a lot more visible and relevant in Greece and Cyprus because it's a big part of the community, the business community, and the GDP of the countries. So it's a lot more relevant. And I believe the banks here will remain involved in shipping for years to come. And the same goes for Norwegian banks, and I believe that shipping nations like Greece will always retain a part of the ship financing with the local banks.
Well, shipping is part of an integral part of world GDP. We need trade for GDP to continue growing. Coal, interestingly enough, in the last 2 years has been a very substantial part of growth of the economies. We're trading a lot in coal. Yet as banks, you have to, well, at least remember of the Poseidon principles that many banks subscribe to. They're not mandatory, but they are there. How do you view the balance between decarbonizing and energy sufficiency? Do you think banks are going to stick to the decarbonization part or stick to the energy efficiency part, because that's what's needed right now, and there's not many alternatives to move away from fossil fuels?
Look, I think banks take a pragmatic view on what needs to be done right now, and ships carry the cargoes that need to be carried, and coal is a fossil fuel that is a polluter, more polluting than even than other fossil fuels, but necessity drove the world to come back to
its senses.
To its senses in many ways, and banks will finance the ships that need to carry the cargoes that need to do that are needed. So we'll be there, but we are responsible citizens of this world. Decarbonization and sustainability is an important part of how we measured. It's how our stakeholders look at us, our regulators, our shareholders. So it's an important part, and we need to develop and evolve together with industry.
Is it integrally important, or is it featuring nicely in corporate reports, annual reports, but the crux of the problem is such that we have to feed the world, we have to have goods travel, and we don't have travel around the world, and we don't have many alternatips? Where do you think we stand on?
A bit of both.
A bit of both.
It is really important to be there and finance the ships, because if all banks suddenly said we will not finance ships that carry fossil fuels, the world will freeze and starve and other things. So it is important for banks to support the operations out there, but at the same time, banks are measured not only for their own carbon emissions, but the decarbonization efforts of their clients. So this is an important part of how we're measured by our regulator.
Dinos, if I come to you with a sound transaction, will you start double guessing my choice of a vessel, my choice of engine and consumption, or will you tell me you've had a good track record in the last 20 years, you've been correct towards your financiers, and bring a reasonable project to me, and I'll be there to finance it for you?
We will do the second for sure. I mean, we will ask many questions, not so much to double guess, but maybe to understand better what is your strategy, how do you plan coping with challenges regarding sustainability, and in understanding this, we'll have a better idea, of your strategy, your behavior, and at the end of the day, we will trust your decisions and finance the project depending on the credit criteria we may have, like LTV or cover ratios. So
that'll be your
rely
focus
on the customers to make the right strategic decisions.
Well, Norway is really advanced in its decarbonization efforts and how it views this and pioneer. Do you think that leads you to take a different stance when you evaluate projects to finance, or can you use the same guidelines that Dinos and Nicholas can use?
I would qualify the bank as being more of a transition bank as opposed to, a bank that wants to shift entirely towards green projects. Oil and gas remains a fundamental industry in the Norwegian economy, and therefore, we continue to support, quite a few brown industries. And shipping on the west coast of Norway is still an extremely important segment. So, as the largest bank in Norway, with a strong government ownership, we have that mandate to continue to support the local clients. And we'll take a very pragmatic view on, the technology available to our clients today and what are the different pathways to, decarbonize. But I just wanted to go back to previous questions you've asked to Nicholas about, the expectations around how capital will be deployed in line with the energy security, which has become very important over the past couple of years. I don't think that the need for energy security has fundamentally changed the way that capital will continue to be allocated more towards green energy, green projects, sustainable projects. For example, if we look at the Scandinavia fixed income funds, who we do a lot of business with, Swedish funds have stopped doing any brown industry, and they're not coming back just because there is the.
They've stopped doing. Sorry.
They've stopped doing any brown industry. They stopped investing in any brown industries. It's very difficult right now to get a Swedish fund going into shipping. For example.
So your brand new vessel coming out of a prime yard is not of interest.
Yes.
It's not of interest.
Yes. So although energy security is obviously important on the agenda globally, that has not really shift, I think, the general focus of European investors to go towards progressively green investments or sustainable investments. So that's I think the way we view it.
Okay, very interesting. I mean, the North is different. So that, Vasilis, probably gives you opportunities. You are not bound by many of the policies and procedures. You, of course, have to be careful about the funding you get. You are responsible. You're not there to destroy the world. Yet, you have some leeway. You have some flexibility. Probably that helps. Am I right? Is it an interesting story for you for the next 2 or 3 years, a potential to grow your portfolio with sound projects which some banks might not want to touch for their own credible reasons?
Not quite. Because we as a leasing company, in order to produce the necessary returns for our shareholders and at the same time be competitive, we are getting financing ourselves from banks. We are very active in the banking community. When I saw Dinos, because with Dinos we were serving the same bank some years ago and we were colleagues, now we are a client of Piraeus Bank. So my company, Neptune Leasing, which, by the way, I need to clarify, has nothing to do with the Neptune shipping company of Mrs. Travlou. Okay, Neptune Leasing, which is a leasing company, financing ships with main capital providers, Costamare, the listed company, and the Latsis family, is a ship financier, but at the same time, a ship borrower. And we go to banks, to borrow for our own funding. So essentially, we're financing the ships that our own bankers are financing. We're not doing something else. It's not that the ship that will go to Piraeus Bank and will be left out because it is, or the Norske Bank or whichever bank, because it's not a proper ship, will come to us and will get funding.
So in this decarbonization age, what's your differentiating factor then? You do have one, but what is it?
Well,
or which are the two, three factors that differentiate you?
As you mentioned earlier, the regulation is not affecting us, but in other manners. The problem in shipping finance for a bank in this highly cyclical industry is that you cannot play the cyclical game in order to protect yourself when the market is in a huge downturn. When the market is in a huge downturn, you are a bank, you're obliged at that very moment to take your loss, which is the worst time, to take your loss. We are a company that we are not obliged to take a loss, but we can actually, at this very moment, when banks will be taking losses, expand more heavily our ship financing activity. Why? Because during a market downturn, ship prices are low, and this is the potential for us to invest.
And you're not penalized by Basel regulations. You can work.
Yes.
You can be counter-cyclical, which is the right way to finance shipping.
Banks are equally sophisticated. All my colleagues realize this necessity to be counter-cyclical. It's just that the regulation does not allow them to be counter-cyclical. So at this very moment, when the market is low, we can invest in new buildings that will be more cheaply priced. There will be less competition from banks, so it will be a better period for us to invest. And this is where we essentially can differentiate ourselves versus banks.
In this higher interest rate environment, there's not been mostly in the middle market, there hasn't been a big difference in an all-in margin that one pays, margin plus software. It's pretty much, there are differences, but it is not staggering. Do you foresee that when rates start correcting downward, that might affect the competitiveness of alternative financiers? Or do you think that in any case, clients come to you for a whole different set of reasons and, well, a margin is part of it, but it's not the full story?
Well, the thing is, as I said earlier, we are financiers towards ship owners, but at the same time, part of our funding comes from banks. So if SOFR goes down, we can ourselves be more competitive towards our clients because our own cost of funding will drop from the funding that we will receive from banks. So as far as the return on equity on our equity portion remains intact, we don't have a problem. This should not affect us.
Okay. Correction of the interest rate environment, what do you think? Will it affect you, not affect you, irrelevant? I've always thought personally that if a project is good or bad because of the interest rate environment, then it's probably not a good project to begin with. But what's your view now financing such projects?
I actually believe that there will be more business for banks if interests come down, because we've seen a lot of clients not turning towards banks for to borrow money just simply because the interest rates are high, and the spreads are very competitive. I mean, I have to say, I think the spreads offered by banks are, if you were to compare apple for apple to where the spreads were before the financial crisis, at the same level of capital that we now allocate to loans, these spreads are extremely thin right now. So I would say the cost is not on the bank side, it's just purely the interest rates. So as the interest rates come down, I expect clients to be more keen to borrow money. When it comes to D&B, we don't really capitalize on high interest rates. Obviously, we make more money out of the deposits, but we don't really chase deposits. We have a Tier 1 ratio already of 20%. We are very robust bank, AA+ rated. So having lots of deposits or making a lot of money in interest rates, that's not really a driver for us. So I think we're a bit agnostic to how the interest rate environment could influence our strategy. But I expect clients to actually be a bit more demanding on the borrowing side.
Okay. Dino?
It's a very interesting discussion, actually. What happened with the increase of interest rates? Exactly that. Most clients of ours decided to wait, perhaps to get better visibility about projects, technologies, whatever. The high interest rates made them reluctant to enter into investments in an uncertain environment. They thought perhaps it's better to enjoy the healthy deposit rates from good past performance rather than paying for a new project now.
But why do you think this is the case? Between 2004 and 2008, when we saw the shipping bonanza, LIBOR was at 6.5, and yet people didn't place their money in deposits, and they went out and ordered like there was no tomorrow. What's the difference this time around?
That's why I mentioned the uncertainty about the macroeconomic and regulatory environment. It's not just the rates. It's is this the right time to make a new investment when technology is changing so rapidly? So that's why we saw this reluctance. So there was less demand for debt capital. At the same time, there was healthy supply from banks. And that created a very competitive environment that put pressure on margins and offer opportunities to many shipping companies refinance at very good terms. So it's quite possible that when rates start de-escalating and we have more demand for debt capital, that the fundamentals could change and the debt market could tighten. So it will be interesting to see what will happen.
Because
may I say, I think after a few years of good markets with profitable income statements on the dry, in all sectors pretty much, the containers, of course, and tankers and gas carriers, it was the competition of the financing was mostly with equity. And if anything, made easier the discussion on the leverage on new financings when the interest rate environment was lower, 70 or more percent, 8% finance seemed a lot more attractive. But in the era of 5+% SOFR, it perhaps made a bit more sense to have a lower loan to value. I think, as was said previously by Mrs. Inglesis, it's the interest rates right now, historically, they're not very high, although they're expected to, and the curve is going down for the next 2 years, and they're expected to go down. I don't think they will, that's my personal view, they will come back in the near to medium term or longer term to the 0% environment that we've seen in the past few years, and that's something that is going for good.
Speaking of European finance now, let's turn the discussion a little bit to the Far East. We go to conferences, we go to Posidonia. The Far East representation here from financiers is very substantial. The Greek shipping community travels to the Far East more often than not. Do you feel that competition there? Do you feel it will intensify? Already compared to 20 years ago, when European banks were the leaders in ship financing. Now, this is no longer the case. The leadership in ship financing has shifted to the Far East. What do you think of this trend? Do you think this will be reversed? Will it intensify?
I think there will, in the future, there will always be financing coming from the Far East, and Far East has a stronger involvement in shipping altogether.
In incremental amounts, you think?
It's difficult to say, but I think that Europe will maintain the fair share of shipping, particularly for the financing of shipping companies, European shipping companies. The Far East has, from shipbuilders of the world, has also become financiers and ship owners, and that will continue. So it's only fair to expect that a big part of the ship financing will remain in the Far East. And there's surely competition. I think, in my view, they complement what we do, and the financings that it's a fair share of the financings and the financings we want to keep, we do keep here in Europe. We can be quite competitive when we do want to
clinch a transaction.
To clinch a transaction. Well said.
Dinos, do you feel the competition from Chinese and Japanese leasing houses?
Indeed, there is increasing competition. Many Greek shipping companies now, they have easy access to Japanese funds. That was not the case a few years ago. The more choices, of course, the better for shipping. We still have to see, though, how would Asian financiers react in a downturn of the market. You know, we haven't seen this, whether they will be aggressive, they will be accommodative. You know, there is a gap, a regulatory gap between Europe and the Far East that certainly puts European banks to a disadvantage. I think they will have to wait and see. You know, it's a cyclical market.
But it's there. You can't ignore it. It's there.
No, it's there.
And it's being noticed and felt.
And I think perhaps these uncertainties are what keeps many clients of ours with local banks, with European banks, just want to have also a hedge. They don't just bank on the lower margin or the more aggressive terms. They want to have the relationship. They want to have the trust with their lender, and something that you know, has probably sometimes more value than the margin itself.
Okay. Well, Far East probably has easier funding compared to Northern European institutions. So how do you view the Far East in terms of the business that you are also interested in?
I was actually in Asia last week, meeting with around 20...
Fresh news already.
Sorry?
You bring us fresh news.
Yes. Well, it's not really fresh news. I think there continues to be tremendous level of interest from Asia on the shipping industries, and particularly Greece. Now, I agree that I think so far the new providers of capital in Asia has been acting through a fairly strong market. You know, we haven't seen really them being challenged by a down market. And when it comes to the Chinese lessors, we have to remember that these are outfits that has historically been heavily invested in aviation. The reason why they got into shipping is because there was far less activity in China, particularly when COVID really hit. If the expectation is that China will at some point really come back, and that for example, airline industry start kicking off again, I think a lot of capital will go towards that, because I think it's probably a safer bet for them to put their money. So I don't know how active they will be in 5-10 years' time, but they are active today. That's for sure. We work a lot with Asian banks, but what we see is that they're quite demanding on their sweet spots. There's a lot of requirements in terms of employment, in terms of flags, in terms of tenor. So it's not as flexible as a solution as dealing with Western European banks that have been doing this for decades. Yes, that's
It's not as flexible, Vasilis, but is it maybe an opportunity for you to seek some funding for your projects in the Far East, where decarbonization might not be the highest on the agenda, and where you might be able to get funding and do some projects that otherwise you would have to turn down?
We're talking to people from the Far East. I think Far Eastern institutions in shipping have the opposite issue of Western banks that we started our discussion. For Western banks, shipping is non-core. Now, for Asian institutions, where they are coming from countries where there is a strong shipbuilding, as Nicola said, activity, and actually this is how they started. They had their own agenda. They wanted to promote the sales of their own shipbuilders, which are core industries for these countries. So I think the void left by European and Western banks from shipping finance is being filled essentially by Asian banks, alternatives, leasing companies, and of course the Greek banks that have expanded. The last comment I would make, again for my favorite subject, which is European banks, is that the banks that will continue being in shipping in Europe will not be doing shipping in its own right as they were doing in the past, with a shipping policy, shipping staff, shipping, rating. Nobody's interested for your specialty. Now it will be just part of a transportation portfolio, which is doing corporate financing to big corporates like Hapag-Lloyd, like Lufthansa, and like some, let's say, very big shipping companies that actually fit the rating criteria of this transportation portfolio. But within this business, I'm afraid there is no room for the typical, strong family Greek-owned shipping company.
Although when the competition...
We are there for them.
Exactly, there you go. When the competition sees an opening somewhere, they will, of course, step in. On that note, would the audience care to pick the brains of our experienced panel about trends, new projects interested to have financed? Do we think we are covered? Any closing remarks, ideas, themes we didn't touch upon you think are relevant?
I could add a comment about the capital markets. We haven't touched base on that. I think arguably over the past 12 months it has not been very active, probably because of a lot of stock volatility, a lot of geopolitical uncertainty. But we as a bank strongly believe in accessing the capital markets.
And you're very active.
We've been very active, and we've been very active because there is appetite in general. And I think as the shipping market continues to performing well, we expect interest to increase. And for us, it's a fundamental access to capital that we strongly encourage our clients to explore and get ready to penetrate really when needed. If really the decarbonization accelerate as people expect this to happen, there will be a huge need of capital, right, for the industry. And I think you need to be able to tap different pockets of capital. And I think capital markets are still very relevant for the industry. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'd also finish with the positive note, perhaps repeating a little bit of what I said, and just to emphasize that shipping is very relevant here in Greece and in Cyprus and in Norway, and the shipping nations will remain in shipping. And I think for the greatest part, European shipping will continue to be financed by European banks in the future.
That's a positive note for sure. Dino, your word of positive wisdom? You're covered? You're covered. Good. Well, thank you very much for joining us. We will have some concluding remarks from Mr. George Tavlidis. And as soon as these concluding remarks, which we always enjoy having from you, are completed, then this will have brought Slide2Open 2024 full circle. But I will leave that to Mrs. Travlou after Mr. Tavlidis gives us his words of wisdom. I will help you conclude, by all means.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Being in this position, which Despina puts me every year, is probably the most difficult task, perhaps the most enjoyable. Because effectively the reason why, as I mentioned in earlier conferences, I come to these venues is to complete my learning curve. The more you listen to people what they have to say, and especially people of this caliber who you had heard earlier, it just makes one's position in this industry, the shipping industry, all the more challenging. I had the opportunity a couple of days ago to be invited to an economist venue, which was where Larry Summers was present. Larry Summers happened to be an ex-Secretary of State in the United States, and also an ex-president of Harvard University. Now, what is the relevance? Saying that here. Highly relevant. The basic thing is that I came to the same conclusion with our ancient philosophy of Greece, of Socrates, and because of my eternal romanticism, en either or tiu then either. Because he more or less spent about 10-15 minutes of his time very elegantly presenting information about geopolitics in the world at large, which I find mind-boggling, and actually was terribly impressed by a guy of that caliber, albeit with a political and a very strong academic background, to be able to bring things out in terms of what we envisage in future, what with the war in Israel, the war in Ukraine, and all the other aspects which we're worried about now. Now, how that relates to our shipping industry and what we heard today. As usual, and I'm very, very happy to concur with his views, our friend Leonidas-Evgenidis started this morning with his key factor being on synergy, and then later on during the day, he hit the nail on the head by talking about the issues which we face with the crewing and the people who literally are running the ships at sea. Because as we all know, without the crew members, without people who actually go into sea and running these ships, we wouldn't have a shipping industry at all. Mr. Falios also had to go elevate the aspect about the transport being so relevant to the world at large, emphasizing that whereas transport is by sea is 90% of the whole world trade, and yet it's only responsible for 3% of the issues of environmental issues. And yet, having said that, for some ungodly reason, shipping is always on the head of the agenda to be accused and to be persecuted for being polluters, whereas they happen to be, for those of you who may not be aware of it, the least polluters. George Pateras was also elegant in his way, because George Pateras, I see eye to eye to him. He's a fairly experienced person, as you say, in the shipping industry. He's got high technical knowledge, but he's got the ability and the elegance of combining technical issues with the real issues of administrating shipping today. The panel which we just heard, our last panel, which is without jumping the gun, is that with the financial industry and the shipping industry, with relation to the actual banks who support the shipping industry, one thing I'd like to add to what our panel said earlier is don't be concerned about the European banks or Far Eastern banks. Banks are banks, and don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, is irrespective of the circumstances, money will always follow a good deal. So effectively, whether the funding comes from European banks or the Far Eastern banks, don't forget the fact that with a bit of inspiration, with being daring, tolmiri, which is one of the basic prerequisites in shipping, is that when you have come up with a good idea, do not worry about the financial size of what may be required in terms of funding it. However big a deal it is, or however small a deal it is. people are sometimes worried about the fact that they're facing a situation which is a highly capital-intensive project, which they find is, we may infer, having money's requirement which will be beyond their means. There's no such thing as money beyond your means. If you've got the right aspect, the right infrastructure, the right logistics, and you maintain a code of ethics, a good deal will always be followed by money. One thing that concerns me again with the financial industry is this coupling this idea brought up by Mr. Miller of Citibank years ago, the Poseidon principles. Ladies and gentlemen, overanalysis leads to paralysis. We don't need the banking industry or the money industry to be involved in issues concerning the environment, concerning complying with regulations, concerning the IMO input and all the other infrastructure which exists around us, port state control, whereby by bringing in yet another element of policing of what's happening with the environment or the pollution of ships, or whether the ship owner's colleague or their client is environmentally friendly or complies with regulations or not, I don't think it's within the realm or the ambit or the business of the financial industry, because that's going to cause even more complications with the regulations we have now, which we already know shipping is over-regulated, as against 50 years ago when it was under-regulated, because we also have the insurance industry following suit and following the same path of having the Poseidon principles, which in fact you have the insurance industry, yet another regulator over and above the regulators we already have, and actually being involved with an industry which they need not do it. That's why you've got classification societies for. That's why I have the IMO. That's why we've got port state control. Why overanalyze? What I want to mention also is that during the afternoon session, even though I made a couple of comments there, I'm very worried about this situation with the alternative fuels. I'm very worried about the fact that we have this continued hypocrisy in the market, where people vending or talking about situations which they're not really aware of. They haven't got the potential or the technical ability to forecast. And that's why we have this whole can of worms about ships being produced or being prepared, being built with alternative fuels, whether it be ammonia, whether it be methanol. But at the end of the day, irrespective of the fact that it will take time to come to that, and I think George Pateras also mentioned that during his presentation, is at the end of the day, the only environmentally fuel which will exist in future is nuclear energy. All the others we refer to are just side steps. They're going to be temporary solutions which are going to cause the industry trillions of dollars of business, which effectively, at the end of the day, will be covered by the usual person who's the guy in the street, the consumer. Now, that's one thing which I want to emphasize, and also this aspect about we're all getting excited about with the energy scenario, with batteries and having the battery ports, battery ships, and battery commodities. What we don't know is, or a lot of we maybe don't know, is that batteries are primarily produced in China. As I mentioned, China, their major energy input is from coal, which is 62% of the actually energy needed in China produced by coal, which, as you know, one of the major commodities being transported worldwide. So how can you sit back and be so inconsistent in terms of trying to promote a battery which is burning less or having environmentally more friendly, when to produce the battery, we've actually burned infinitely much more CO2 and actually caused pollution, which is not commensurate with the product which is being produced. And besides that, we're going to see another can of worms, which is not happening, it's not directly involved with the shipping industry, when you have the input of cars, which are going to come to about 1 million cars per year from China, which is another, again, it's one importing pollution in the wind, because when you're importing a battery-operated car, which is produced in China, by causing more pollution, it's being highly hypocritical. To finalize, I think what I mentioned is I'm a very worried man. I feel more, kind of say, uneducated, if you want to use that term, or misinformed than ever, because the more we go into the situation of finding solutions in the future, we find that the industry is turning itself into trying to produce yet another industry, which is the industry of unresolved problems. You know, we've realized in at least our times years ago, when we face a problem, we're looking for a solution. Yet I find today, and it's very disturbing, that it seems that the business of unresolved problems is becoming a major problem and a major industry focal point, which is actually burning money, and we're not doing anything which is anything in improving our world the way we stand. Putting it just a Greek flavor to this, what I'm about to say is that η νέα βεβαιότητα είναι η αβεβαιότητα. The new form of being imbalanced or being unsure about things is to be definitely, the sureness is being unsure. So effectively you have this contradiction which we also have to face in the future. So all I can say to the next generation is we have to be brave, we have to believe in God, we have to be hardworking, because shipping was never ever been a business without actually being compelled with having the hard work. And at the end of the day, be lucky. And having said what I've said, I think you also have to maintain a sense of humor to be able to go and cope with everything else. Anyway, thanks for having me. Thanks for giving my concluding remarks. Not an easy task, but something necessary. Ευχαριστώ πολύ, Despina. Thanks for having me. It's been a difficult, long day, and I hope I've just empowered you with something a bit more inspiring, probably besides worrying you. Thank you.
Anything that gives hope that regulations won't always prevail, for me, is a winning point. So thank you.
Thank you, George. And that is how we conclude the 7th Slide to Open Shipping Finance. And I think that this was a long but very pleasant and very productive way. We learned a lot of things. We had productive dialogues. And I think that we contributed to the resolving of the issues that the shipping industry is facing today. We are going to upload the video. The conference has been live streamed abroad today, not in Greece. We're going to open it in about 2 weeks or 3 weeks for Greece as well. So everybody will be able to watch the video replay and watch the parts of the conference that missed. Thank you for being so patient and staying with us until this late night. And we renew our appointment for next year, the 22nd of January, 2025.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Despina.
This is a very good, also a very good date astrologically.
Despina, congrats and thank you.
Thank you.